Hello, everybody. Welcome back to SAL. It's good to have you here with us on this wonderful, beautiful weekend. Yesterday was quite hot. Today, I will say things are quite better. We're quite a bit better, and that just means that we get to enjoy a wonderful, worry-free day all together going through SAL. Of course, I'm not on my own. I'm Milosh. By my side is Mr. Foxade. Not literally by my side. I wish that was the case, but we'll take the W's the way they show up, right?
Yeah, we'll take the W's. We get to work together. We get to watch more SAL games. Yesterday was a little bit of a fast one. Wasn't really expecting it to go by as quick, but today's matchups are pretty exciting. I think that we all got to agree, Liquid FaZe, that's something that everyone's going to be excited to watch. FaZe have just been on an absolute tear. Liquid, they've had their ups and downs. They're still aiming to, make the top 6, but at the end of the day, if they can beat FaZe, it makes it that much easier for them to be in that top 6.
I mean, last time they faced off against one another, it was in a best of 3 that didn't work out for Liquid, but just before that, they also played in a BO1, and that went the Liquid way. But guess who qualified to Salt Lake City and who didn't? Womp, womp, womp. Well, that's a question for us to talk about later on because it's our final game of today. And I'll remind everybody that we don't have a delay with the chat, so we're just gonna be seeing who has their hottest take through this day. The game is delayed, our feed that is, but the actual live Twitch chat versus us where we are is not. Same thing for the Brazil broadcast. It's kind of one of the things I want to integrate into the show. But us using big words. El Clasico, 50 times going up against one another. Guess who's won more? It's FaZe. And if we're looking at FaZe and how they are over the past 2 years and 2.5 years even versus Team Liquid Alienware, well, FaZe have been way more successful than T-Law has been. But it's exciting nonetheless. I think the term has been thrown around for years at this point, Fox, and I think it really does stand the test of time.
I mean, it sure does. You're always going to have two rivals, the best in the region, to be able to go up against each other. One team's usually going to have the edge. I think the general consensus is FaZe is just that team. They're the team to beat all around the world at the end of the day, and it doesn't seem like they're going to let up anytime soon. As for Liquid, I mean, since this core of the roster has joined Liquid with Maya, they've had their ups and downs. They haven't really looked as strong as that previous Furia roster that everyone knew and loved. And that's something that they're trying to achieve glory from. So the best practice they're going to get is against FaZe. So that being said, them playing against each other today gives them another opportunity to see, hey, are we going to see this old remnants of Furia now with Maya on the roster?
Well, that is a bit of a preview of the match that's coming to us by the end of today. But until we get to that point, we have 4 matches to get to it. Let's talk about our first one. Imperial going up against Loud. Imperial have the opportunity to do the funniest thing today against Loud and really make their life a living hell. Loud right now on 6th place in the standings. If we take a look at the standings before we talk about the team specifically, or at least bring up their graphics, Loud is at 7 points. They're tied up points-wise with Fluxo W7M. And Imperial, well, they are at 1 point, almost at the bottom. But Imperial have had a resurgence here and there, Fox, and sometimes they can show up, like yesterday against NIP, where they almost took them to overtime. It was so super close, and somehow they have the energy still to continue to fight and play gatekeepers.
I mean, Imperial, like I said, they definitely impressed me in their match against Furia. They kept it close, and also they kept it close yesterday against NIP. So against the better teams, they are putting up much more of a fight. Now, I don't know if that's because they're unpredictable. There's not much footage on them to be able to go off of, but them just having a rough show against teams that maybe are in the same ballpark, but then keeping it close against good teams. I mean, there's an opportunity here where Loud is considered to be one of those teams that should be in the top 4, usually should be going to majors, but always have, they have something with fumbling it out. And Imperial could be that team. They're always going to get one. It's really difficult to not get one win at the end of a stage. If there's going to be one for them to get, I think this upset would be here.
It absolutely would be. So let's talk about the teams more in detail. We'll bring up the lineups. We're starting with Imperial. Again, we're going to retake at least the same points that we've been on here, is that they have potential. It's just we have not been able to see it in those matches, at least to turn that into a full-on win. Makina is someone that's really stepped up when things have been needed. At least yesterday was able to put up a decent amount of numbers against NIP.
I mean, I'm glad you brought him up because he is the best player on Imperial. He has been having an exceptional showing this stage, and he's been a player that we've been watching for the last few years, and coming into the league, there was a lot of high hopes on him. And it fell flat. Sometimes he was one of the main reasons as to why the team was struggling to find success. But so far in this Imperial roster, this stage, he's been doing amazingly well. He's getting opening kills. He's always carrying the boat when it comes to getting kills in general for his team and leading that charge. And I think the biggest issue yesterday against NIP for Imperial was strategically, they were pretty good, but it came down to the opening deaths. They were just struggling when it came to finding it. And not the whole team. Specifically, Yex, he had 5 opening deaths himself against NIP in a best of 1, which is very difficult to accomplish. It's almost as if he was trying to die first. And if they can look at that, that's an easy fix going into today. The turnover rate from day 1 to day 2, because there's no time. They just played yesterday. It's going to be really easy to look at that and fix it and just say, hey, maybe we play a little bit safer in some of these positions. Keep an eye out. I'm assuming Yex is going to be playing maybe a little scared, a little more passive today. But the rest of the team, if they can eliminate those deaths, they'd be in a good position to be able to put up another fight against Loud.
I mean, small issues are always fixable from one day to the next. You just don't want to fall into the bit of, well, we're going to be overconfident and then really mess up our position here. Though that is Imperial. Loud, on the other hand, though, for looking at their game tomorrow, yesterday against Furia, they did not fare too well, but the week before that, they were doing incredibly well. They won both of their games against INTZ and Team Liquid Alienware, so clearly, Loud still have a lot to show. The man Flashtree on your screen is someone to really keep watching out for in this team, and they are currently still in the top 6. Today, a victory against Imperial, especially with all 3 points, that'll catapult them up higher, and they really would love to be in a more comfortable, maybe top 4 position. That'd be an upset.
Loud is in a situation where they need this one. They needed it against one of the worst teams in the league currently, so if they're not winning this, not getting those secured 3 points, it comes into question, are they going to be making the major? We don't really know, but when we look at how they played, individually, they were doing good. Round 1 against Furia on Fortress, Gabu had a big 3K, and that seemed like one of the only rounds. That was one of 2 of the rounds that they were able to accomplish, and those 2 rounds both came off of big plays. But on the start of the rounds, they're getting their kills. They're falling back down to site. They're playing things right. But I think even in the interview with Diaz after Furia won, the general idea was it seemed like they were just playing very disjointed, taking fights alone, giving up bodies in situations that they could just fall back down into the site. They're playing against a team that is weaker, significantly weaker. And it's a situation where Loud could get overconfident and just be losing those 1v1s in the same fashion, not because of fear, but because of overconfidence. And that's why what I really want to see to avoid for Loud, because assuming they're going to win, I just need to see the trades. That is the biggest aspect that they need to have fixed coming out of yesterday.
We'll see what they've been able to put together for us today. Resets, last week was incredibly happy. He was on the up and up. Everything was looking good. Will that translate into at least a better day 2 of this week of competition? A reminder that we are in play day number 6. There's only 3 left, and after that, it's playoffs. It's do or die for a lot of teams that are here, and every point will matter. Though, vetoes on our maps, let's bring them up. Loud yesterday were on Fortress. NIP, Imperial, they played on Bank. And will we have any one of those 2? Fortress is immediately removed. Imperial does not want to get to it. And so has Bank been taken out. We're going to fundamentals again, Fox.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're Imperial, you're going to try to aim for a clubhouse. This is the map that you want to double overtime on against Furia. It's one of those maps where you don't take a team that is weaker than you two because it's very basic. Everybody knows what to do. There's not much strategy. There's not little tiny details. It's very cut and dry. a ranked 5 stack could also play it against your favorite pro team and do fairly well. So on a map like that, again, Loud leaving that to be the decider match as opposed to banning out Chalet or leaving Lair. Something that we noticed and Furia talked about was taking Imperial to a map like Fortress, a bigger map where they're forced to play on a big spread out plane. They can't be there to assist each other. That's what you want to aim for. Now you're giving Imperial arguably their best map that they've shown so far on the stage. I mean, it's smelling like it could be an upset, Milosh.
Really? On Clubhouse?
It could be.
Well, look, I'm going to look at chat for a moment here. Holy Smokes is saying, yay, my least favorite map. Why? I'm kind of curious about it. I think Clubhouse is one of the ultimate equalizers out there. And just kind of a general bit of conversation. Fox, of course, you were a professional player at the tippity top of competition not too long ago. And, of course, a representative on the national Canadian team going into Esports Nations Cup. Let's not forget that with all of that. But what do you think has changed, if anything, in Clubhouse from the olden days to nowadays over the past few years of metagames and all?
Honestly, up until Dark Zero, there hasn't been much change. To be honest, all of the strategies were very similar. A lot of it just came down to who's winning their gunfights. But Dark Zero, I will say, the Salt Lake City Major, when they won it, the way that they were innovating cash by double reinforcing rafters, using the Tachanka setup, that's something that we haven't seen before. That is fairly fresh, and that is a big change and could be why Dark Zero is the best team on Clubhouse in the NAL and why they won Salt Lake City. So I would say that type of innovation we've just seen. And it's very interesting because the map's been out for so long. We can't imagine there's going to be any more innovation. It's just one of those games that it's going to be a bloodbath, brawl, back and forth. And that's what Imperial wants. They want to be able to play a default, just focus on themselves. They don't want to worry about strats. And Loud gave them exactly that. So hopefully they can put their best foot forward, Imperial, and give us another showing like they did against Furia.
All right. Well, let's ask our casters. Today, who do we have? Well, it's two pretty people, as is tradition here on the broadcast. Mr. SR Troika and Lynx. So welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm glad Ollie and I both meet the prettiness standard, apparently, to be on the broadcast that you just set. So that's very exciting. I appreciate the compliment.
I mean, you don't get to be on the broadcast unless you're pretty, which means everybody here is pretty.
Well, that's obviously good to hear. And I think Ollie and I both, I don't know, Ollie, we obviously both watched the games yesterday. I kind of am a similar opinion to Fox that I think Clubhouse is a bit dangerous territory for Loud. Loud kind of have this mark of always falling short a little bit, and I'm anything if not good at pattern recognition, and I have to believe that maybe this is a bad sign.
I don't know. Bad sign, like, potentially. I think I'm taking recent performance more than anything else for this one,
which is fair.
And Loud didn't perform very well yesterday, whereas you look at the side of Imperial and they gave a good showing against NIP. It was a 5-7 on bank, so I would give them the benefit of the doubt in that regard, but I don't know. I think we're clutching at straws if we believe that a 7-8 loss to Furia is like meaning that Imperial are a better team on this map. I just don't see it.
Well, that's kind of it's difficult to talk about it in the sense of Imperial because they are so far down in the standings. But Ollie, you've experienced this over many years, where in Brazil, one day a team is at the bottom and they're unable to get a single round on the board, and then the next day they're pushing FaZe or Liquid or Fury or whatever to the edge and even beating them.
Yeah, and it's a very sort of SAL mindset, isn't it? That, there's a lot of these teams that are going to compete at the highest level, and then there's a lot of these teams that are stuck in that middle of the pack or towards the lower part of the pack, and they have their sights set on these big top teams. Like, they want to go out there and they want to beat them. And there's less of that want and need when you get two teams that are fairly well matched going up against each other. And I think that's where it sort of reverts back to just basics and fundamentals on that day versus, being able to know exactly how Fury are going to want to play a Clubhouse and be able to sort of counter it. I don't think that we know how Loud really want to play a club. They've played it 3 times so far. They won against INTZ, they lost against Lost, and they lost against NIP 8-7 and 7-5. So fairly close games, really, in the grand scheme of things, and certainly more game day reps on the map than we've currently got with Imperial.
Well, and I think speaking to that phenomenon more broadly, Milos, it's one of the things that's like super exciting about SAL is the day-to-day variability. But I also think in terms of region, I don't know, it makes sense with some of the consistency we've seen from some of these teams that, I don't know. Well, we can get into that later.
We can. And I'll let you go through it because we're just going to, I guess, slide the theory aside and see how this one goes. Imperial versus Loud, our first best of one of the day. Figure this out. I don't know. Links, have fun. You and Extra Troika.
Thank you very much, Milos. And to kind of get into a little bit what I was going to say, but make it more applicable to the matchup at hand, Ollie. One thing I think we often see in SAL's day-to-day variability, but teams that have really solid fundamentals end up winning well in the long run. Take FaZe, right? There's a reason why for longer tournaments or over the course of a stage, they end up being the best team. But when we look at this matchup and some consistencies we've seen, we talked about Loud, for example, and when they played this game against INTZ, they got a 5-1 defensive half, but only got 2 offensive rounds out of 5. And the attacks have something that we've always kind of focused, no matter the iteration of this Loud roster, has been kind of an issue. So one thing to keep in mind as a viewer, if you see the scoreline run up early, maybe wait a little bit before we start to come in any conclusions.
Yeah, we don't want to get too excited, especially with the way that the sides are at the moment inside of Siege. It does feel like we are sort of slipping into a more sided version of the game, whether that is the attack or the defense. And I think it kind of just speaks to how strong both sides can be, dependent on the map and dependent on the bans. Speaking of the bans for this map in particular, we have got double electrification removed by Imperial. Loud, on the other hand, have gone for a little bit of a hybrid ban. Typically, we see teams go for full shield bans, full information bans, full sort of beachhead operator bans. They've kind of split the difference and gone for a Monty and a Grim. So there will still be some shields available, and there will be some information and beachhead operators available for Imperial to flex around with. And if there's anything we know about Sexy Cake, he loves to play a shield, so he's going to be on Blitz here for round 1.
And the Blitz and the Ying combination can always be quite problematic if used effectively. Both extremely good at disruption. One thing Fox mentioned on the desk. Yex, a bit of an opening death magnet yesterday, and well, he's not going to be him first into the building. Sexy Cake on the Blitz. He mentioned he likes to play the shield, he likes to play the Blitz, and so logically, it's going to be the first one to take the hop in through Secret. Just some initial control, not looking to rush down blue, just looking to try and set the pace early, not get caught up on clearing out any positions not held by Loud any slower than they otherwise have to be. Resets, taking a bit of a glance early on over to Chain, but strategy from Loud seems to be falling back to sight pretty quick. Behind these mirror windows, behind these magnets. Not a whole lot of point of extending too far out. This will mean Imperial Esports should hopefully have a lot of their utilities saved for the execute, but unfortunately means that we won't have a lot of action for the next minute.
Yeah, it's going to be a quiet first minute, isn't it? Loud and not wanting to contend too heavily. We do still see, very commonly, extensions and roams here on Clubhouse, but oftentimes it's not necessary. You can very often put yourself into harm's way a little bit more than you have to, and when you've got things as powerful as mirror windows to play behind, you don't really need to do too much. You don't really need to overcomplicate things, so they are just going to be looking to hold into this site. And of course, Imperial, they are opening everything at pretty much zero cost right now. There is a little bit of a utility exchange going on that kitchen hatch. It isn't going to be too much of a problem when you've got Hibana. You can impact trick away to your heart's content, but Florio will have enough X-Kairos pellets. He's also got 8 spare, so potentially the mirror window at the bottom of church could be a focus as well.
Would be nice. I was about to say, we often see an ace from this position and trying to open up that angle. The X-Kairos will be thread through the rafters. Imperial Esports have used this middle third of the round to open up all these hatches, open up all these angles, and now it's when we see the Candelas cooked, ready to try and disrupt Gen, maybe bait out some rotations, but it's a 4-man stack-up over on the main stairs side. Imperial Esports telegraphing to us where this attack's coming from. This Ying more a bait than anything, or to facilitate a solo push. Sexy Cake dropping down. Not as effective as a Monty, but combined with the smokes will allow the shield to get into position, but Flash3 walks underneath the kitchen hatch. Nobody from Hero Esports seemingly watching. Machina putting a breach charge down. Lets his teammate get stabbed in the back. Gabu shuts down the rush over in through blue. It's only 1 kill gathered by Imperial Esports. And they're Loud overall. completely repelling this push and drop down blue and kitchen hatch respectively. Prone angle from Flash 3, resets, not spotted by Yex. Going down second to last instead of first out the round. Nice shot by Florio, but Loud basically catch the attack off guard. Some of these positions were not properly accounted for by the offense.
Fairly straightforward cleanup there from Loud, and I think on the side of Imperial, you've kind of got no excuse, right? You're going for a plant. There's plenty of people alive. We always speak about Clubhouse Basement in particular as being a map that's really crucial for attackers to have eyes and guns pointed in the right directions. Macwinner at the top there, he's still open invert inside a kitchen, and Sexy Cake's trying to nail the diffuser down. He needs to be covering. I almost thought that it was an attacker that was on the shoulder of Sexy Cake because of how close that proximity was. It's like, well, surely there's someone in kitchen. There's no way that you've allowed a defender to just stand right next to the blitz that's getting the plant down. Seemed like real basic stuff there from Imperial, just letting it slip. And Loud, I mean, they can just roll through the motions there, right? They don't need to go for any sort of hero plays. They quite literally just need to bat Imperial back as soon as they start trying to make a little bit of progress into sight. It was a brave play from Flastry, because in your mind as a defender there, you're thinking, surely I don't get away with this. Surely I don't get away with it. But as soon as the plant has been stopped and that diffuser's cold on the ground, it just changes the landscape of the round, and it makes it very difficult then for the attackers to then drop again. And you're very cognizant of the drop as a defender, so just getting that one kill was massive.
A big individual play. Likely a lot of weight will fall on him this round. Flasher's taking up the mantle of the Kiva barriers, playing Rafters. No projectile denial, so it'll just be the bulletproof utility to protect Flashery in this position. Stem will provide some support from Lounge on that Aruni. But as for the Imperial side, it'll be the normal shield play. One player spotted early inside of logistics. Ooh. Player not exactly watching at the moment. Reset's standing on the mute jammer, but spotted from the Logi hatch. Unfortunate, given the distance and given the intent by Loud to protect the information gathered on that position, but at least for the moment, it'll be a little bit before we see any movement from the offense.
Strange to see Cash and CC being used as the second side choice here. Usually we go over to gym and bedroom, but obviously Loud feeling like they're going to have to go everywhere anyway, so wanting to just get it out of the way here. Some smoke canisters to try and stop the flow of this attack, which is trying to push in at the moment through this construction side, but it isn't having the greatest impact, although Mitrix in the sight on the Blackbeard could be a big factor.
Yeah, double shield, in fact. Sexy Cake pushing through over to Red Stairs. Hasn't taken down the Rooney, but pushed her down in the lounge. Two defenders there at the moment. Fortunately, Gabu's out his C4. Could have been a big moment to deny the plant, but now, even though a lot of Imperial attackers on low HP, now on a disadvantage, Mitrix should be able to get this diffuser down uncontested. Double shield in the post, not exactly the best position that you'd want them to be. But Blackbeard, the Scar, quite good. A very solid weapon to hold these angles. See Stemp reluctant to move up and challenge this angle. Obviously, Mitrix with a good off position. Nice flick onto Gabu. Taking another 1v1. Need to be a Mitrix 1v2. Technically 1v3. Now on 50 HP. Shield can protect himself. Get the information. Oh, excellent timing on the melee. Step, not even with an opportunity to punch. A clutch 1v2 from the Blackbeard. Taking the first round for Imperial.
Brilliant call from Imperial as well, because Garage was fully reinforced off. It was a little bit like what Fox was saying, how DZ likes to play this top floor, where you reinforce Garage off fully. The difference being, or the primary difference being, that Loud then still chose to play someone inside a Garage and didn't really have sufficient denial. You've got the smoke, yes, but if you've got the Tachanka for the mass area denial as well, you can tend to pace those pieces of utility out a little bit better across the course of the round. So a bit of an oopsie, I think, from Loud in where they were choosing to play there, kind of banking on Imperial just sort of brute forcing their way through Garage, and Imperial just sort of said, nah, you know what, we fancy the construction side and push instead. And of course, under the cover of both of those shields, they can afford to be that aggressive, and they can just force their way into sight. Brilliantly played by the two shield players there in Mitrix and Sexy Cake.
Now going to what is often considered to be the second site in the rotation, gym and bedroom. Though the nature of these sites is more so on gym, bedroom, than CCTV and cache, but you often end up defending both positions a little bit. Gym bedroom paying a lot more focus to the CCTV and cache side. It's more so a question of the extent of the extension rather than whether one will exist or not. Often we have seen teams go for this red stairs hold, then fall back through construction or through cash, respectively. Seems to be the case here. Gabu with the Zoto canisters can certainly stall out some time. Live, tagged up a little bit, but just hops up on the window. Machina not ready for it. Live taking advantage of that suddenly dangerous position as the window opened in front of him. Outloud's third opening pick in a row. It's not been good for all rounds. We'll see if they're able to convert it this time.
It's a bit of a hefty loss there for Imperial as well, losing out on the Finker. Obviously, the interaction between Finker and those shield players, giving them that sped up ADS time and those slightly quicker reactions. It's going to be a little bit of a problem, especially for the way that Imperial have chosen to play the shields already here tonight. We've seen them really want to be quite aggressive with them, not just for space taking, but also for manipulating where these defenders are. SexyCake and Mitrix going to have to be on their game here to make sure that they can still get that job done. Some good information at the moment being found out. SexyCake does get the read on a player upstairs inside a cache, but of course approaching the halfway point of the round, and we've not really got a solid foothold in at the moment onto this side. There's always the realization that you're going to have to flex over and do something with that jacuzzi breach as well at some point.
SexyCake taking advantage of no shield remaining on the red stairs. Walks in, takes the fight. This double shield play from Imperial Esports paying off quite well. Mitrix taking a raw engagement with Live on the bottom. Completely fends off that flank as Imperial Esports go down early in the man advantage, but again, off the back of these two shields, take control of CCTV and cache before the defenders can retreat. Resets. Who's holding construction position. Also is a bit short on Kibas to hold this spot. Opens up the window and sees a Blackbeard on the opposite side. Probably going to consider falling back momentarily, but again, with no Kibas, the only thing he can rely on to hold is anything set up at the beginning, and right now, not seeing anything over by the weight machine, not really seeing much inside of the site in the way of Kibas. So, Loud a bit light on the defenses going into the last 45.
Especially with these windows now starting to get opened, and I think Imperial can be pretty safe in the knowledge that they aren't going to get flanked here. There's not space really for any of these defenders to leave. There's too many key important positions to watch. Stuns start to come in now. We see this little bit of a push in through logistics. Again, just flushing these players around.
Oh, SexyCake. Despite the Gersmont able to find one. Looking for a triple. Live, just bouncing around his head. Can't land the important shot, at least. The X with the final blow. Imperial, a little late to the party on that red-sided clear, but making their way through, and the blow inside is quite decisive.
Good stuff for the moment from Imperial. Good stuff indeed. The attacking win percentage for them as a whole inside of SAL is fairly low. It's down at 38%. They have actually got a better attacking win percentage than a defensive win percentage, which is kind of reminiscent of one of our favorite teams over in the NAL, Lynx, 5 Fears. Pretty decent on the attack, but when it comes down to the defense, it is something that they lack. But Imperial only being around 10% off, so it's not the biggest change. The problem is that it's a low number. It's a low percentage. But they're doing pretty well so far already, and you never know, 2 rounds on the attack might be good enough. And with the way that we've seen them approach some of these sites, everything aside from Church and Arsenal, this shield play has really been working out quite well for them. It's no surprise to see it targeted here at the start of round 4. The blitz will be removed, so they are going to have to come up with something a little bit different for attacking those top floor sites, because the double shield push has been everything, let's be honest, so far for Imperial. On all sites played, it just didn't really work out on round number 1 for them. So back down to the base and we go then. It's the only site that Loud have been successful in so far. And it looks like this time, Lynx, that they will be going for a bit more of an extension. We've got the castle, we've got the Scopos. There's a mute as well for some mute jammers up and about. I'm expecting to see them flex a little bit here. Oh, even reinforcing over inside a strip. It's not every day you see that.
No, that's I mean, even if there's only a little bit of face shown there, that's a bit of important utility dedicated to going that far afield. Even a Kiba upstairs. So much utility being placed in every little nook and cranny on Clubhouse right now. And talking about the lineup on Loud on Imperial Esports, clearly want to stick with that double shield. SexyCake bringing the fuse. Now, to be fair, you've seen the fuse brought on basement for the cluster charges. Especially if there's a Goyo on site, it can clear out a lot of that utility. So bringing the shield is a benefit, but there is, I think, a genuine reason Imperial Esports are bringing the Fuse specifically rather than for the shield. But could be indicative of how Imperial feel about this shield setup. It has been the key to their success in the rounds that they've won. I'm intrigued to seeing it this round. I'm curious to see if we see it even further beyond this. Of course, Imperial Esports have to pay some attention to these defenders up top, even if it's pushing them down and cutting them off. With this much utility placed around the map, you have to work around it one way or another.
It's going to do something to slow Imperial down, isn't it? Because although, as you say, the Fuse is a very valid bring here, it doesn't give you that same level of security taking those 1 versus 1 engagements with the shield up. You haven't got the blitz flash capability, so you've got all the benefits of the shield, but it is by far and away the worst option out of all of them. Yex is getting himself into a good pause right now. He knows that there's somebody upstairs and they're trying for this full clear, but it's something that's taking them so long, and the mute jam is obviously causing them an incredible amount of pain right now. You just see mutes just, oh, hang on a minute. Sexkey is just going to burst into the site.
Yeah. I think clearly reading that there is a heavy investment on this roam, but it ends up coming to a point this late in the round where I think Loud might have been a bit ready for it, or at least concerned about the possibility they could flank down late, recognizing that nobody pushing up top means they're either outside the building or right at your door. Loud end up predicting correctly and fend off that late round rush.
It's just not the play, is it, from Imperial? If there's a full map hold, you need to go for a full map clear, and it's something that you have to commit to in the first 10 seconds of the round. Time is not your friend as an attacker. You need to make sure that you're using the most of it, because otherwise you find yourself in situations like that where all of a sudden just walking into sight as the Fuse and the Blackbeard feels like a good idea, and there's Loud players there just happy to clean you up. Brilliant adaptation from Loud, understanding that enough of a problem, enough of a minigame on that top floor is going to buy them sufficient time and force a sufficient clear. Something that, I mean, let's be honest, is it something that Imperial are even capable of at the moment? Because they didn't show us it. It wasn't like they even attempted a successful clear. It looked like it was something that they were very reluctant to kind of get involved with. We had a little bit of action going on. We had Yex on Zafir. He was, you know, sort of blowing into construction and thinking about a bit of a push in through Logi on the soft, but he was kind of trying to cut it in half, and he didn't really have the teammates there to help him do that. So, bit of a shame there from Imperial. Ooh, is he gonna? He's not gonna find anything here, surely. Surely no one gets on that rappel.
No, I don't think so.
Surely no one gets on that rappel.
No, surely not. Oh, somebody's getting on the rappel. Oh,
I mean, he grabs one.
Monkey's paw. Did anybody get on the rappel? Yes. Did it kill the Aruni? Also yes. But in turn, he gets a guy on the ground. Yex taking the fight. You lose the hard breaching. And Imperial Esports losing some important utility. That is a worthwhile trade for Loud. I mean, thankfully you got the 3 exothermics to back you up, but maybe a kill that would have been a bit more impactful 6 months ago. But
imagine pre-thermite buff, that would have been like round over, you know? You'd have been thinking GG's.
Not the case now. Stamp will face some pressure from the exothermic, of course, this being Jacuzzi, important wall to open up when you're attacking a gym bedroom site. But Imperial Esports might need to be a little bit more particular with a little less flexibility. Also, I think, Ollie, as we can see, Loud recognizing the issues they had last time, holding on to red so long, they've backed up, and now there's a clash inside of construction. Yeah,
it's a good choice. If you know a lot of shields are going to be played, bring the clash out, stand in front of them, zap them away. There's not a lot that SXK is going to be able to do to close gap between that and a clash. Or himself in a clash, should I say. And a square 4 versus 4, when you've taken down the hard breach, it's an advantage for the defense every day of the week. Those laser gates are still up. Yes, you've lost the DMR. It would be really nice to have that and try and hold a really long angle from inside of showers or over in toward gym and weight rack. But ultimately, again, it's just going to be around on the time. 1 minute 10. Not a lot of it for Imperial. They do still have that big impact operator of the Blackbeard, and of course Sense with those ROU projectors. That's going to do wonders of cutting off a lot of visibility here for the defense. But they do have to still be used correctly, and there is going to be Wamai in play, so to make sure that they still meet their mark.
Ooh, Wamai very much still in play. Big nade caught letting Stemp survive, or excuse me, the Azami survive briefly in the gym position, but felled by a player on Imperial Esports that gives SexyCake the confidence to move in, running straight past the clash. 1v1 against Wamai, but with the electricity around the corner, this is going to be a difficult melee engagement. Mitrix coming in to bail out his teammate, and now they can fully focus on these remaining players. SexyCake catches Flashtree walking through the smoke. Live, nice little flick onto Mitrix. 1vx, this time Loud in the hot seat. Blackbeard coming in. Be careful about this one. No shield to knock away the Blackbeard's protection, but around the corner, Live gets the headshot. Machina coming in for the 1v1. Getting a little bit risky with that clash still in play, but Imperial Esports retake their lead.
I really felt as though Live was going to win that. It just looked like everything was lining up for him. Mitrix came out of nowhere to save his teammate there. SexyK was really deep on the Blackbeard. And I think the kill maybe comes in from Gym Window. But the angle must have just been incredible, because it felt like the clash had the back turn to like all the important angles that we're exposed to. So I can only think it was a little bit of time in there that did for Mitrix and gave him that little window of opportunity. Big round there for Imperial, one that, I mean, I don't suppose we saw the full intention there. I don't even know if we got the ROU projectors thrown in that round, Lynx. It was a little bit of a wash, considering they lost the ace straight away. It was never going to be plan A, was it? It was always going to be, you know, running down the list, plan B, C, whatever it is. Really close stuff. And Imperial with a bit of a lead now.
Well, and I think to your point about not seeing the ROU projectors, I think it's indicative of the fact that the important thing has and continues to be the shield. Even if there's only one or if there's two, the round seems to kind of live and die off of what that shield can get. And thankfully for Imperial, it's gotten quite a bit in the 3 rounds they've won so far. The only ones it hasn't was that first basement round where SexyCake got knifed in the back by a guy walking through his team's own smoke. And then, of course, in the basement round, in round 4, they go for that rush, but it comes very late in the round. Louder ready for that kind of possibility, not able to have any impact. But in all the rounds they've won, the shields making space, getting a lot of kills. Now here, we actually see probably the strangest permutation of them all. We have one shield, but it's the Fuse instead of the Blackbeard. Now clearing out a lot of that utility placed inside a CCTV. But given the general pace we've seen of Imperial's last CCTV attack, focusing on Khan, probably going to mean we aren't going to see a whole lot until about the halfway point.
Again, SexyK really making this Fuse work, and like you say, it's a great pick for the amount of gadgetry and even just barbed wire that's going to be kicking around. With the way that they've liked to play these rounds, it is often coming down to the wire, so even something as simple as a Grismot mine being removed or a piece of barbed, it might be the difference maker right now. And he has been able to consistently make it work on those shields as well. Still kind of going for this a cross push in through Master and Jim and through construction. Very little focus being shown toward the garage side. Everything open, at least for the time being, on this. And oh, that's a devastating drop there. SexyK just dropped straight into Live. Oh my goodness. When it rains, it pours. Florio, how does he hit that shot? A consolation exit frag. But Loud, they were able to meet Imperial at the breach there.
And again, a round that lives and dies by the shield. Ollie going down early, not much hope for the late round. But of course, we do have some excellent brains to break down whether or not it really was a shield necessary kind of game for Imperial Esports in that attack.
My friends, I will say this is absolutely back and forth, and I think the conversation around Clubhouse as the map pick is going to spiral out of control with how things have been. Imperial took a 2-1 lead and then swung right back to a half that is even Stevens Fox. I don't think we were expecting this.
No, I think we were expecting this. I mean, this is a situation where Loud gave everything possible by going to Clubhouse to Imperial, and Imperial is taking their attacks with charge. I mean, it usually is the attacker favored map, but I think what Lynx was saying is the shields were very important. I think SexyCake being able to take position with that Blackbeard, specifically on like the master bomb site, it was very important because the rest of the push, everyone can only get in if he's making that spearhead push. And yes, I like the clash pick from Loud. I like them trying to be able to deal with the Blackbeard as best as possible. At the end of the day, I think SexyCake would have ran any type of shield if necessary. That being said, it was the reason why they were able to take a lot of position. And Loud's looking very familiar, very similar to how they were losing some of those rounds on Fortress yesterday, which was the lack of trading, the lack of being able to play off of each other. And that was on Fortress. This is on Clubhouse. I mean, them not being able to be within arm's length of each other and be able to help trade, it's a clear big issue. Thankfully, the rounds that they were winning, they were able to just shut down Imperial just due to them being the better players.
So what do you do if you're Imperial here in the second half? You just ban out shields and just hope to God that you can just lock down on site, maybe have one or two roaming around the map to delay and play for time?
Yes, actually. I mean, I think Imperial getting rid of entry operators or info operators and doing heavy roams, heavy basement roams or extends, making Loud clear as many positions as possible, because that's where we're seeing Loud struggle, is to try and play off of each other to focus on those trades. So if they can do that, I think Imperial will be able to continue this good run that they're showing on their defensive half.
Let's see what operator bans we're getting out of this. Capital Clyde, okay, so far pretty standard. I'll probably be seeing a bandit ban with a Monty or a Blackbeard. Usually how it goes, right? Dokkaebi, yeah, it's true. Depending on what really annoys Imperial.
If they're banning out Capital, they know that Loud likes to go for just executes, essentially. So they ban out the operators for the executes and Ace just to make things more difficult.
Okay. Makes sense. Heart Breach, one of them. Okay, fair enough. So far, pretty box standard when it comes to the operator bans, but we'll see how things transpire in the match itself. Now, halfway mark, and we're all tied up. Can Imperial pull up the upset and frustrate the hell out of Loud? We'll send it back to our casters.
We'll have to see if that's the case. I can tell you these bans are going to be frustrating from a viewing perspective, Ollie, just because... Well, actually, no. I take that back. Because you know what's more frustrating when you see, like, it just become a hard breach denial game for the first minute and a half of the round. Now maybe we'll see Loud be able to get into the building a little bit quicker. They have a lot of hard breaching capabilities available. Also, a lot of the disruption ops available. Ying Grim on your screen, for example. Shields available as well. A lot of fun stuff.
The bans from Imperial are a bit trash, aren't they?
Okay, that was a bit more hyperbolic than what I was going for, but
I mean, okay, I get it. An Ace and a Capital taken away, but I don't know. This is prime real estate these days, and you've got to be making the most out of your bans. Like you say, very different ideologies, I think, between these two teams. Imperial still very not stuck, but clinging on to the double shield metas and things of that nature, whereas, as we've seen, you know, information is the name of the game now. And yes, you can get info from shields. They can be used as a beachhead. It's a little bit of a Swiss Army knife in a lot of ways. You can do quite a lot with only one thing. There's sometimes no substitute for a good old bit of Deimos or a bit of Snake coming into the mix, and it will just give a lot more information, direct information over toward Loud. And it's the fear factor as well. Obviously, when you've got a shield in front of you, yes, there's a fear factor, but when you just know that there's a Deimos kicking around and people are getting tracked here and there, there's definitely a bit of a fear factor of, oop, am I going to be next? And you never know if you are.
Well, and to that point, like if you look at some of Loud's most played operators on the attacking side, it is ops like the Dokkaebi, like the Snake, and there are shields like the Blackbeard, but none of those ops have been banned by Imperial. That doesn't make these bans bad, but it does mean that Loud are probably going to look at this and say, okay, you know, it'll suck not to have Selmas. We can only really bring the Hibana for range breach. It'll suck to have the Capitals, the smokes. Might be a bit harder to bring. Might need to bring more nades to kind of make up for that in the aggregate, but like, Deimos has nades. That's at least two of them kind of figured out. You can get a lot of the same disruption from the Grim, which they really like to play. So, to your point, Imperial Esports, I think, not really doing a whole lot with these bans, and the lineup that Loud has at the moment, a lot of tools, but we've not really seen a whole lot of action just yet. Control of CCTV being established at about the halfway point, so it is quite a standard pace. It's not like Loud are getting a whole lot at the moment, and now that they're running into some of these mirror windows, this is where Imperial Esports can really turn up the pressure on the attack and burn a lot of time.
Nice line open there for Gabriel to have a quick look through. This clash can be dealt with the Nomad, so not too much of a problem there. But you can see how condensed already Imperial have gotten themselves. The benefit of bringing the clash here is that you can be a little bit more front up just inside of that bedroom area. This is where the worry factor really starts to come in. It's Deimos from below. a lot of the floor up there is going to be soft. It's going to be fairly straightforward to get some bangs off, but with the addition of those mute jammers, there will be pockets of safety that can be found. Starting now for a bit of a hop in, and Resets is going to find one. It isn't going to open things up yet, though.
No, not yet. This is going to be an extremely contentious fight, but Stemp cuts somebody off on the main stairs flank while the entire execute's going down. All of Loud just holding passive angles, and the defense walks right into them. Characteristic Loud round taking a lot of time to get to that site, but Imperial quite eager to give them angles and openings, and it's almost a flawless.
I think it's to your detriment, isn't it, when you're going into the final stage and you've not won anything over inside of Cash and CCTV? Like, if you're going to be bringing the clash, I feel like you need to try and contend there for a little bit longer. Yes, it's great for just standing in the middle of bedroom, and you can use, you know, the mattress, the bomb chassis, all the other bits and bobs, and your shield to keep yourself alive. You can find some great positions in there. But I just feel like they could have done with contending a little bit more on the external of the site, because 50 seconds for, what, a couple of rooms? It's very easy to start breaking that down, even under the pressure of the clock and the fact that you know that's where everyone's going to be. So, a little bit of a missed opportunity. We'll be trying to hide the clash again here. Maybe sort of hoping that the Nomad won't be brought as a direct counter. Obviously, with Cash and CCTV, you could often bring a Capit out, especially for clearing out the rafters, but that has been taken away by Imperial, so there is going to be an intent to play this rafters, I would imagine, fairly heavily. They don't have any catching utility, but they do still have the Azami and the Clash, which can be quite a nice duo on that rafter regardless. A Flaster at the last second will lock in the Nomad, so even the attempt to hide the Clash hasn't really worked out too well.
Will this be a problem to deal with, but we'll have to see how effective Loud are at maneuvering around the shield, and of course these Kibas. Any support is provided in Lounge. Yes, it will be from Mocking on the two brow. So generally a hold pretty close to CCTV, and Cash is only Sexy Cake with those mute jammers. Looking over towards the opposite side, Yex already stanced up on the plat wall, ready for that breach to hit, but picks it back up as Loud not looking to make any moves too quick. Again, something I mentioned, if you're new to watching SAL, new to watching Loud, tend to be one of the slowest teams inside of the SAL. Not uncommon for opening picks or plants to come super late in the round. I mean, the one we just saw, not opening pick not coming till 34 seconds remaining. So, please get comfortable for a lot of these rounds. Loud like to check every single box, perhaps to an unproductive and obsessive extent, but just have to see if that ends up being the case here.
Ooh, Flastry. Oh. Maquina, obviously feeling himself with that DMR. He was like, yeah, I fancy that challenge. Nope. Think again, buddy. Nice edge I placed down at the bottom as well. That's not only going to restrict the Clash's movements, but if anyone was looking to try and move below with a C4 for a denial at a later point, it's going to be something to contend with. Really awkward breach here as well. It's giving great visibility and good cutoff. Obviously, the Clash can front up to it a little bit, but you've no idea where the attacker is going to be holding from on that rappel. Stemp trying to pincer that pressure in from Cash window as well. As Mitrix is going to be the next target here and just dealt with. Nade at his feet. Flastry's hot right now.
And with the Lounge player dealt with, Garage player taken down with a minute remaining. It's hard to see how Loud lose this one. I mean, you still have the Clash to worry about, but even Florio on low HP. The victory seems inevitable at this point. Flashtree might be low, and Florio has a lot of utility. Yex going down as well. Loud just need to hit the go button, but a couple players make that 3 players fall. Florio, double kill at the SMG-11. Sexy Cake roaming with that shotgun. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2 with Flashtree on 1 HP. And no diffuser control, at least immediate control. Gabu can pick it back up. Florio still has 2 smokes, and Sexy Cake with a C4 to toss and deny this plant. Look at this hole. Such a narrow angle to deny it through. Tags up Sexy Cake, but can't get it. The mute's able to cross, and Sexy Cake making his way. 2v5 turns into a 1v2 with Flashtree. Only 1 bullet required to deal with this defender. A shotgun, even at that range, should be the end of him. Sexy Cake makes the cross. There's too much for Flashtree to worry about. There's immediate information. The Sexy Cake knows he's on rappel, a pre-fire, all that's necessary. Not a lot of ammo, but with that fire rate, Florio goes in for the distraction as Sexy Cake C4 misses. Hits the counter defuse. Can Flashtree find the angle? Comes up, halfway gone. Sexy Cake just needs to pre-fire. Headshot lands. An unbelievable throw from Loud, dropping a 2v5 for Imperial to tie the game.
Brilliant play there from Sex Cake. Honestly, for a moment, I thought that Imperial had fumbled that. It looked very straightforward. It looked very straightforward for Loud as well in a lot of ways. They just needed to try and get the plant down once they'd gotten garage control. We didn't need this big flood of players over toward that cash side. Hold from the rappel and work your angles. Obviously, the ace being banned really benefits Imperial there, because the angles that were made with the Hibana, it's a less than ideal breaching tool for walls. Hibana, queen of hatches, but when it comes to getting plat wall open, give me a thermite any day of the week. You just get far more visibility, and it makes for a much easier time of things. But it did look for a moment as though Imperial were going to fumble that, and Flashtree was going to have a fantastic round. He'd have got 4 kills if he'd have cleaned up everybody there, but they were able to just pace themselves quite nicely. Nice little bit of bait on the run out as well. The red text defender outside always gives a bit of a shiver down your spine. So you know that you've got to kind of deal with that problem first, then move on to the problem of the person on the diffuser. And Sexy Cake, brilliant little bait on the plant there, or on the disable there, should I say, and really got the job done. All level now, 4 rounds apiece, but still not much in it between these two.
Not much in it, and Imperial feeling like they need to take a tactical timeout, maybe try to get that kind of edge. I mean, to be fair, that was a 2v5 they had to win, so hitting the pause, resetting, definitely understandable. Could be Loud 5-3 right now, and at that point on Club, things start getting silly, especially since the last time, or in one of the bigger games we saw Imperial on Club, was an 8-7 against Furia, which quite a good scoreline, quite a great result for the team, netting them 1 point, but you're Imperial, you might need every round you can get your hand on, especially since Loud putting up a decent fight on this attack so far, though a lot of familiar problems rearing their head for this attacking team at the moment. Imperial coming out of the attack will go down to basement, as talk about weird site rotations. First time we're seeing that this half, and given that it is a defensive bastion, threatening to take the lead away from Loud.
Just in the reverse. We've just done the site rotation in reverse.
I call that the M80.
You call that I call it the 180.
Oh, that was clever. Okay. I gotta give you that. That was clever.
Downstairs we go. Kind of like the lineup at the moment from Imperial. Got a nice mix of a few different things. Haven't got the stock hatch open. Haven't got it reinforced at the minute, so it is going to be an option for them to rotate back down that. But whereas we saw Loud go for very much a turtle hold, it's a lot more extended here. Mitrix. So he's had the player above open the hatch for him, so he can just look to harass a little bit here. He's got a chance. If he catches Live with a Candela in hand, that's a freebie. There's no way that he can shoot back. But Live knows about this player. Going to send the Candela in, and that's enough to flood him out. He doesn't need to stick around and find out what happens next, because, spoiler alert, you are about to get pushed, and probably another Candela sent that way. But good little soak up of a little bit of that attacker utility. Granted, it's only 1 Candela, but it's 1 less that Live will have to use on the site.
And it's a small detail, but as we can see, there wasn't a whole lot of presence in or around Lounge. There might have been some defender on Secret that I missed, but Loud expend a Candela, and there's nobody really in a position to cut off the Ella. She rotates back. Mitrix literally just by threatening that position drains that bit of utility, and Loud full clearing the top floor, face-checking angles, and only getting through Logi. And it's taken half the round to do so. Again, Loud taking so much time to accomplish necessary and important tasks, but we're only going to start getting vertical, even angles open with minute 30, minute 15 seconds left, and if that's the case, this is going to be another late one unless Loud can transition quick.
Yeah, they've got quite a bit of work still to do, haven't they? Some hatches to open up. They have bodies in the right positions. 4 Bs as well, so blue shouldn't be too much of an issue. You're going to know who's stuck in behind the generator. Goyo kind of is the thing that concern me, though, because they're something that can take up 15 to 20 seconds. Starting to try and get that church wall open now, but with only a small Hibana hole, it isn't going to be easy. C4 straight out of there as well. The last Excaros pellet sent now from resets. He's just going to try and give himself another angle here. They won't be able to transition through that church wall, though. That is important at this stage. It's going to have to be a drop through motor and a push down long.
Reset's thinking there might be another small line to the player playing close moto. Almost gets another one, taking a more aggressive position. Double swing with the SMG-11. Reset's not ready for it. Stemp trying to move in for the trade. Gets them both somehow. Immediate advantage for Loud. And all of Church now cleared. Attack just needs to get in, but some important time spent getting resets back up. Stemp is the only one putting in the work for Loud right now. So the 1vx, Sexy Cake on the floor, off angle, gets the better of Stemp and closes it out on time. Sexy Cake putting his faith in himself and the clock to take the lead against Loud.
Like, how much more work does Stemp have to do there? If you're him, you've got to be feeling so hard done to there. Sexy Cake's just cleaned up, led prone in Ash rush spot. Like, why wasn't the plant going down? There was space for it to happen. I just don't know why we're walking down main stairs and not dropping Moto if Stemp's already killed literally everyone there is to kill.
In blue as well, not even just the site. That's the craziest part.
Like, get a plant down on Moto door. You don't even have to, like, be fancy about it. If you know that the last player is inside the church side, why are we walking down bottom main? Oh, it's painful, isn't it? It's painful for us when we can see everything. And obviously we are just so incredibly knowledgeable that, I mean, if we played it, it'd just be a wrap, right? But yeah, I don't know. You watch it and you, especially when we watch as much Siege as we do and we see how, you know, other teams deal with similar situations like that. I don't know that flooding for the kill was the right play there. Stemp had it on lock.
Well, but also, whether or not you want to engage in any kind of normative critique of Loud, it is, again, another round in which it's coming down quite low. And
was that not normative for you?
Even if Loud have all that information set up Stemp perfectly, when you're getting the opening pick with, that was 16 seconds remaining in that round. 16 seconds the first kill comes through. If anything is in an off position, if anything isn't where it was, like, say, for example, Sexy Cake not being in the normal A-case position like the Azami usually is, but instead being prone behind Ashwall, you just don't have the time to account for that. You don't have the ability to reset. So when you're flooding for kills and an off position when the clock is that low, is the possibility of disruption and the possible extent of it is so much higher. And so a play like Sexy Cake is already potentially dangerous, but it comes even worse at that low time.
You're going to love me for this one. Is that why potentially getting the plant down when time's low is better than going for the kills?
Perhaps. We'll see if how that manifests for Loud in this round as we move on to Gym and Bedroom. It's a flawless site rotation for Imperial. The reverse order paying off quite well. As we go back to CCTV and Cash for the first defense of this. I refuse to say second quarter out to spite Jesse. The second rotation.
That's such an Americanism.
I just, like, you know, it makes sense for certain sports, but it's just not how Siege is divided. It's not how Siege is divided.
You know, I'll tell you what it doesn't make sense for. Football. I watched the England game last night, and I saw. I've not really watched very many of them, to be honest with you. But we got the hydration break at the end of the first quarter.
Don't get me started on that.
Like, we may as well just start calling it the first quarter now in footy.
No, don't get me started on that. That's ridiculous.
Not the position you want to be as a blitz, by the way. Okay, good. We're off. On the rappel is never really where you want to be. That pistol is just not going to hold up against the slew of defender guns that you're going to be going up against. Fairly decent progress has been made here. I don't really know if anything's happened toward Cash and CC side. Like,
oh, I don't think it has.
We've not really got many bodies over there. Stemp is going to be there in a capacity, but not as a serious pushing force. C4 being attempted here by Sexy Cake. Just needs to get the lineup right. Going to be a good way of dealing with resets out there on the rappel, but the longer he holds on to this, the better, really. Stemp getting something else open there. Final exothermic charge used. Resets eventually baits that C4 out, but he takes a ton of damage for it. Will immediately just go for the ADS and try and put some shots back on Sexy Cake, but doesn't land enough.
Doesn't land enough, and Loud facing a lot more challenges with this double shield than we saw from Imperial on their attacking side. It is only Live left, who is getting completely battered by Clash right now, and all of the defense swarms in for the kill. The X's Melees finally find their target. Imperial Esports looking extremely good with a nice little flawless rotation. And now on match point 6-4, I think one thing I'm looking at, Ollie, we get 6 out of 6 opening picks from Loud that first half, only coming away with 3 rounds. I mean, they could have won the game at this point. Now it's Imperial in the lead.
Time out here for Loud. They've looked really good at points in this game, but Imperial just starting to run away with things now. Loud coming up against some of the same problems that we saw Imperial face when things weren't working out with that double shield push. You could see resets, you know, on the balcony outside a bedroom window. Is it the best position to be playing a shield when that's kind of your pushing power? You've got a couple of hard breaches in the mix. You've got the blitz, but no one's really having that sort of doubled up synergy sort of feel to it. It's not like where we've got Imperial as a direct comparison, utilizing those two shields in tandem with one another. It was very separated, very fragmented. Final chance now for them to salvage some points this weekend, as Imperial will approach that map point here. Upstairs to cache and CCTV room we go. Again, a round that on paper looked quite good for Loud for a majority. They were able to get a plant down. They were able to really successfully take control of Garage. It just came down to a bit, again, too much of an overcommitment before that plant was going down. The diffuser wasn't looked after particularly well. It was sort of left outside and we had to go back and get it. If that diffuser had been in capable hands, it would have got planted, you know, 15, 20 seconds earlier, and all of a sudden the amount of bodies that you would have lost would have been far fewer because people are not having to flood to maintain the space that you've been able to take as the attack. So Imperial in a really good position right now, and with the introduction of the Tachanka into the lineup, I really like it because it gives them that extra denial. It gives them that extra area denial. They're still going to be contending as well on this catwalk, which is brave stuff. But they're going to be bringing double catcher utility to do it. So you don't have Via's army. It's not ideal. It did get banned, but you've got your best tools essentially to try and make it happen in that clash, and plenty of catching.
Yeah, just the threat of denial for Imperial is quite high right now, and is something that Loud will have to deal with. First time we're seeing the Snake this half. Really, there's been quite a deficit in information ops from what we've seen from Imperial. Dokkaebi not, from Loud. Dokkaebi not banned, but no belief has been brought this half. Not seen some demos, but the Snake, not a whole lot of that. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But Stemp maybe going to have a bit more flexibility to go for these lurks. Trying to acquire information to set up some of their own individual plays. Florio, sitting right beneath the logistics hatch, will make eye contact with Gabu, but not exchange any kind of shots. Loud contemplating a clear from the opposite side, and as they commit, all the defense falls back. Sexy Cake put to 1 HP, not entirely sure from where, maybe rotating back, who knows. Either way, Loud are able to get the control they want, just sadly not able to find any kills in the process. Half the round to go.
Stemp going to be flicking off the Deimos this time in favor of the Snake. We'll just be keeping a bit of a firm eye on that flank. I do wonder if there's just going to be a total ignore of that Garage side and go for a very construction-sided push, quite similar to the way that we saw Imperial attempt it. Big C4 shot out the air, that'd be alive. This wall soft. Oh, he was just getting a little bit too greedy, trying to get it open. Sexy Case found one, but immediately traded back on. Still the small factor of the clash to deal with, though.
Ooh, and I was about to say, also the factor of Machina deciding to push deeper into Garage, but Flash 3 on the flank watch finds it. Benefit Loud's patient play style. They can catch plays like that and stop anything from getting disrupted. Machina 1 in 9 after that pick right as I say that. Flash 3 thinks the job is done. Mitrix says, you like 1 out, but how about 2? Sends it down rafters, but still advantage Loud as pushing into the site. It's just a trade game that is favoring Loud, who maintain that advantage. But as we settle into a 2v2, Florio, because in the middle, can't really pull out his launcher to delay time. Flashbangs going over top. All the utility, that Tachanka eliminated. Caught in the middle. And Loud finishing it off with that crossfire. Well played 2v2. And just rough positioning that ends up costing Imperial.
Yeah, not able to, like you say, be in a position to use that utility, but they'd kind of just been pulled from pillar to post. Imperial really throwing everything at that. Considering it was a map point, you don't really expect people to be playing as aggressively as that, in that there was 2 runouts out of the bottom of Garage Door. It just feels like a little bit of a mick take at that stage, that's how much these guys wanted to bring it over the line. They had a round buffer now, although they did have a round buffer. Now this is for everything. Full 3 points, only achievable right now now by Imperial. If Loud win this round, we will go to an overtime. There will be a split of the points at the end of it. And of course, for Loud, that's kind of what they're hoping for right now. But we go back downstairs to the basement. And this is the site where it really felt like it was the fundamentals that were at fault for me, Lynx.
And I think to some degree the fundamentals have always just throughout this game been a little bit slippery for everybody involved. But yeah, I mean, the time going so low enables something like Sexy Cake to make a play like that. We want to see Loud just take things not a little bit quicker at the expense of any kind of detail or clarity of vision, but you want to see things happening a little bit earlier, so when you have plays like that, you either have some time to reset or maybe just doing a little bit more early on, chipping away at that advantage earlier, especially now as we see this castle. It's kind of the nature of an extension. There's a greater opportunity theoretically to find kills off-site, but there's also more utility you have to cut through that could burn even more time. We'll have to see what Loud can do with it. Stemp got a 4K last time we saw this site, and he's back on the operator with which he did it. Lifeline. Used to destroy the bar castle quite early, and the players sitting on the hatch. Have to be a quick adjustment from Gabu to get the advantage of that, and Yax rotating down right as the lifeline makes contact. So any opportunity for a pick, not present, as Imperial don't stay too long. They retreat the moment they feel any kind of pressure.
Flash are going to be able to get that stock hatch open now, and already Live has got some good pressure here at the bottom of these main stairs. Mute on the track from the Deimos as well. Big chance of an opening pick here if Sexy Cake just gets a little bit too antsy. There it is. The punch hole gives the game away. Shame for Sexy Cake because he's had a fantastic game up until this point, but that could be a really crucial first kill here in what could be the final round, but Live battling to hold on and take it to an OT.
Especially with this advantage acquired early. Best chance they've had. So many times starting off this half of the disadvantage, only the first, they were able to start off with that 6-0 opening pick, and they only got 3 rounds for it. Position they are, always seemingly on the outside, struggling even to make that 6th place point. Any kind of gap they can place between Los, Black Dragons, and obviously Imperial as well. An absolute necessity. 1 point is better, but they are fighting for that too. That's looking to create more angles, but nobody from the defense biting just yet. It's a full bunker hold, and Loud with this 5v4 still taking time to put all their ducks in a row.
Reset's now going to take that main stairs angle up as we've got Stemp ready and waiting to drop this Moto hatch. He had great success last time. He was able to get 4 kills. Surely you'd think that Imperial would be ready for him this time.
Ooh, Yax clearly ready for that kind of push. Florio getting one as well. Gabu betting it all on the blue push. An important late round play, but it's a close 2v2. 3 points versus a chance at more on the line for Imperial and Loud respectively. But it's been more consistent this time. Some time to reset with 30 seconds to go. Loud played a lot earlier. Oh, and a big pick. Right as resets goes down, Flash 3 with the trade, but no extra utility. Nothing to blind Yax, and no diffuser control either. Flash 3 decides to push for the kill. He's got more ammunition. He can simply outshoot. Take advantage of the time. Oh, put to 1 HP. Super Shorty on the hop up. Just one more shot. All that's required for Yex at a distance. Secondary on secondary, and Flash 3 gets the best of them. Overtime for our first game of the day. Loud with a chance at 2.
I don't even know if Loud deserve it. The diffuser was on the floor in blue. Why has the blue player got the diffuser? I am literally tearing my hair out here at the moment. Oh, it makes... They're making this both... Like, I don't know. Loud are making this difficult. They are really, really making us work for this overtime. Woo! In stark contrast to our games yesterday on SAL, we are going into an OT. The closest game yesterday was a 7-5, I believe. Maybe a 7-4. But aside from that, it was like 7-2s across the board, 7-3s. It was a very quick day. But here already, we have a little bit of overtime action. Nothing separating Imperial and Loud at the moment. Loud going to remain on this attacking side. I know that it was equal halves. I understand that it was 3-3. But I don't know if this is good for them at the moment. I don't know if they would have preferred the defense in the overtime, because some of these attacks have been really, really painful. They have been having to battle like hell to get anything going. Gym and bedroom. Let's see what they've got for us. Again, we've got Imperial and Yex trying to hide that clash, and be that unpredictable factor, but I think it's just so expected at this stage from Loud that they will still be bringing that Nomad and will still be bringing some tools to try and make it happen. Didn't really get to see the full intention behind the Sense and the ROU projectors previously either, so it'd be nice to see what Loud have got in mind with those on this site. Of course, cutting off those lines of sight is so important, and it can give you a real gap to try and get in behind and fill.
Your point earlier about the extremely dicey at times attacks we saw from Loud. It's nice to see the last one, them attacking with, you know, a bit earlier with 30 seconds remaining. Gives them time to reset, gives them a little bit of an advantage. With the presence of the Clash, which obviously we've seen quite a few times so far, the ability to rotate over to construction, there are some worries for this gym bedroom attack. Need to see them making progress at about the halfway point, taking control of CCTV and cash at a minute 30 for this to really feel like they're moving at the standard pace. Stemp down below can apply pressure to this Clash, and the Warden playing on the opposite side. Has both of them tracked as well.
Let's have a look.
So they're viable targets. We are just now reaching that point where we need to see some movement. If the defense is falling back, that's all well and good, but might be a bit of a missed opportunity for Loud, who really have needed every advantage they could get their hands on, especially if round 12 is as close as it was. An opening pick with seemingly good control. The fact that we're at a minute 20 seconds remaining and we still have people waiting on plat wall. Stemp hasn't found anything for this vertical. He's worried that Loud might be falling back into old problems.
Yeah, the time is going to be a factor, isn't it? Stemp has had a pretty of a difficult time finding any success on the vert as well today. I mean, I know Clubhouse isn't a map where you think of a lot of potential for attackers to get vert kills, but it hasn't come easy to him, that much is for certain. Resets where we've seen him play the Blackbeard in that position. Instead, this time is going to be on Striker. Just gives himself a little bit more utility to work with, and as we said, the shield didn't quite work out well for them. They haven't even chosen to contend over on that Jacuzzi side until now. Flastry eventually will rotate over there, but limited only to X-Kairos pellets. It isn't going to be so straightforward to get meaningful breaches open. Big opening pick, though. He doesn't need too much of an invitation, just a popped mirror window to find his first.
A pop mirror window, but with no way in. That's all it's going to be, an angle. But the way in, instead, we finally see that ROU projector, creating a little bit of a line inside of the site. Live gets in and then sent out by Sexy Cake. But he's done his job. Moved us into the post, and Sexy Cake might have 15 kills, but only 1 bar of HP. Him and Florio, both quite close to death. Mitrix, a factor, but the same fate. We'll give them an advantage. Skabu can be picked up, but next to both those windows, Loud feel it's too great a risk. Stemp ready for that air jab, playing off the information perfectly. 14-8 right now. 14-9, excuse me. Might get a 15 as Mitrix around the corner, hit by another air jab. Florio domes him! Oh no! Could have been a 2v2, maybe hold off the remaining attacker, but now the round is lost, all on time. Loud with the numbers and the clock on their side. It might be a slow game, but Loud take their time for match point.
This game just keeps delivering, doesn't it? We get mega unfortunate team kill in the first round of overtime. Like, it was going to be extremely difficult to win, but you've got a lot better chance in a 2 versus 2 than you have in a 2 versus 1. Oh, such pain there for the side of Imperial. Loud take a lead here. Going into the OT. We didn't have the highest of hopes for him on those attacks, but we finally got to see the idea behind the ROU projector and blocking off so much visibility, allowing that plant to go down inside a gym. Brilliant sort of distraction tactic as well from Makwina. I think the kill that he got onto the mirror window was obviously the trigger. That was the go button, where it was like, yep, we've killed the shout player. We can now just start to move on from there. Let's go send the ROU and start to try and get that plant down. Sexy Cake stuck in the middle of the site, not really able to do anything. Everyone getting tagged up to high heaven as well. Big round for Loud. Puts themselves in the driver's seat here for the first time when points are on the line. 7-6, can they convert it here on the basement?
All they need to win is that primary site. You'd have to hope on the defense. This is where they can close it out. Again, team that historically has needed every point they can get their hands on, coming away with 2 instead of 1, especially this late in the game. Only a couple points separating them from Los or Imperial. You have to be a bit nervous in Loud's position. Couple play days, especially if Imperial are putting in work like this, could change everybody's fate. Of course, the basement defense that we saw from Loud was quite good. They won it both times. They attempted it. It's the only thing that was consistent for them. I mentioned it again, the opening pick, 6-0, but coming away only with 3 conversions for that defensive half. So even if you see them start with a 5v4, this could be quite problematic. Imperial Esports not relying on the double shield this time. It's just the Blackbeard, but still plenty of important operators. Ying and the Snake, plus the shield, basically dipping a bit into every style of play that's meta right now.
Looking for a little pressure here early on those main stairs. Yex doesn't want to give anyone an easy flank up. With all these hatches reinforced and all the bodies on that basement level, there's the entire map here for Imperial to work with. It's all just going to be about ticking boxes and getting things done here. Got some secondary hard breach, so they will be able to get these hatches open. They have the Hibana as well, of course. So kitchen hatch and the util exchange that will go on there, as inevitable as it is, it will favor the attack in the end. It's just going to be a war of attrition there, and Florio has more X-Karos pellets than the defenders have impact grenades. Giving it a pretty good go, though. I think all 4 have been dedicated to that cause just to try and burn out as much time as possible. And, of course, limit the amount of angle that is going to be inevitably opened on that church wall. Nice little reinforcement on the side of blue as well. It's just going to give Gabu a bit of security to play on. He's got the Kiba barricade as well, so watching Moto as a drop is going to be quite comfortable for him there. Blackbeard pushing in, maybe a little bit less so. The nades are likely going to see him sent, and ooh, it's a great Toxic Babe canister. Just going to force these attackers into different positions.
Ooh, force them into different positions, but it's Machina just holding a passive angle on main, who starts things off well. Loud maintain their advantage through the chaos. And a brief pause. Perhaps one of the most important positions will be this blue hold. Gabu's still alive. Some crazy counts over on the side of Loud. 13 and 9 for the Warden. Oh, the Womai playing close. Reset's getting aggressive. Tries to fight for the pick. It's put even more of a burden on the Warden's shoulders. Has to watch his back and the front, yet he's doing the job well. Him and Stamp, the 2 most lethal players for Loud, trying to hold on for dear life to close this out. 8-6. Sexy Cake moving in. He trades. Now it's a 1v2 for Stamp. Shield in his way. He can push in and maybe rely on Mitrix to go for the flank, but Sexy Cake pushes deep, and Mitrix comes in at the last second. Needed to move once Sexy Cake hits, but there's a full commit on the call, and all 15 required.
Difficult position for Mitrix to play because he doesn't want to overcommit to the site in case the diffuser goes down, because the post plan is going to be on those main stairs, but also can't leave his teammates just fight that 1 versus 1, needs to be there for the trade. So some real crucial communication there between Sexy Cake and Mitrix in the dying seconds of that round. Round 15 awaits us then. Nothing separating these 2 teams. If we cast our minds back, it was a topic we spoke about on the desk, and something that Fox was bringing up, that the last time we saw Imperial play this map, it was an 8-7. It did go all the way to round 15, and it was against Furia last week. Furia, of course, coming out the winners in that game. It'd be devastating for Imperial to have another max OT game on club and not come away with a full 2 points at this stage.
It would be really unfortunate. I mean, to come so close, to be denied it again, and that's also Imperial's only point in the league so far. Going up against a team that is literally second in Brazil right now and being denied full recognition of that effort, though some consolation, that sucks. But to have it be done again, and a team that you're much more in competition with for the standings, mathematically it's impossible for Imperial to catch up with Furia. It's difficult, but it's much more theoretically possible for them to catch up to Loud. To surmount that position, to make it into that 6th place spot, that's what Imperial are fighting for, and every point will be necessary, just as it is for Loud, to keep space between teams like Los, just below, and also, as they're in contention with Fluxo W7M, a team that's been a lot more consistent in the overall history of SAL in the past couple years. They might be tied, but that could change. That ceiling for that team seems to be, and has always been, much higher than Loud's. 2 is greater than 1, but that 1 point difference doesn't fully explain it for both teams and what this might do for them, depending on how the other games pan out. It's a roam from Imperial. Couple players moving around the top floor to start out round 15. Loud go for the full clear. Aren't necessarily looking to take it in its entirety. They're looking to at least cut them off should the defense tries to rotate back.
There is a bit of potential for the defense here as well. We've got a Scopus shell upstairs inside a bedroom. That will be something that you want to try and destroy. Last thing you're going to want is Sexy Cake given the option for a flank at a later point. It will just be providing info at the moment, though. C4 nicely dodged out there by resets. I believe there's going to be a player inside of Logi as well, so something else for him to contend with right now. Live's got a pretty good pinch on this player, but even just the time that's being wasted right now by Maquina is massive. Multiple stuns being sent out, hard breach gadget, air jab, everything flooded towards getting rid of Maquina. And even then it doesn't come for free. Sexy Cake on the flank gets himself 2 before being taken out by Flastry. An equal 3 versus 3 on the scoreboard maybe, but devastating for these attackers.
And God forbid Sexy Cake gets that 3rd kill there. I mean, you take down the Ying on that flank, that's probably the game for Imperial. Sexy Cake's still done plenty of good work, so shouldn't feel all that bad. And I mean, Ollie, look at this lineup. Goyos and Smokes with a minute remaining when we're still opening hatches. This is going to be a brutal late round.
It's going to be really difficult from here on out for Loud. I guess they've just got to try and be as efficient as they can. They're not going to be able to get everything that they want open. Breaching charges, yeah, sure, they're nice and quick. Kitchen hatch can be quick. There's still 2 impacts, which could drag it out a little bit. Fortunately, it looks as though that's already opened. Moto opened as well. The diffuser juggled around into Stemp's hands. Not sure how much I like that, but he has got a good amount of HP to tank.
A lot of HP to tank, but literally an entire round on basement was won by Stemp going huge. Now ticked lower and lower by some utility. Resets gets 1. Yex locking things down by himself on the church breach. And it is a full defense of the A site. Mitrix joining him in blue, looking around for the pinch, but Flashtree just checks the angle on ADS, not looking at the late round position. And with no time remaining and no information, it's no loss at round 15. Imperial change their fortunes and take the victory against Loud.
Big game there for Imperial. We haven't seen necessarily the best out of this team so far, but they've finally come in and given a good account of themselves. They've gotten a win on the board. It's an overtime win. It's maximum overtime, but they do manage to get a little bit of revenge, I guess, for that very close game versus Furia. A super close matchup to kick it off, and there's loads to discuss with our desk.
I'm sorry. This is insane, Fox, in terms of how it impacts our teams. Loud are not going to be happy with that. That's for sure. They do get 1 point at the end of it, but Sexy Cake, the game of a lifetime. We haven't seen Sexy Cake play a game like this in literal years. And if there was one to really put the numbers up, it is this one, showing you that yet again, even if you're at the bottom of the standings, you can always play Gatekeeper.
I mean, they absolutely needed it. They needed some big performances. We've seen Imperial having a little bit of shining lights in their previous games, getting slower, inching closer and closer. I think the 7-8 against Furia gave them that confidence that they need today, especially Sexy Cake. I mean, he was playing out of his mind, phenomenal, but everyone on the team, they played amazing, and it was well-deserved. We said it, if there was going to be an upset, it would be on Clubhouse. It would be against Loud, and that's what we saw.
It's absolutely that. Well, we have an old friend standing by. Gile, let's bring him up.
Hello, guys.
Hello. It has been a long time, my friend. Welcome back to the show. Congrats on the win. That is a huge victory for you. Your first one of the stage. What does that mean to you and the team?
Well, it means a lot because we had a close result yesterday against NIP. The last week against Furia, almost. I mean, that's amazing because the game against W7M Fluxo, it was awful because we did that cafe, I bet the worst cafe ever, but for the Sunday against Furia, we we came to the game, you know. Yesterday the same, but finally today our first point. Thank God. Oh my God.
Yeah, congratulations that you guys got the win. I noticed that you guys were playing a lot of Clash. Obviously, I just want to pick your brain a little bit on what was the communication like in the server. Did you feel like the Clash was really stopping them, or, you know, just walk us through why there was so much Clash play?
Man, I can say to you that Yax is our suicidal man, you know, because he's doing this function and is very ungrateful, because you are the one that will communicate a lot, and the chance of you dying is 100%. So Yax is doing this very well. He knows how to play this function that are very ungrateful. This function that you are the guy that do not have the aim, but you have the shield and you have your mouth to give out the calls and try to give it to your team some vision, some steps to make, you know. So Yax is doing very well with the Clash.
Yeah, amazing. And were you guys really happy that it went to Clubhouse? I mean, yeah, the 7-8 lost to Furia, but it was a very close one. And now you guys are 8-7 Loud. Were you surprised that it went to Clubhouse?
Well, I can say that I'm a little surprised, but almost we took the 3 points, you know, almost. I believe that we made some mistakes, but we were totally able to win with 7 points. But okay, the game is the game, you know. You have to play round by round. But okay, over time we did, and that's it.
It feel good seeing Sexy Cake putting up numbers like it was, what, 2019 all over again?
Yes. Oh my God. He was so confident. He was so confident. And
what do you think changed? Why did he feel so confident today?
Well, I think that what changed to our team was the loss against Fluxo, because that game was awful, was very bad. Dude, we need to erase this day. And in that Saturday, we had a serious talk here, and I believe that after this talk, our team started to show some gameplay against Furia, yesterday against NIP, and all the crew, all the team was so confident and tried so a lot against Furia. Yesterday we did try it, so it was a close loss, you know, 8-7 in the last week, and yesterday it was 7-5. So I believe that what changed the Sexy Cake and our crew was that loss, you know, in Café against Fluxo.
Well, hopefully you can keep up that energy going into the last few weeks of the competition, maybe deeper into the year. Yeah, thank you very much. Congratulations on a huge win today, and we hope to see you next time. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Sorry about my rusty English, but
it's perfect.
That's okay.
Oh, it was great.
We understood you perfectly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
There it is, a former member of talent turned to coach over the past few years, especially, of course, here in Brazil. At the end of the day, Imperial, as Guy was saying, could have gone and gotten all 3 points, but they'll be happy with their first victory of the stage, Fox.
I mean, you got to be happy, right? And especially it being on Clubhouse, them being able to right their wrongs from that Furia matchup. And they said after that matchup, that's when they had their big talk right before it. They realized we can compete against these good teams. Let's get an ego mental reset, and that's what they needed. And Loud gave them every opportunity, but I really want to commend Imperial for the way that they were running the shields. I think that was something that we noted at the start. The Blackbeard on the attacks, the Clash on defense. I think it put a big wrench in Loud's plans. They didn't know how to work around it, specifically on Loud's attacks. It didn't seem like they could pivot around it. They weren't bringing the Capitao because it was banned, obviously, so they didn't have responses for it. That being said, I think there was a lot of big hero-making plays from Imperial in those late rounds because they were set up in positions. They had the confidence. We had Sexy Cake dropping 18 kills coming alive. Mitrix was there on the attacks. And even though they had those big plays, still the same issue arises from the previous matchup was the opening kills. It was Yex that had 5 opening deaths. Today it was Machina having 5 opening deaths. He only went 2 and 13. So thankfully, everybody else on the team was able to drop double digits. But that's still something for Imperial to take and look forward to improving on going into the last 3 play days for them. So, well, victory, you know, the battle was won, but, you know, the whole shebang is not over yet.
The shebang is absolutely not over. There's still a few play days to get through here as well. Of course, we play up to play day 9 in every single region. We're going through 6 now, so there's a total of 9 more points that can be earned for Imperial from this, and it's possible. But you better start believing in a comeback and a lot more than that to get through it. As you see, it had to go the entire distance for it to close out. Especially Sexy Cake putting up numbers in there, but Medrix, Florio, I mean, they were doing incredibly well today, and that was the closer. That was the unexpected way where Resets had no time, and he was not able to close out the match for Loud. They'll still get 1 point out of this, but Imperial going out as the big winner. So let's just go for the MVP. Come on, we know it is. It's felt like. I've been waiting for this for like 7 years to show up again. Sexy Cake, the MVP of the match.
I haven't seen Sexy Cake as MVP since Atlantic City.
You were playing
2018, 2019, whenever that
2018.
Yeah, 2018. So it's good to see him come back and have games like this. I know being an IGL and being a player that's so experienced, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. A lot of people are always questioning you know, the IGL's performance. Are they going to be doing good? They're underperforming. Is it worth to have a player that's older with the experience when there's so much young talent with sparky aimers? And he still got it in him. When you have that confidence, when you know that you can beat the team and the environment's very comfortable on a map like Clubhouse, you don't have to be too micromanaging. You can just focus on your own play. Sexy Cake's able to come alive and put his best foot forward. And yeah, that blitz on attack, that was something that was very difficult for Loud to be able to respond to. So their shield plays, Blitz Blackbeard did a really good job of being able to take position. He was also getting a lot of kills as well. So Sexy Cake, well-deserved MVP.
I actually have a very esoteric question, either to you or really to the chat here, Fox. You know, Sexy Cake's name is Sexy Cake. What would you consider to be a Sexy Cake? What kind of cake? I'll just leave that question hanging in the air. You can think about it if you want to. You don't have to think about it if you don't.
I mean, I have an answer. I'd imagine a Sexy Cake is whenever a Sexy Cake turns around.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. I mean, he can't sneak up on you. That's why he doesn't lurk, because you hear the cake clapping on the way. Anyways, Fox, that is our post game for game number 1 for today, and I think that's a great warm up into what more we have in store for you. NIP versus Lost promises to be a big hit, and we'll talk about that and more after the break.
And we are live. Yeah, my friends, the system override updates are already online. So let's dive into some of them. The first one, even the great Gilberto Barros knows already. We got the Casino Map Edition, more specifically Calypso Casino. And probably only the Brazilians will get this reference. Launched just now in Operation System Override and inspired by Rainbow Six Vegas, the new scenario is set in Las Vegas and features spots that scream a real gambling pit. Pool table, roulette, bar, tobacco shop, aquarium, internal security circuit, and even a vault, actually. Now that we're listening to it, there's a lot going on in this map, right?
Eu achei ele um pouco exagerado em questão do tamanho, não achei que é um mapa que entraria bem assim no competitivo, porque ele é gigantescamente gigante.
Eu tenho mais opiniões negativas, acho que o mapa é muito grande, muito quarto, muito sapão, é um mapa muito diferente, e a saída dos spawns atacantes é muito longa também, tem uns spawns que você nasce muito longe. Tirando essa parte, eu acho que é um mapinha muito fácil de trocar tiro, então essa parte é divertida. Acho que pra parte casual ali do jogo, é um mapa bem divertido de jogar. De primeira impressão, achei da hora. Parece ser um mapa que dá pra explorar bastante entrada, bastante estilos de táticas, então eu curti, mas tem que ver aí quando ele chegar futuramente para um competitivo pra ver como vai ser.
Alright, and talking about controversial changes, we also got the Dokkaebi remaster, with the main tweak hitting her signature ability. It's no longer the Logic Bomb, it's the Jago Charge. The gadget job is to trigger one enemy phone at a time, not all of them at once, forcing the defender to stand still and restart the device, because if they don't, they'll take a nice 40 HP damage. So, the question is this a buff or a nerf?
Tá louco, a Dokkaebi foi o maior buff do jogo que já existiu ali, comparado com os Shield, mano. Tá muito roubado, muito OP, tem muito pouco counter, basicamente só o Mute. E eu tenho certeza que ela vai ser nerfada aí novamente, porque tá muito apelona. Ela já era do meta, acho que vai continuar ainda mais no meta. Acho que mudou um pouco o intuito do boneco, mas tá muito roubado. Já era um boneco muito forte e agora ficou extremamente forte.
Cara, eu acho que a Dokkaebi foi um buff bizarro, assim, né? Eu acho que você conseguir ligar para operadores individualmente ali e até mesmo se o cara não desligar o telefone, quebrar o celular do cara e o cara tomar um dano ali, isso deixa muito mais chato para quem tá defendendo, mas eu acho que muito legal para quem tá atacando. Você consegue fazer vários combos de recurso, né? Seja ligar num time, com montanha armando um shield pro cara ter que desligar, ou algo do tipo assim. Então acho que é um operador que, porra, um buff da hora demais, mano.
Another cool new thing is also tied to the KB. I'm talking about the XK-23 assault rifle, which, besides the South Korean attacker, can also be used by Sense and Rawara. The general stats on this new rifle, which our friend GC Gamer is showing you here, are mid-range with 49 base damage, 675 RPM, and a 35 round mag. It's a solid loadout pick, but maybe not enough to hype up the SAL pros.
Cara, a nova arma é boa, mas eu achei que ela acabou entrando no lugar dos operadores errados, assim. Eles têm DMR e a DMR é muito meta. Ela faz rombos enormes na parede, mata o cara, tipo, 2 tiros de raspão. Então, tipo, eu achei ela uma boa arma, mas não foi encaixada, assim, 100% no lugar perfeito.
Eu achei ela muito boa, ela tem muito dano. O recoil dela é bem tranquilo de controlar. Eu achei ela uma arma muito boa, só que ela concorre ali com a DMR, né? Na Dokka. Então acho que acaba que ela pode ser usada em outros bonecos, por exemplo, uma Hawara, que também tem DMR, ou um Sense.
Perfect. Lastly, and definitely not less important, we got the launch of Infamous Ranked 3.0. Basically, it works like this. First, you don't start from zero. Your rank depends on your previous season rank and your result in the best of 5 qualifiers. Each rank has 5 divisions, and you need 100 points to advance. Gain points when you win, lose points every loss. When queuing for a match, the system only looks at your actual rank, so no more hidden MMR, and team balance is done by squad level. If you win against stronger teams, you get more bonus points. If you win against weaker teams, you get less. They also changed the matchmaking criteria. From Bronze to Emerald, you can play with friends within 3 ranks. For Diamond and Champions, it's only 2 ranks. All of this makes you progress slower, based purely on wins and losses. No KD affecting your score anymore, which intentionally makes everything harder.
Eu acho que o revamp da Ranked foi muito bom, assim, o conceito que eles trouxeram. Ainda não tive a oportunidade de jogar o suficiente. A gente precisava dessa mudança na Ranked mesmo, tava muito monótono. O Champion era algo muito fácil, então tudo isso que tá trazendo de novo é bem legal.
Sobre a Ranked nova, eu diria que o que mais agrada é ter o MMR antigo, né? Que você não ficar, tipo, puxando Ranked caindo com uma galera muito abaixo, mesmo estando Champion, essas coisas que... Tanto pra eles é uma experiência ruim, quanto pra mim fica um bagulho muito fácil e é meio chato isso. Também a questão de subir de ranking não ser tão fácil, né? Eu vi a galera até falando sobre que você tá ganhando só 20 pontos, tá sendo mais difícil, mas eu prefiro desse jeito, que antigamente era, pô, você tinha que dar a vida pra pegar o Champion, enquanto ultimamente qualquer um pegava.
That's it, my friends. These were the main season's updates so far. Thanks, squad. See you next time. Peace!
There it is, a little bit of a refresher on how things have been going in this stage so far with the latest operation and patch. I hope that those out there that are looking forward to a Dokkaebi patch in the near future are having a grand old time. Fox, we're back in here. We got some games to go through, and well, we have our next match. Ninjas Pajamas versus Lost, and after Loud were only able to collect a singular point, I think there is an opportunity here for Lost to jump up in the standings and all that. So let's just talk about our rosters, bring up NIP first and discuss them, because yesterday they were absolutely pushed to the edge in their game against the Imperial, but they still collected the entire 3 points. They're looking incredibly comfortable this stage. They're at third place at 12 points. An extra 3, they're going to be jumping way higher up.
Yeah, and something we commended NIP yesterday on Bank, even though they were playing against Imperial, I think the last game we just saw, Imperial is looking like a good competitive team at the moment, so it doesn't take anything away from NIP. And something we commended them on was the way that they were able to be methodical. Yes, they can be aggressive. Fantasy can go in, he can get kills, he can clutch up, but in those last few moments when time starts to come down to it, what are they focused on? They're focused on the objective, connecting to each other. And there's a reason why they're the most planting team right now in the SAL. It's because of them being able to understand the fundamentals late round. They've always had that early game aggression down. Now they finally have it cohesively with making sure that they're playing objectively once they get those opening kills. And that's something that NIP, in my opinion, has never really done successfully. And we're starting to see them do it almost every game so far. And it can only go up from here.
I mean, Hates was someone we talked about endlessly yesterday before the game started, but it was Fantasy that really put up the numbers when it was needed. That's Ninjas Pajamas, though, on the other side are Lost. And just to give you the comparison here, Lost are currently at 7th place, and Loud, having collected a single point, they are at 8 right now, or 8 points. 5th position. Flux with W7M haven't played. Of course, they are at 7 points themselves. An opportunity for Lost to overtake. That is one they do not want to miss. And IP are a strong opponent, but I think we've seen that Lost has a lot to offer. Their run in kickoff, the way that they've done things once they've qualified to Salt Lake City, it shows you that this team has still a lot to offer. And honestly, some players that I think a lot of people that aren't too familiar with the region really underestimate. Dafo is one that puts up numbers with Nita, Perez, and Dash. I mean, these three especially can really save you from lost rounds or lost games.
Yeah, Perez is one of those players that I've never really seen him have a bad game. He's always doing good. Yeah. He was on lesser known teams. He's never really had a shot as one of those, top 3, top 4 orgs in the SAL. But he really makes a name for himself every time he's in the server. And Los as a whole have started out the stage pretty good. I mean, they beat Loud. They've kept it very close against FaZe. One of the closest games, I believe, if not the closest game that FaZe has had to play throughout this stage. So Los has a lot to offer. Yes, the biggest glaring issue in yesterday's matchup against Fluxo W7M was their lack of decision-making as the time came down. They just kind of were wandering around individually on a map like Cafe where you're forced to play together. They were not. They were just, they'd get a man advantage and then be walking around in different positions. And it looked very sloppy and disjointed, like they didn't understand what the end goal of rounds were going to be. And that's something that hopefully in this series they'll be able to figure that out, because NIP's been having those late game scenarios locked down to a T. So Los, the voice of Los, needs to make sure that everybody's on the same page when push comes to shove.
Yeah, I think we were having some questions around Cafe Dostoevsky yesterday in Lost's game against Fluxus W7M, just around the map pick itself. Lost starting off on that defensive side, they were not able to play it perfectly, and once things kind of swapped and they turned to their attack, they just could not find anything. As you mentioned, looking disjointed on a map that does require you to play as a cohesive unit. You just cannot afford to pull such a thing. Though potential for today to come back. We'll see what map will be on here as we'll pull up the map, Vito, for all to see. Don't want to keep you in the dark here. NIP, we're on Bank. Lost, we're on Cafe. As we're saying, Bank is taken out. So is Cafe, Fox.
I love seeing teams like Los, like they went to Cafe yesterday and then they banned Cafe out after they lose it. I find that so interesting. If it's not a good map for you on every day, then why'd you play it yesterday? That being said, we're going to Clubhouse. And again, we talk about it. It's not a map that you take a team that you're weaker than to. But in my opinion, if you're NIP, if there's an OG map that they're good at getting aggressive on, it is Clubhouse. So when I look at this, I would think that NIP, even though they are the better team in this scenario, shouldn't have necessarily let Los go to it. I think they're taking the less of the two evils when left with Consulate and Clubhouse. So, you know, I'm imagining another classic game from Fantasy after yesterday, going into today on a map like Club. You don't have to worry about too much strategically. Sometimes you just got to go in and shoot. So in my opinion, I do think NIP is still in the driver's seat for this game.
I think that's a very fair way of describing things. I think NIP's flexibility on the attacking side, and with the amount of options that the attackers get nowadays, I mean, they are absolutely going to get in your face if you're lost and not really give you any space to just be comfortable. It's something that's tough to really describe unless you're in the middle of it. Though, Glorpit, we're going to Clubhouse for a second time back-to-back in this. Let's bring up our casters and see if they can help us answer the question here. Why Club? E-Links.
Because they heard that Ollie and I only cast Fortress and they wanted to give us a good map. That's why, I'm pretty sure.
Is Club going to become like the new Fortress for us? It just seems like that's what we're going for every single time. I think something that I would look at when I look at this map is that it can be a great map for attackers. It's very low preference for both of these two teams. It's fairly low preference for NIP and it's fairly low preference for Loss. 7 out of 9 for NIP, 8 out of 9 for Loss. So it's not a map that they're going to very often. It certainly isn't a map that they are wanting to try and navigate to. That being said, I think it's time that NIP starts to spread their wings a little bit, because I feel like every time I've watched that team recently, they play Bank, and it's good to see them not on Bank for a change. Not that it's been doing them any sort of disservice. They've got the 3rd highest attacking win percentage inside of the SAL at the moment, and it only lags behind by 1 percentage point, and that's against T-Law and Furia. So they're up there when it comes to the attacks. They're also up there when it comes to the defense. NIP are again looking like this really well-rounded team that we saw inside a kickoff, but then when we saw them get to SLC, that was where the problems really started to show. Speaking of SLC, the last couple of times they played this map, they played it against Falcons and Weibo at SLC. It was a 7-2 and a 7-1, so they got absolutely battered internationally. But domestically, again, they do quite well.
They do, indeed. And I'll take your numbers and actually add to them, because in terms of plants, they're high up in SAL, and number 2 in what we're talking and we're actually describing as the Farmers League here. They are the highest team in terms of plant to win ratio conversions, which is pretty impressive to pull off in SAL, and that even, I guess, got better as of yesterday. But with all that said, who are we looking at on the NIP side to pull it off? Actually, I'm not going to ask the question. I'm just going to leave you in the middle of it here just to see how it actually plays out. Fantasy was the man that we were watching yesterday. Can it change, or will it continue to be him here against Loss? My friends, take it away.
Well, we'll have to see. Just whether Fantasy gets a Stemp level numbers pushing in through Secret, or if it's going to be another extremely close game. We have 2 clubhouses to start off this playday of the SAL. NIP going up against Los. And it's not like the last game we had, Ollie, where it's 2 teams who are in kind of the bottom half or just making playoff contention, vying for their spots. This is NIP looking to, all but effectively secure their lead today. More often than not, in the group stages, 12 to 15 points ends up being the cutoff. NIP are currently 4-1, right at that 12-point marker. A regulation win here would pretty much all but seal their chances.
It really would. Loss stands in their way between that and a little bit more of an exciting end to SAL, I would say. It's nice to see teams sort of get locked in and get qualified, but we're on play day 6. We're well over the halfway point, but I always like a little bit more jeopardy in my games as well. So we'll see what happens today. Not to say that I'm out here rooting for Loss. I am, of course, impartial. However, I don't know. It's Clubhouse, isn't it? And as we've seen today, the separating factors on Clubhouse can often come down to really small individual mistakes or decisions in single games or rounds that really start to define it. So we'll see how NIP want to go. But I'll be honest, I'm expecting them to attack very well because they have done so far already throughout SAL. It's been a breath of fresh air, really, to see a team come out there and not only perform consistently on the attack, but also on the defense, and to not be an already established top tier team like the likes of, you know, your FaZe Clans, your Liquids, your Furias. So it's good from NIP that they've come out here and clearly shown that they've been working quite hard on both sides of the coin. Basetto, he's got an idea that someone is going to be inside strip, and Hates is going to confirm that suspicion. Fancy, you can see now on your screen rotating around. He's got that Soliton scanner, and that is going to be crucial for rooting this player out.
That'd be good for cutting him off or pushing direct. Not NIP with a couple different ways to take down Perez. One thing Fox mentioned, rarely do we see Perez have a bad game, and right now don't see him having a bad early round. Supported by Dash inside of... Oh, what a whiff! Dash not even registering Hates on his screen. A big missed opportunity for a 3v3, and even the opportunity to fall back. NIP make their way with an advantage into the mid-round, and you kind of feel like that's unbelievable. Yet, the Dark on low HP, and now Perez and Dash going down. NIP with looking very, very good, and could even maybe find another. Spotting one a bit closer on that Soliton scanner, but as everybody falls back, NIP will now move on with the clear.
And look at the time difference here. Well, obviously, whenever we see two maps played back to back, we tend to draw a lot of parallels because time in here is... We had more than a minute and a half on the clock. Yes, we did still have some defenders upstairs. Nux only now just dropping that stock hatch. But look at the difference in terms of progress here from NIP. They've picked themselves up 2 kills. Yes, they're battered and bruised because of it, but they can now start to move in and with a lot of confidence get these floors open inside a kitchen. The hatches are already open. That's one of the benefits of a little bit of a roam game. Nux actually thinking about a bit of a walk up oil, but Fancy is there. I'm really surprised Fancy didn't actually get the kill on him at that moment in time. The Soliton scanner as well has just been used fantastically this round. Fancy showing great knowledge of exactly how and where that scanner is going to be most useful. Big shots put in there onto Dark. He didn't need too many. He was only 1 or 2 bullets away, but Nux will catch Fancy out as he was just trying to deal with that barbed wire on blue.
Oh, Dark going down. NIP still with an advantage. The shield in play as well. They've got this Kiba, but oh, what a nice angle by Nux. Knows that Hates is around the corner. Pre-aims perfectly head level. NIP running a bit low on time, even with this shield. Basetto moving like he's got all the time in the world, just walking up through Moto. Pinch not working out. The Kiba denying a nice angle. Basetto on the 3rd attempt gets away with it. But it's another low time execute on Church and Arsenal. Daffo needs to win this fight on the cross. Hibana caught out lacking, and Blackbeard with the impact grenade in hand. Daffo dedicates some key time to picking his teammate back up. Now Basetto ADSing, quite exposed on this engagement. Daffo gets them both. Didn't even need his teammate for that one. No distraction required. 2 kills on the counter defuse. It's Daffo to get the first.
Really well hold on there from Lost. There were 3 versus 5 to win that round. But showing you don't always need a superior man count as a defense team on Clubhouse Basement. Sometimes a lot of the hard work is done for you, and those attackers have got no choice but either dropping staircases or dropping hatches or walking down staircases to get to you. And NIP kind of just lining up for them a little bit. It's a disappointment because I thought that their clear of strip side was fantastic. They got a little bit lucky. I think there was, you know, maybe a little bit windy on one side of the engagement there. Dash in particular really struggling with his engagement. But overall, NIP's fundamentals of how they wanted to deal with that extension, it was brilliant. Get a shield there, get the information, get some drones in, Soliton scanner for the more accurate ping, and then bang, you can move through and start to flush those players out. They had nowhere to go. It was a great swing and a great bit of pressure. Even the mid-round, no complaints. Flanks being held, work being done, floor starting to be opened. It was really when it came down to the execute, and it was very individual, very one by one. Big missed opportunity there from NIP on round 1, and Lost doing a brilliant job of holding on. Even though it came down to a 1 versus 1, it was a hell of a fight for them to get it back to that. Well, 1 versus 2 essentially, because we did see Dark get revived, or Daffo get revived, but it was, yeah, a big play there from Loss. They can't be hoping on that every time, though, Lynx. If they're going to extend and they're going to roam a little bit, they're going to need to be a bit more successful in the future.
Well, and they can also just bet on wins on basement. You have to play a little bit more on CCTV, play a little bit more on cash. So it's these next couple rounds that could really prove to be hugely important for Los going forward in this half. Because there's also some good utility down below, making the execute difficult for NIP. Those Kibas being a big one. But those are going to have a much earlier focus, and Dafo's going to face a lot more pressure early on than he did last time. Of course, we say that. We do seem to be in a big split push renaissance, or con push renaissance in the past year. And so it's entirely possible that NIP might just ignore it in its entirety. Presence of the Monty indicates that might not be the case, but a lot of these lineups we see are pretty broadly applicable. Double Intel, Dokkaebi, and Deimos. This is interesting. C4 going up on the hatch. Dark not detonating it just yet, but moving up deeper into Secret to provide some support, anticipating maybe a hop-in and a rush from any attackers onto this clash. Is a shield. So it's entirely possible. Perez confirms that position. Fires some shots into Bassetto's shield. But NIP, despite clearly being quite close in proximity to the defense, hasn't actually laid down any blows just yet. Still waiting, burning some information. Dark Eyes tanks the phone, clearly worried about some kind of push, but NIP still not making any kind of offense. Finally, a kill comes through, but it's Dash taking down a member of the defense. Wizard going for a walk in through Lounge is caught by a vertical angle, and NIP is so spread out, don't have, I think, any angle where that's really possible right now.
Kind of strange, isn't it? Because Lost are anticipating these pushes at every turn. NIP just aren't moving off the back of the utility. They're not moving off the back of the drones, the phone calls, or any of it. Even the Blackbeard just stuck at the bottom of blue window. Dash with his second kill on the round as he takes Fancy down. Perez has been dealt with on small garage steps, but, I mean, is this just a Dash round?
Okay.
Is he locked in after missing the easiest gimme of his life in round one? And he's just going to dome everybody here inside of round two? The C4 nearly did it for him. It's going to be Dark to close it out, but boy, oh boy, that was a Dash round through and through.
You could see the bloodlust take him as he throws a C4 right at Nux, like literally in front of the clash. Dash clearly excited after that one. And did Dash lock in? Yes. Did NIP also give him 4 separate 1v1s with no possibility of trading? Also yes. The first one is a bit more excusable. Vertical angle, catches player walking in Lounge off guard. Hey, it happens. After that, everyone's just ADSing at their own doorways and windows with basically no swinging shortly thereafter, no real trade potential for any of those engagements. That's just clicking heads and taking every 1v1 that's given to him, which if it's a 50-50, odds are you're going to have plays like that happen. Really great round from Los, but at the same time, something you mentioned during the round, not seeing NIP really make any pushes off the back of those Dokkaebi calls, not really using a lot of that utility to get anything. So we didn't even really see them get to a good position, like we at least saw in the Church Arsenal round. Down 2. Now look to Gym Bedroom to try to shift their fortunes, otherwise Los will get another and might see an early tack timeout from Ninjas in Pajamas.
Prime candidate for attack timeout at the end of round 3, I think, if they don't pull it out of the bag here. But this time, this is being demonstrated and shown here as Lost's third choice bomb site, Gym and Bedroom. It's a toss-up. It really is. Both top floors are as good as one another, really. There's no bad site aside from Bar on Club, and we never tend to see it. It will rear its ugly head very occasionally, but it's not often at all, and even then, it's usually only played for 1 round. Doubling down on the information then. NIP not only bringing a combination of whether it be Deimos or Snake or Dokkaebi. This time they're actually going to be bringing both. Snake and the Deimos. Fancy, we've got a scanner for this. We can tell if someone's there or going to be coming down there. Let's lock in. Dark is going to be just hanging around inside a kitchen, which is a very weird position for the mirror to be right now. Typically the mirror would be on their mirror window inside shower, looking to try and use that C4 out through jacuzzi. Not the case at the moment. Maybe playing for a bit more of a vertical C4. That surely is going to come later on into the round. Nothing to deal with this mirror window aside from the obvious in the Twitch drone or the Hibana, but both of which pose a bit of risk. Some sort of throwable utility, some sort of launcher, Ash or Zofia would be far better in this position to deal with that. They are going to be a little bit exposed when they go for it, so It's going to be on the list of things to do right now, but still a cash hold that needs clearing here. Basetto is going to open things up with a kill onto Dash. Dash maybe just getting a little bit overconfident there, given that he just stood in the middle of cash right now, CCTV at the moment. And that will just allow them to start moving through and get a bit of control inside of construction.
Especially when the con wall's full reinforced and generally the cash walls are as well. Clearly aware of just the vulnerability over on red and maybe staying a bit too long to comfortably rotate. Dash tries to go for a pick, doesn't end up being the right decision. Now NIP with an advantage, and I feel a bit more comfortable taking some extra time to set up this execute. They, of course, have to worry about the utility in Gym and inside of Logi, but especially with this Soliton scanner, Ollie, I mean, they should have time to be able to figure it out. Get some information on the player behind bed. Waiting a bit longer. Azami not behind the normal weight rack instead. Taking a more aggressive line inside a bedroom specifically. More information. What are NIP going to do with it? Wizard hopping into Khan. One player hopping into Gym. Finally takes the fight with the Azami stuck behind bed and pinched out by both the Khan and the Gym push. NIP finally making good on a lot of this investment and time. Darkrew's been down below for so long, you'd want to see him deny a plant with that C4. Well, he doesn't get anything for it. Uses it, and now has to flank back up in a 1v5. Pino will get the plant down just for extra credit, as 4 different players all look to secure their exit, as it is not even close for Los in round 3.
Classic NIP end to the round there. They're up an incredible amount on the man advantage, and it's still get the plant down and force that win. Don't leave anything to chance. We're not going to start going one by one. We're not going to get the plant down and think someone else was doing it. Pino nailing that diffuser to the floor, and NIP can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief here, because the first 3 rounds, aside from round 3, really haven't looked too great for them at all, but finally getting warm into Clubhouse at the moment. Mira and Adamos, 2 great bans here for the start of round number 4. No timeout needed likely either by NIP, given that they were successful there in the offsite. They can look to try and just figure things out for Church and Arsenal, because they did a great job of the clear, and they did a brilliant job of getting control and getting the map open. It really came down to the execute, and that's not always somewhere that we see this team fail.
Well, and also, if there was any theme that you could glean from the first couple rounds, it is kind of players playing a bit isolated in the late round in important positions. You have a couple times in round 1 where Nux was able to isolate 2 1v1s to bring the man advantage back. Then you have Dash doing the same thing in like a particularly highlight-worthy play with that 4-piece up in CCTV. But if you're able to play a little bit tighter and a bit closer together, a huge advantage that Los had in the first 2 rounds will be mitigated, and it's something we didn't really see happen on that Gym bedroom attack. NIP were generally playing a bit closer together, and even in the spread out positions, took a bit more advantage of time, took a bit more advantage of their positioning. You could easily see things transpire similarly and transfer those lessons learned onto the basement site, especially when you have such good operators like the Blackbeard, the Snake, and the Grim. You can also take advantage of Los being forced into uncomfortable positions. There's a good chance that NIP, if that's the lesson they've learned, could do quite well on this basement church site. At that point, the whole half is open.
My worry would be that there's quite a lot more to deal with this time. It isn't just a player or 2 stood inside a strip. This is a full extension. This is holding on to the top floor with mute jammers, reinforcements, keyboard barricades, you name it, it's up there. So there's a hell of a lot more to chew through right now. Hates going for a little bit more of a direct approach. Just gonna get himself down the bottom of these main stairs. There is a player down there. Oh, the sound cue just gives him away. He needs to win this fight. Brilliant shot there. He's just going to go for the entire flood into the bomb site, but taken care of by Nux. That's the cue to call, though, as the Blackbeard is going to join him here. Jumping in down through Dirt Tunnel, and boom, already looking at a plant.
Looking out a plant, Basetto falls off to secure that frag in blue. Dash. Ooh, taken down by the TCSG around the corner. NIP realizing the site is vacant, take advantage of it, and that's 20 seconds of fire that Dash cannot rotate through. Even a bit of timing on that Vulcan pack only put Basetto low instead of forcing him off. If that Vulcan pack's popped a second earlier, this might have been a different game. Instead, Basetto survives, gets a couple kills and a plant. Huge call and huge plays from the IGL on NIP.
I love that from NIP. Just saying, yeah, we see you up there. We see you with this heavy roam. You think we're going to play into it? Nope, not at all. We're just going to play a nook and walk ourselves down main stairs. We've got Bassetto primed and ready. Because they'd spent the reinforcements upstairs, I'm not even sure if they had the reinforcements for Dirt Tunnel or if they were just looking to try and hold that with Vulcan packs. Regardless, a gap was spotted and NIP exploited it beautifully. We don't always see the direct-to-site push work out, but it worked fantastically in round 4. All square now at 2 rounds apiece. This is much more like the NIP we've been used to seeing this stage.
And it looks like an NIP that, you know, based on the standings, is the main team really in contention with FaZe Clan and Furia up at the top. We've seen some struggles from Team Liquid Alienware. They're still a generally good stage so far. The NIP on 12 points, looking for that 3, will quite literally be the only team tied with FaZe, at least for the moment, on this play day. And so, seeing this kind of consistent play like that, also really understanding what their issues were, bouncing back after a weak couple rounds. Flawless rotation here, I think, would pretty much entirely quell the worries that we're already, I think, kind of abating, as NIP have put up 2 really strong rounds with 2 different paces, and clearly indicating that they are sharp in rounds 3, 4, and hopefully 5. So now, as Los go to CCTV and Cash, it'll be a different approach from NIP. Before it was a Monty with a shield coming in. Now, I think we're going to see a bit more of that execute style we just saw, Ollie, as the glass comes into play.
Fancy on the glass this time. He's been doing a little bit of operator roulette, hasn't he? Been a bit all over the place with it. Still doubling down on this information. It worked well for them previously. So a Dokkaebi and a Snake it will be here in round 5. Not much of a hold on the construction side as Pino is starting to discover here. The con wall will be opened. Wizard shouldn't have too many worries rotating around and getting that main wall open now either, given that that mirror has been taken care of. So it does just make the breaching that much easier for the Thermite. Dark's position downstairs. See, I do worry a little bit about this because you think back to that gym and bedroom round. Dark was downstairs playing mirror with the C4 looking for the denial. He's kind of in that same position again, and he just got cut off from the rest of his team. Wasn't able to have a real impact. Ended just as the last man alive because he'd left his team a little bit light. NIP are very good at their head counts. They're very good at knowing where people are. I wouldn't be surprised to see a similar thing happen here again, where Dark just gets left out in the cold.
This is a hell of a counter from Fancy. Literally just sitting all the way in Narnia, ready in case somebody swings. Ollie, I can tell you, if I died to that, I'd be losing my mind.
It's jobless. It's an angle for the unemployed.
It makes NJR look like the most aggressive player in the league. The Dark, down below again, might just get cut off as he's deciding to play a little more loose with it. Looks to shoot somebody through Con, takes down the exothermic, but that gives Hates the exact opening he was looking for. You might lose the exothermic on Con wall, and that itself can be problematic if you didn't have hard reach charges for redundancy. Pino will still have an angle to look through the wall, and that means NIP mitigate all the damage that could have come from Dark hitting that exothermic. Still low on time, though. Vulcan's popped at the cache doorway. Wizard also losing a bit of an opportunity to secure that kill. Bassetto getting another. NIP, what they have lost on time, are making up with man advantage, just sitting and somehow finding all of these angles. Bassetto, the first one to fall in a 1v5, and that's an easy trade for Fancy, who finally makes his way with a job into the actual building, helping the push. It's a flawless site rotation for NIP, and to be fair, Fancy doing a lot more work than that.
The thing is, this is what excites me about this NIP roster, because they are capable of just committing Fancy to holding a Narnia angle for, what, like a minute and a half? Like, he was there for a good portion
honestly,
of time.
I think it might have approached 2 minutes before he moved, because when we cut to him, it was a minute 20 remaining, and I think he was there for another 20 to 30 seconds.
See, it's ridiculous, isn't it? The space that's allowed on this side. Bassetto, 6-3. Hates, 4-3. Fancy, 5-2. Are in a really good time of things now that they've got themselves warmed up here on Club. Loss. Wasn't quite looking like they were going to run away with the whole thing, but a lot was happening for them in the rounds 2 and 3. I think, you know, you look back at it maybe without the sort of rose-tinted glasses or without the heat of the moment, and you think, well, Dash did get 4 kills in 1 round and has only now got 5. So, yes, has had 1 good round, but aside from that, the impact has been fairly minimal. Now, yes, that was enough to win a round, but I don't know that it was the team doing enough to win that round, not just his individual. So, maybe that crack starting to show a little bit here for Loss. Because they will just try and firm it. They've not taken that tactical timeout during this first phase. Obviously wanting to try and hold it for that attacking side, which is a side that we are expecting them to be a little bit less good at, around a 45% win rate on the attack. So knowing that they might need that tactical timeout later and not wanting to burn it so early, still feeling like, man, potentially a 4-2 could be good enough, but I would really like to see him come out at an even 3-3 at this stage.
You see Fancy in the building much earlier, but sitting in Gen 30 seconds in. What are the odds he sits there for like the entire round and catches somebody trying to go for a flank? I'm really curious if that's what he's going to do. Especially with the Soliton scanner. He could obviously get information, see if anybody's going for the clear, and then of course just kind of rotate over to main and go for a lurk late. There's a couple different options he could go for. Wizard quick peeking around the corner. Won't find much. Slows able to rotate back into construction, hitting about the normal timetable to give up red stairs and cash respectively. So both teams kind of hitting the standard checkpoints in round 6. NIP, of course, looking to evade some of the low time trouble we saw from Loud earlier. But Los giving them a good run for it right now, making their way back to site, and it seems that this is going to be a slow one.
NIP are very good at just holding angles, aren't they? And their time management doesn't seem to suffer too badly for it. But restricting the flow of these defenders has been fantastic so far. This is Army should be dead to rights right now. Pinned out, but will be able to slip the net. No one able to destroy that Kiba quick enough. Info now for Fancy. As you can see that Logi, there's a chance for a bit of a walk-in, but no, he's going to turn his attention instead. Try and get something going on Condor. He's just trying to float right in.
Fancy clearly feeling himself. This is 2 opportunities and that he's made for himself, taking the fight against Daffo. But neither's gone his way. Neither the pre-fire in construction nor that one, as I think it's an off angle that saves Daffo's life and costs a lot of HP for Fancy. Soliton scanner spots 3 people as another 1v1, and this time the pre-fire lands. Nux just walks into the tail end of that spray. He's got more information. Basetto ready for the flashes as Fancy setting himself up with that information. F-Not will ward him off, though, as Akiba separating him from construction might delay the push a bit, but NIP hold on to their advantage. 2 bodies wide right now. As you mentioned, their ability to hold angles. Certainly what Pino's doing, making sure that nobody can push up main, calling in Fancy to go for the clear. Double kill for the Snake in round 6. And while it might be low on time, it is NIP basically all but closing this one out. Dash's C4 misses below, and Hates will get this plant down with no recourse from the mute. NIP uncontested 4-2 up against Los on Clubhouse.
Out a comfortable side, it's NIP with 4 rounds on the attack. Fox locked in completely in this first half.
Yeah, their attacks were very smart because they understood that Los is playing, you know, maybe a little bit extended, but they're falling back very early on to bunker strat for a lot of these strats, which is not what we wanted to see from them. We wanted to see heavy roams, you know, we wanted to see them occupying a lot of space. And they're just getting pushed back by how aggressive NIP is early on. And then NIP will slow it down, take their time to finish out the executes. I mean, even in that last round, they have about a minute left, and Fantasy on the Snake was just getting so much information on all the players posted up, able to coordinate, you know, where he's going to find his picks. And when Los is just boxed up in corners, there's only so much room for you to be. And that's why they're just losing the gunfights. I think for Los, it doesn't seem, again, like the end game decision making, like they have an understanding. Yes, they're doing the strategy, but it doesn't seem like they understand why they're doing the strategy. They're falling back to then be put in a spot where they're like, I guess I have to take a fight, and then they just die to Fantasy. So that was the biggest issue for Los going on to attack. I mean, we can expect them to have the same type of ideology. They're going to do the strats, and if they get to the execute point, I really need to see like dash, come alive. I need to see players from Los be communicating to each other on what the end goal is. I'd rather see all 5 of them push one corner, one angle, or drop down one hatch than what we're seeing from Los right now.
Hey, Perez you've barely heard anything from him in this first half so far, which is not a good thing for Los. You need this full active one-team machine. Otherwise, you're going to have a rough time against a coordinated squad with so much experience at this point in time as the Ninjas in Pajamas. Of course, that's not even going deeper into what Fantasy and Baseto have been doing so far, though our operator bans for the second half are coming up. What are we getting out of this? 1 Heart Breacher, Clyde the Bandit. Are we going to keep it like this? Okay, Capital Clyde. Probably going to be what? Ace and a Bandit for really feeling... Grim and Bandit. Okay, Grim and Bandit. Okay, well, crowd control. 2 crowd control ops between the Grim and the Capital taken away. Very good. Thank you very much, Fox. So let's send it back to our casters who have put themselves together already for the second half.
I really need to go through into the archives, Ollie, and see how many Bandit Cade bans. There we go. There have been this stage. I swear, it is every other game. I mean, to be fair, double hard breach did not make sense, but it's been so much.
Yeah, it's a decision that teams are making now, isn't it? Is that they know that they're going to have to deal with some level of utility inside of the site because you can't ban everything. So allow yourself an easier time of getting breaches open and be able to be a little bit skinnier on that side of things. Speaking of skinny on the breaching, if this sledge switch sticks, then we're only going to be down secondaries. I say only secondary hard breach. There's 6. So it just allows you that level of flexibility, right? You've got, obviously, the Monty, the Ying, and the Sense all bringing some form of tin opener. It just makes things a little bit easier. I'm not the biggest fan of it, I must admit, but breaches can be just such a pain point sometimes. Ooh, Dark. Needs to be cautious. As well as NIP can hold angles on the attack and be fairly passive, they can do the same on the defense. One keeper barricade. Fancy just getting a little bit too big for his boots there. Was fancying himself to go 9-2, but instead he's going to be 8-3. Will leave his team a little bit light here, and when there's a Ying in the lineup, the Warden is the last thing you want to be losing.
Generally, the presence of a Warden, or the possibility of it, sometimes strong enough to serve as a deterrent to bringing the Ying in the first place. And now that you've brought the Ying in, you know you've taken down the Warden. Not only becomes a lot more powerful, but also I think Lo's going to feel a lot more confident going into this execute now. Still will take some time on their own clear, but once they get there, they can even think about maybe using a Candela or 2 because they know whatever they have remaining, there's nobody who can look through it on the defense. Like I said, still some other utility. Kiba's on site generating will be an issue. If they find Hates up here as well, this could be a big problem. Stuck in the corner. Nux checks it. Well, it doesn't even need to check it as Hates impacts the wall. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to him, we got a secondary pistol walking up red right now. He runs straight into the attack, and, well, that roam did not work out at all for the Goyo.
3 versus 5 is very doable, though. We'll cast our minds back to round 1 of the game, this very site. To open things up, Lost were able to hold on. Very similar tools available as well. Goyo canisters still going to be on site, regardless of the fact that Hates is down or not. C4 for Pino and 3 Toxic Babes for Baseto. This is doable for NIP. But the Roamers have only really bought them time. Bought them 2 minutes. And with the remaining 50 or so seconds, that should be enough time to get the job done. No impacts to try and impact trick off this secondary gadget, so Kitchen Hatch will be opened pretty much without a hitch. But I don't want to go as far as to say on schedule, because with only 35 and still ingredients, barbed wire, and Vulcan packs, there's a heck of a lot to get through here. And Lost are going to be looking at trying to get a plant down, try and get themselves a kill, open up a pocket, and work a plant. But they've already lost the first kill in the execute.
That one goes down. Baseto can delay even more time. Nux pivoting to a completely different push now, rotating over to the Moto side as Daffo clearing the way with the Candelas, but players playing too far away for that 612 to have impact, but every other gun, those all hit their targets. Big F2 round to start things off as Los begin both halves with a victory.
Big ups to Perez. Able to find a bit of a gap there. Uncharacteristic, really, from the way that we saw that defense go previously. I was really expecting it to be a 3 versus 5, and NIP were going to walk away winning and being like, yep, we can pull those off as well. But Loss just better in the execute. Perez able to find that gap and pick himself up 2 clean kills. Really makes a big difference there at that stage. NIP maybe going to think twice about sort of solo extensions and solo roams. I guess Hates was maybe just caught out a little bit, and if Fancy hadn't have gone for his run out and hadn't have died, then could have linked up, gone up garage stairs and got himself onto the catwalk and been a little bit more of that link player for Hates upstairs. He was kind of left on his own a little bit in a lot of ways, but still something that Los had to go through and deal with. Not going to be worried about the basement now for the next couple of sites, as I imagine NIP are just going to stick to a rotation here. Keep things moving. Upstairs to Cash and CCTV for round 2.
Seeing some of the projectile denial make its way back into the lineup, which we've seen over the past 6 months. Wizard augmenting at least a portion of this Azami hold with some ADSs. Also possible Fancy could be across the map, playing a bit more separate from the rest of the team. Seems like that actually might be the case. There's only Wizard actually on the rafters at the moment. Hates playing the normal lounge position, as I think NIP are recognizing the current state of the meta. The split push likely to happen. They'll put the Azami over in bedroom to bolster things on the opposite side. Unclear how Los might take this right now, though we do see a commit to the Hibana on the wall, and we've already seen quite a few awkward breaches today, Ollie, in the first game. So you have to wonder a little bit how this might go for Los. Even if they find a tight angle on the garage, getting in might be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, that was something that was a bit of a consistent theme in game 1, wasn't it? And that was, I think, in part due to the fact that Ace and stuff was banned, but
True.
Fully available here, so Lost kind of making the rod for their own back in a lot of ways. They could be bringing a air quotes better hard breach tool to get this job done. Wizard should be fairly safe here. Fancy not going to be assisting with any of those keeper barricades, but plenty of catching utility. I say that. Perez has just been hitting shots since getting onto the attack. That's his 3rd kill in 2 rounds at the moment. Ooh. He's just able to walk in through, I believe, just bottom garage steps. A little bit of a distraction with the Blackbeard as well. Nux just needs to wait for that fire to dissipate. There is another Vulcan pack at his feet, but he can probably get past that and then blow it safely. He'll be knocking on the window to sight very soon. With no smokes in play this time. You're only on the Goyos for denying area, and that breach is going to get opened.
They have time to do it as well. Another big thing about that play, though, with Perez able to just walk in, get the pick. You saw Dark setting up an oil pit with those track stingers, likely going to do the play where they flood the top with flashes and track stingers to clear him out, but without that, Dark dedicates them to the flank. A nade dedicated to taking down Hates lands at his feet, but not taken down. He picked back up by the defense. Pino hears somebody moving on in, and very quickly and wisely lets Hates sit down for the time being and gets a huge C4 for NIP. Shield, planter, and now a 3v2 for Ninjas in Pajamas. One down, though. Perez a quick find. He's been the player on attack for Los so far. Almost every one of his kills on this half. And yet nobody else seems to be showing up at the moment. And have to be a Perez against 2 as he makes his way in. On a long angle, Basetto, 1 TCSG shot sufficient there, and Hates picked back up, given a new lease on life. Ties things for the second half, but now it's a lead by 2 for NIP.
Hates and Basetto almost just sort of trading who's picking up who there, weren't they? They were in a really good position to be buddies for one another. Bit of an alarm bell for Los as well, because if that C4 doesn't land, if Pino isn't able to find 2 kills with it, as we'd spoken about, the denial wasn't really there. So Lost should have been in a much more comfortable position, but critical gunfights not going their way and critical engagements really favouring NIP, the C4 from Pino being the big one. I think Lost have a read on which way this is going, and it is rapidly falling out of their control. Hence the timeout here, just trying to be used as a bit of a backup parachute in a lot of ways. It does just feel like this game is slipping away from them at the moment. Not just in the gun skill department, but kind of in every way. Like, they just seem like they're on the back foot in a lot of these rounds. Aside from, of course, the first round where they get 2 opening picks and then transition, but I'd wager a lot of teams would be able to do that, you know?
Well, and if you look at the trend of the game, I mean, Los have only got 1 round in the past, 5 after round 8? It has been a game that, since round 2, has been almost entirely NIPs, and especially when you look at that round, they get garage control for free. And to be fair to Los, I think they make a very sensible move, and they try not to get bogged down in checking too many things. They try to move quick, and Pino just with really sharp attention in the perfect spot to go for that C4. You almost maybe wish that Los had appraised things a little bit more. It's always difficult to say that in hindsight or when you're in the moment, especially, I mean. But given the trend of the game, NIP are looking destined for the full 3 points after today's game. Can't do a flawless site rotation, but can at least win both of the off sites. Given how well CCTV and Cash looked, how the plant denial was in the perfect position, Pino particularly sharp on the ears for that one. They will take Gym and Bedroom. Won't be any close OT matchup like we saw in the first game of Clubhouse. It'll be a 6-3, necessitating a pretty big comeback for Los.
I always feel like these punch holes have been very deadly today. And it usually is the player that is trying to, or has made the punch hole, is trying to make something happen through it that gets punished. I think that hole was made from the inside, but Perez, just the curious cat that he is, was giving it a little bit of a look-see. Now we're able to open up the wall. That's just been left entirely soft. The reinforcements instead dedicated a little bit deeper inside of Cash, and of course with Mirror still being up, you better believe that that's being brought for a Gym Bedroom defense. The way that construction's set up now and Fancy, he's allowed to architect this and manipulate the landscape as to how he likes. Still got another Kiba in pocket as well, either to further fortify the position or just replace something that gets broken. Space now available for Los to start working and operating in. But they are very concerned at the prospect of a flank, and I think it's just because of how slippy NIP have been in general. Very often find themselves in great positions at mid and late points in the round. It feels almost too good to be true that Cash and CCT has been taken for basically little to no cost right now. Exothermic used to open up the con wall, but there's still going to be the mirror window and Fancy dug into those positions.
Still got Kibas to support his spot as well. He's still got 2 in pocket. He could rotate over to the weight machine, or even if one of those gets destroyed, re-fortify that position. A lot of the attention often gets drawn to things like Vulcan packs or toxic canisters, but Kibas and Black Mirrors can be so good at wasting time on their own, and with very little DMR presence for the attack. Paris needing to pump a lot of ARX ammo to clear this out. Nux felled by Basetto, not entirely sure where from. But catches a player outside of the window. Oh yeah, just uncleared mirror window on logistics. Nux not really giving that position the respect it deserves, and he loses his life for it. Candella's going through, shot by Basetto again. Really punching above his weight right now for this logistics position. Perez, another player down outside the window. NIP taking aggressive angles up against Los, and they are just completely unprepared for it. NIP, a flawless on Gym and Bedroom. On map point, threatening a win on the primary site to close this out. It's looking bad day for Los fans.
It really is. NIP aren't doing anything mental here either. They've got a mirror window played, looking in toward construction. Yeah, okay, it's maybe on the other side to what it's typically used on, but like still, it's providing so much information. And you can't even clear it out. You've got Ying, you've got Nades, you've got everything. Candela gets shot, send another in, send a nade in, try and displace the guy, try and get an angle onto the mirror window and deal with it, because that mirror window in itself was able to bridge the gap across the no man's land that is very often construction. And Fancy can be so flexible, whether he's inside a construction, whether he's inside a bedroom, just floating around that door, and then can, at the end of the round, turn his attention towards the windows. Brilliantly played by NIP. They'd given away, kind of a lot of space, but they had a really solid strategy. And it was like, yeah, we know that we're going to give away the space inside a construction and CCTV, but instead we are going to make con our stronghold. We're going to fortify logistics, and they kind of banked a little bit on the fact that Los weren't going to be able to try and clear that mirror window out, which was a gamble that turned out to be a success in the end. Downstairs, Church and Arsenal. Doesn't look good. Hates playing on the Scopos. Oh, it's going to be a big roam again.
10 seconds to go.
Fancy on the mute. You know those mute jammers are going to be dotted around upstairs, trying to assist him. We're seeing reinforcements committed as well. Cash room fully reinforced. So this is the same or the same sort of strategy that we saw Los employ on one of their defenses of basement, where they've just gone, yep, you know what? We're just going to defend the top floor. NIP read into that beautifully and just attacked the site in its entirety, got the plant down, and were then using Goyo's Vulcan packs to stop the defenders from getting back down to site. I wonder if Los have the presence of mind to do that, because it's very possible. This is a heavy commitment to the top floor, and there will be gaps, and there will be an occasion where they can just walk into site. Are they going to be able to get away with it, though? Or are they just going to commit to attacking NIP where they are strongest? And where they are strongest at the moment, it's this top floor.
You see some early shots. Oh, hates an angle on a dark outside of garage. It's rare we see that angle work nowadays. Hates is taking a little bit of a gander. Finds the opening pick onto the sledge. Minimal vertical destruction remaining. I mean, maybe you've got, I don't know, what, the lifelines? At least got Daffo with the M762. Gets that trade. And Hates trying to cross back into construction, ends up going down. So all things considered, I was about to say Los coming away with an advantage, but on the way out, he's still 1 foot in the grave, but Fancy gets another right as he goes down. And recognizing that, Los make the decision to push on the site, but it's just a raw 2v2. It's not any dominant advantage. It's not any big read. There are only 2 players remaining, but the 2 players on the site, and there are only 2 players left standing. It is a streaky game, but NIP get 4 attacks, brief buffer, 3 on the defense to close things out, 7-3.
NIP have given us a really good showing there on Clubhouse. We're a little bit worried about this map for them because the international performance on this map has been pretty subpar, but domestically they remain strong on Clubhouse as ever. A great 3 points they've managed to snag over Los today, and we're going to send it over to our wonderful desk because there is, again, plenty to discuss.
Yes, there is indeed, my friends. 3 points. You're going to be super happy with that. You go higher up in the standings. I think there's no better situation to be in here. If you're Ninjas in Pajamas, you basically kept up the momentum. You proved to yourself that you can keep on doing it, and you go even higher up in the standings with all 3 points. I mean, I think they're pretty close to locking down their top 4 finish.
You'd hope so. You'd hope nothing else would be able to upset them, and they continue to keep winning. I mean, when you look at the rest of their games coming up, it really does get a little bit easier when you look at next week. I mean, they have to go up against INTZ. That should be another confirmed 3 points for NIP, and they've been looking really good. I mean, when the side swap it was really over from there. I really like the way NIP's been playing. Again, can't stress it enough that the way that they've been focused on that objective game late round. It's just so much improvement from this roster that we've needed to see since they've picked up Fantasy, really. They have not necessarily been able to focus on that objective game, and now they finally have, and they look like a very scary and dominant team.
Very much so. Let's talk to Pino then. Let's see what he's got for us. Welcome back, Pino. Back-to-back, we're having you on here. A huge win again against Lost, who drive them down. You get all points out of this. This has to be a big moment for you guys. You're close to solidifying your top 4 finish going into playoffs.
Yeah, it feels pretty great. We are feeling that we're pretty really solid right now. Like we have more reps, more scrims with this lineup, so we have more responses to some things that other teams do that we needed to adapt mid-round before. Now we know how to react and trade each other, do something together. So Rizan helped us a lot as an analyst. So yeah, we are feeling pretty great with those sequence wins.
Yeah, Pino. I mean, we saw it. I mean, today was Clubhouse, but we saw it a lot yesterday in the way that you guys were making sure in the late round that you're focusing on the objective, making sure that you're trading each other. It seems like you guys have a really good understanding of what to do in those late rounds now in this stage. Was that something that you guys have been working on, practicing for this stage specifically? Did you notice that was a weakness before this stage? Where did it come from all of a sudden to now you guys look like an amazing team start to finish?
I think that on the Salt Lake Major, it showed us that we needed to have more conversations about it. Like we can't get to play and adapt everything mid round. Like some reactions we were doing was pretty bad. Like specifically on Clubhouse against Falcons, we didn't have some right responses to them. So I think that the major teached us a lot. So we managed to improve on the offseason.
Okay, Pino, I'm going to ask you a bit of an ego-driven question here for myself, because this is my last day here on SAL, and I won't be here to talk to you in the future for your own opinion. You're playing Liquid and Furia in the last 2 days of SAL's group stage. You've lost a phase, you beat Fluxo W7M. How do you feel the matchup is going to be like with teams on the level of Liquid, Alienware, and Furia?
I think it's gonna be not so difficult. Like last stage we managed to eliminate Fury from the major, and we are playing great against them on screens, etc. And Liquid, I think they fell off a little bit, but they're still a pretty good team. Like they have some really great ideas, and it's gonna be 2 difficult games, but of course we can win both.
Can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, Pino. Congratulations on the win, and good luck next week.
Thank you. See ya.
See you. And Fox, there it is. It is all NIP all day, every day. Today, they gather up those points. They're comfortable. They're just looking great. I mean, it's the glaze up sesh. I'm sorry to say it, but there's a reason why.
Yeah, I love the night and day difference of the previous game and us seeing it go to Clubhouse with Loud Imperial and then Clubhouse coming up for NIP and Los. It's really, the map is just a map you don't want to take teams that you are better than just because it's a very easy playing ground. But NIP is just a team that thrives in aggression. They thrive on their attacks. They do a great job of being able to find opening kills, be able to find pressure and positioning. And, you know, they have players like Fantasy who can just lock down positions, solo take a position if he needs to. He was devastating on those attacks with the Snake. It was very difficult for Los to get a pin on exactly where everybody from NIP is. But the beauty of it is them being to synchronize it after they have their own little moments of aggression and getting those gunfights. And that's what we saw on defense. I mean, they lost the first round on defense, and then from there on, they played some classic Siege of just being able to try to lock down the site, play off of each other. They understood very quickly what Los was going to be going for, and always making sure that they're using the man advantage against Los. And again, I'm glad Pino highlighted it in the interview, because yes, the way that they're able to make right decisions now is like a night and day difference from Salt Lake City. And it doesn't even really seem like it was that hard of a fix in the first place. Just they get the first pick, and now let's use that man advantage to close out games. But now they look like a very good team, confident enough to say that they should be top 4 with the huge lead that they've gotten, but they should be top 4 no matter what, just off of the levels that they are playing above the rest of the SAL.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Pino is putting himself and the team. He's saying, you know, Furia, we can beat him. Liquid, we can beat him. The only team they couldn't beat at the top is FaZe Clan, but their game against Liquid, or games against Liquid and Furia, won't be happening for a bit longer now, until next weekend for Liquid and the one after for Furia, because next week they're going to be going up against INTZ. You mentioned that it should be, I guess, an easy dub for them to collect all 3 points, especially if Bassetto is going to bring the heat again.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely deserves to be the MVP. Again, we're seeing a lot of these shield players on the attack. We saw Sexy Cake last game. We're seeing Bassetto now. It really is the meta for shield players, especially since Blackbeard has just been that hero inside of these attacks, especially on a map like Club, to be able to push defenses back. But not only that, but you have that gun that you're able to use. It's not just a pistol that you need to rely on. You have the rifle, so you can get these aggressive positions and then hold it yourself with your own rifles. I think the front end of Bassetto being able to go in, and then Fantasy, it almost seems similar to a way FaZe plays, where you have the entry getting in, and then Fantasy there is that cyber lurk. He's always going to be somewhere. And again, if you got that guy on a Deimos, on a Snake, you have no idea where he's coming from, but he has all the information that he needs on you. But at the end of the day, NIP, I'd say this was really a team win. Bassetto being the MVP isn't too surprising, and the rest of NIP has just been looking good as well.
Joy and happiness in the NIP camp with all 3 points collected. This means we get closer to our halfway mark. Furia versus Black Dragons is coming up after the break.
Ótimo, 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como. Vou escolher essa aqui. Porque ela é mais leve, ela é mais fácil de manusear e acho que uma precisão melhor.
Olha, 2 armas aqui pra você.
Essa aqui, ó. Essa aqui é mais style.
2 armas aqui.
Vou com a pistola, que eu já treinei bastante com ela, não vou errar nenhuma.
6 balas pra você, sem chance. Pra acertar nossos 3 alvos.
Errou! Porra.
Já foi.
Mano. Porra, mano. Tá foda. Porra! Acabou.
Errou! Olha aí. A mira mais embaixo. Olha onde foi.
Aê. Uma de 3. E aí, é mais fácil dentro do server?
É bem mais fácil dentro do server.
Puta que pariu. Pô, mas também corta a primeira lá. A primeira foi teste.
Errou!
Oh, mas isso aí... Oh, as balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
As balas tá fazendo curva, pô.
Já é o melhor.
É a última, eu vou acertar. É que é difícil manusear a arma. Mais uma chance que a primeira não valeu, tá? A arma é difícil de ficar parada.
2 hours later.
Não, pera aí, pô.
Você tá funcionando nos piores. Agora já tá aumentando.
Aí, pronto. Corta. Tudo que eu errei, corta. Só bota as 3 que eu acertei.
Para não prejudicar aqueles que não prestaram atenção ao lance, vamos mostrá-lo novamente com a magia do replay imediato.
Mano, ótimo. 3 balas eu acertei as 3. Melhor que isso não tem como.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza.
Loira comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Eu marco essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza,
O Eds biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram? Não, mas no Instagram.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí, acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza. Pô, tomar 7x0 a gente não é trouxa, né? Tipo...
Mano, tomar 7x0 é triste, eu acho. Não vou marcar isso aí não, mano. Jogar no café também não quero, não.
Você não quer, não?
Não quero, não.
Mano, o Bock em situação de clutch é top, eu marcaria.
Marco.
Mano, o esporro do Reduct, eu acho que
eu não quero marcar.
Eu quero ficar de boa.
Se der um esporro é porque o pau tá pegando, mano, tá feio.
E a tática suicida, quem não gosta, né?
Tem várias.
Pode marcar aí, mano.
Forte da fúria aí, mano. Tática suicida. Caralho, você aqui é pesadão, mano. Salve, rapaziada. Essa é a pescaria maldita aqui. Vamos ver o que ela reserva pra gente aí. Cite 3 jogadores da SAL que são monooperador e justifique sua resposta. Vou citar o Dias, que ele só joga de Ace. Vou citar o Pox, que só joga de Shield. Agora ele virou mono blindado. E vou citar também... Monooperador, hoje em dia é foda monooperador, né? Os caras é tudo flex, mano. Vou citar eu aí, mano. Só jogo de Harmona, só bonecão bom. E é isso aí mesmo. Qual o jogador da SAL mais feio de todos? Por quê? Caralho, você aqui é pesadão, mano. Mano, um cara feio demais, mano. Nossa, tem vários caras feios, mano. Mano, eu acho que vou citar o Flastrai aí, mano. Ele foi mal, Flastrai, mas dá pra dar uma arrumada aí na lataria, mano. Não sei por que eu pensei no Flastrai bizarro. Qual é o jogador da SAL mais burro de todos? Por quê? Caralho, burro é pesado também. Tipo, feio também é pesado, né? Eu acho que jogando assim, mano, eu acho que o Stroker, mano. Máximo respeito aí, Guardiola, você é meu parceiro, mas jogando, às vezes você é meio burro.
Um cara da Liquid que é meu filhote.
Tem alguém que vocês queiram dar hate que não seja...
Ah, eu quero em vários. Posso fazer meu hate pro JV?
Que letra bonita.
Mano, é um player, tipo, muito bobalhão.
Eu
sabia que era pra esse.
Cara, isso é muito legal, mano.
Dá uma aula de teste pra essa galera aí, mano.
Caraca, mano.
É médico, é receita?
Pô, mano, pode xingar?
Eu ia pôr o cara da Liquid.
Aê, caipira.
Esse eu sei quem é.
Aê, caipira, filha da puta. Pô, mas o KDS, ele é muito sem
Coletividade.
educação, cara.
Não tem nem que responder, ele é um coitado, cara.
Nossa, essa aqui eu vou...
Fala aquilo que tá aqui, ó.
Quanto? Quantas kills? Pega aí, não, pega aí. Pega aí, velho.
Vou pegar.
Pro cara aqui.
Qual que é a dica que você tem que mandar?
Farmou Aura, hahaha. 03 no Major, 16 kills em 4 mapas. GV.
Tem cara mesmo. E se não foi ele também, vai tomar no c...
É de alguém da Fofúria. Como eu tenho relacionamento com todos de lá, tipo, não dá pra especificar muito.
Ah, não foi muito fofo.
Não, mano.
Vai
Guardado.
Vamos ver. Obrigado por me tirar do Major para fazer aquela merda lá. Ainda tô devendo 2 jantares. Te amo. E é o Norris.
Norris?
É. Porque ele quis apostar comigo as 2 partidas que a gente jogou com eles. Ele quis apostar. Aí eu ganhei 2 jantas.
Aposta mais, mano. Aposta um carro da próxima.
É isso, valeu, Norris. Tá patrocinando. Tá devendo até hoje.
Mano, eu quero fazer um recado pra todo mundo que nunca ganhou nada e falar, nunca ganhou nada.
Vamos ver aqui quem que é esse fracassado. Aqui eu já não entendo a letra. Boa tarde, Mr. Aura. Cuidado que vou te buscar na base. Quero ver. Falar é fácil.
Você é um bobalhão. Zagueiro. Rival de treino. Eu não sei nem o que responder isso aqui. A letra é feia. Eu não tenho ideia do porquê.
Tem 6 anos, mano.
Não sei quem é. Obrigado pela mensagem aí. Se eu descobrir quem é você, vai ter mais chat no treino. Então boa sorte aí.
Querido STK, você é gente boa demais e deveria pensar em jogar um Forza. Isso aí já é fato, né? Isso aí é o palusão, né? Foca gigantesca aí.
Welcome back, my friends. A bit of shenanigans happening in SAL and between players as always, but that doesn't mean that we can't refocus immediately on the stakes at hand. And before we talk about our third game out of 5 today, Fox, I'd like us to take a look at the standings, refresh everybody's minds, and where we stand after these first 2 matches, because they do have an impact, as you'll see.
We're both sitting, so how can we stand?
They are the standings, but those are not us. It's the teams in the standings.
Well, you said we'll see where we stand, and you know, so that's why I'd say we'd be sitting. But for the teams that are standing, I mean, after that game that we just saw, you know, it puts NIP in a position where they are now sitting in second place. So good for them. But Furia, they're the next game up. And assuming that they're going to win, they'll be able to leapfrog it back. But I think at the end of the day, we're seeing a good split right now. We got FaZe, NIP, Furia, all kind of almost confirming that they will be within the top 6, the top 4, to put it lightly. And it's going to be very difficult for any of the other teams to be able to bounce them out of that top 6. As for the bottom, I mean, good for Imperial to be able to get 2 points there. They can still have a good attempt at being in that top 6. INTZ, though, you know, it's not looking too hot for them.
Yeah, that is a conversation to get into later on. We'll turn our attention to Furia and Black Dragons. As you saw, Furia in third place. They have the opportunity to jump over both NIP and FaZe Clan in this game if they were to take down the Black Dragons. But a Black Dragons win puts them in 6th place. They'll be fighting in the top 6. That'll be something huge for them. And honestly, this squad of Furia has been incredibly impressive. Definitely there. Should be on everybody's radar, as you got Loira and Diaz that have been putting up numbers whenever things are needed. But it is, in general, a well-oiled machine thanks to the efforts of this man in front of you, Hertz.
Yeah, Furia have not dropped a game yet so far in this stage. Their closest matchup, surprisingly, was against Imperial, where they went 8-7 on Clubhouse. And Furia instantly responded by the next game yesterday. Loud. They went to Fortress. Absolutely smoke showed those guys 7-2. Diaz, again, I'm glad that you mentioned him because he has been doing amazing for the roster. I think the supportive staff from this team is unlike any of the other supportive staff when it comes to the other teams in the SAL, just because not only are they very smart, but they're shooting as well. And when you have Volps, Diaz on the back end being able to play those supportive operators, I think it makes things that much easier for the entry specifically, just to be able to get their kills, find their openings. And you know that if you put Diaz in a clutch situation, he's going to be winning. And that's what we've been seeing so far. So I can't imagine them tapering off at all. I think it's going to be another business day as usual for Furia.
A tough time then, as I'm hearing, for their opponents, Black Dragons, on the other side. To remind everybody, the one and only team that has had roster swaps going into this stage. That is it. 2, actually. There's see one of them, Romeo, here on the squad, and has been around for quite a while, but there are kind of, I guess, a bit of history that involves some of the players on this team. Guto putting up numbers when needed for this team, but is it enough to push them against this massive brick wall on the other side that is Furia? That is my big question for this one, because yesterday against Liquid, they did not fare too well. Yes, sure, they collected a couple points against INTZ, a fair win, but it didn't look really clean. You go into overtime, you're playing against INTZ, the lowest rated team in the SAL region.
Yeah, for Black Dragons, I mean, on a map like Clubhouse, again, I feel like we've been saying Clubhouse so much today. On a map like Clubhouse yesterday, Black Dragons should have gotten a lot closer than a 7-3. I think they just are lacking a little bit of firepower. I think that's the biggest thing for Black Dragons right now. I mean, they are... It looks way worse than it is, though, because Black Dragons, they do have 2 wins, but they were overtime wins. They were 8-6s, and that's unfortunate. But the games that they're losing, oh my goodness, 7-0s, 7-1s, it is not a situation that you want to be in. If they can at least bring every game to overtime, you know, it would make things that much easier in the point standings for Black Dragons. But they do have good talent. They're a very structured team. I think the only thing that they're lacking really is just being able to have a confident entry. Swag's been having a difficult time this stage of being able to find opening kills, and if he's unable to do it, they need to be able to allocate more resources to him specifically. If not, maybe try having him play more supportive, because it really seems like he is a man on his own a lot of these rounds, trying to find kills, trying to find an opening, and that's the biggest issue for Black Dragons.
Well, our game is nearing its readiness, and we're going to go to Bank. All right, variety is spice of life. I can confirm it. We're not going to have 2 clubhouse or 3 clubhouses back to back to back. Is this the right place to take Furia? I think that's a very difficult question to answer for Black Dragons, because this is going to be tough regardless. Black Dragons starting off on the defense, Furia on the attack. Furia get this momentum rolling, and it's going to get real tough. Though, tough as nails are casters for this one. Please, Links and Extra Turga, take it away.
Describe me as tough as nails. Not a sentence or not a phrase that's often been used to describe me, but I'll appreciate it. I'll take it in the spirit in which it was intended. And it certainly makes me feel good going into this game, which, let's be honest, Ollie, given the record Black Dragons have had, close games only coming up against teams like INTZ, a close win against Fluxo W7M at the start of the stage, it's probably going to need a pretty high constitution to really withstand the pummeling that Furia might lay down on Black Dragons this game.
Yeah, I do fear for the games from here on out. Well, to be fair, there's a bit of a banger coming later on, and I'm sure that we will get into that in due course. But Furia Black Dragons, ooh, feels like a bit of a doozy, doesn't it? Furia, of course, coming off the back of some impressive form recently inside of SAL. Currently sat in 3rd, but the only reason that NIP have leapfrogged them in the standings is because they've got a game in hand. This is Furia's game in hand to try and catch up with. And if they win it, they will be overtaking not only Furia, but also FaZe, who currently sits in that top spot. And of course, FaZe will have their game a little bit later on to see if they can then regain that top #1 spot here inside of the SAL. But for the meantime, it is Furia Black Dragons. That is all we care about. And Furia are going to be starting off on the attack. I was quite enjoying the little content pieces that have been done over in Brazil. You sort of made a comment, you were like, I feel like we've been in this break forever. And I think I was just sort of like transfixed into watching them. I just couldn't stop, you know? It's like when there's a TV show going and you just get locked into it. I was locked. I'm all about the Nerf gun 3 shots, seeing if they can down that target thing. Like, I want to go.
Well, at least so far, Black Dragons have a go at some target acquisition, find the first kill on the Volps, and Herds looking to try and maybe channel some of that same magic and some of that same energy. Spots one player playing lower on Marble, but not an immediate opportunity to close in for the kill. He clearly wanted to get aggressive, and as we all know, Herds loves his lurks, loves to wait for a gap, and I think Marble Stair is a very standard position to get that. A lot of opportunities to listen for sound cues, get an angle directly into the site. That Soliton scanner as well can control and get information on whether or not somebody's playing close. That being said, it's only one possibility for Furia to move through. The rest are a bit more uncertain. Black Dragon's playing a bit more conservative. Tachanka deep inside of the site. Herd's hearing the reinforcement. Thinks there might be a kind of gap presenting itself. Oh, just spots one, waiting for an extra angle, decides to take it. But Gudo, only exposing a little bit of calf, loses some HP, but denies the overall ability for Herds to flank. That's a big moment, keeping that position alive.
Got to feel a bit sorry for Herds there, because he can tell he's being very cautious about taking that engagement. Still reasonable time in here. 18 Shumikas for Rare and 2 Toxic Babes for Guito are going to do a lot of the heavy lifting right now, though. 55 seconds left, and Furia, it's not through lack of knowing. They know where these defenders are. They just don't have anything to try and break through with. Big shots onto Herds. He needs to be careful now into either of the smokes or the Tachankas, because only a couple of breaths or steps in that, and he's going to be a goner. Diaz trying to make something happen from elevator, but Swag knows exactly where he is.
He can just burn time from this position, stop Diaz from getting any kind of backstab, but also more importantly, stop him from taking an aggressive angle. If Rare can force him deeper back into elevator, Diaz can't control the swing out of Volt. Furia pushing from the opposite side, trying to make their way through server, getting completely cut down in the process. No backstab for Furia means all guns are trained on the server push. And now that leaves Boxera as the only one left. Diffuser a world away, 4 players separating him and the objective. Looks like the first one will be won on time to give their lives to the Hibana DMR. The Black Dragons keep enough alive to get the first.
Proving that basement on bank is as formidable a defensive stronghold as it has ever been here. Furia never really going for the sort of the typical approach there. There was a lot of focus on the main stairs, a lot of focus on the elevator. I think that's just because that's where players kind of got bottlenecked. But we didn't really see the big exchange of util over towards servers. We didn't see a lot of the hatch play. Garage flank never really came off either. So a little bit of a strange opening round on the attack for Furia. Bank is a reasonable map for them in terms of performance, but not somewhere that they hold in extremely high preference. They lost recently against NIP on this very map. They also won against NIP on this very map, so a little bit of a flip-flop there. That would have been over in and around kickoff. And then prior to that, we're talking about like a sort of a different Furia roster, really. So it's not entirely applicable, but at least from what we've seen of them recently and from what we know of these players, you know, it's a map that they are going to be capable on. It's a map that favors attacks that like to stretch their legs, individuals that like a lot of space around them, and you don't have to look too far across the Furia lineup until you figure a few of those. So on paper, this is somewhere that we are expecting them to perform quite well.
We'd hope so. Actually, both these teams, a big performance is important. For Fury, a little bit less so. Just trying to lock in playoffs and kind of retake their position over NIP. But for Black Dragons, who one of those teams that have been struggling so far inside of the SAL, anything but ideally a regulation victory is what they need. Starting off with a good victory on the first round. We move to attack the CEO site. A lot of opportunity to create gaps, and for a team like Furia, that's a dangerous position for Black Dragons to be in. Not only the Twitch, but the Brava as well. 2 different ways to disable Evil Eyes, take down any jammers. Not a whole lot of traps available, but this from Loira. Hopping down, hitting the Spider-Man angle, looking into checkers. There's a Cade, or the Two-Brow, excuse me, playing in a standard position. DMR quite a dangerous gun to try and take that against. Loira will fall off the angle pretty quick, though. There's nothing found for Fury just yet. Is still on the roof. Spending a lot of time just trying to clear out all the positions, check all the boxes, and oh, Herds. Taking on Mr. Outlaw pretty early. That's a stock player playing aggressive, who's taken down.
Oh, big swoon for the Wamai there. 2 magnets. Fortunately, Harbreach isn't too thin on the ground. Diaz does still have Hibana, but those Selmas are extremely handy. The speed and size in which they get open. little bit of twitch drone action from Volps now as well, just trying to clear a bit of the path. Eyes on a player inside of meeting. Herds going to try and take this engagement. There's a lot of information at his feet right now, but there's a hell of a lot of guns pointed in his direction.
You see the Maestro ready for it, and look at this timing. Gets on the camera right as Herds decides to lurk in. Furia 4v2 right now. Herds finding another inside a CEO. Gudo now 1v4. Spotted by Loira early and pinched by Diaz late. Furia tie things up off the back of a huge lurk from Herds.
Big amount of information there as well. You knew that Volps was hanging around in the shock drone. We had a little bit of Deimos action as well. I think the kill onto the player that was inside a stock. The Deimos sort of track was a brilliant distraction in a lot of ways. Don't think that Mr. Outlaw was expecting to get swung by Herds in that position. You're far more curious about the actual Deimos, but they obviously knew that the player was there, and again, it just adds on to that pain. And Herds just finding that gap, allowing himself to walk straight into Janitor, by the way. It's not the easiest place to just walk in. You very often see players will use a Monty or a Blitz or a Blackbeard or some form of shield or a lot of utility to actually try and get into that position, not just crouch walk in on an ace.
It's just, in classic Herds play as well, operator that you can use all your utility early, an operator where you don't have to use that much utility. You can just focus on making the plays. Can't tell you how many times I've seen Herds hit a lurk from that exact position. You can even see Black Dragons ready for it, and you're going to get unlucky sometimes. The timing's not going to go your way, and just happen to be the case there. Only so much you can do. It's a dice roll play style at the end of the day, and given the skill we have seen from Herds, tends to come up on those rolls more often than he falls. But of that now T-Law roster, one of the most inconsistent players the past year and a half or so. But when he is on, it is difficult to stop him. Big 3K for Herds in his first round of making an appearance, at least in this game, on the kill count. See what Black Dragons do now on the tertiary side. One basement, lost CEO, chancing it on open area and office. Romeo gunning for a C4 on the CEO windows early. He's always seemed to look great in theory, but I feel like are always a bit rare to hit in practice. Get caught on the windowsill, and it's easy for players to reach safety below or beneath or even on the sides of the windowsills. See the player make it away. I think there was Herds on the rappel, so only C4 for the defense lost early, but at the same time, Black Dragon's broader defense still intact.
Still, the C4 is something that you would like to have because you know that people are going to be getting in upstairs. But Bok hasn't wasted any time with that boogie drone, throwing it in from the window, straight away starting to open up that floor, and you kind of felt sort of vulnerable for Romeo in that position because you were like, I know you're there holding the C4, but all of that floor is now open above you. It's only a matter of time until we see Furia players start to challenge onto it. Still not done with this and still wanting to find himself in harm's way. He knows exactly the play that's going on. He probably wants to peek main lobby, but he's being stopped from doing that by Diaz right now. A quick trade there as Herds will fall, but Guito taken out in due course. More information available for Diaz. He's still got 4 phone calls as well.
Can make the defense's life really difficult with this utility. Blackbeard can do so as well. Pushing in off the back of those calls, even if the information might not be as loud, freezing that player in position is just as valuable. Or chipping away some important HP. Volp sees some utility placed, and oh, Mr. Outlaw baits him! Throws the Razor Bloom around the corner. Here's the ADS, times the swing perfectly. And that's the Blackbeard taken down. Bogzero only one on the attack with a kill. What a great drop in pre-fire by the Ram. Switching on to another pistol. Pre-fires him through the wall. It's 2 3Ks in a row for Furia, but this one coming at much closer margins. DS has the diffuser, and again, 4 of these calls. This makes close man counts for the attack so much better. DS will try to plant. Bogzero on the cover. Huge kill by Rare. Takes him down. DS hopping off the diffuser. Forced out because of the Shumikas. With a shotgun close around the corner. He does not go down. A pre-fire onto the head of Romeo. That awareness is insane from Diaz Lucas, but now a 1v1. And Rare doesn't even have to take the gunfight, but he does so anyway. Big kills from the Tachanka to hold down the site, and Black Dragons taking a fight against Furia.
You've really got to wonder about the division of duty there, haven't you? The Dokubi, the one making the plan, can't use the phone calls when you're making the plan. Those phone calls would have been massive. It would have just alleviated so much of that pressure there. you would have got a good idea as to at least where one of them was. Yes, sure, you know one's inside a cafeteria, you know one is likely flanking main stairs, but it would just giving you a little bit of surety either way, and it's very unlikely that a defender is going to push if they are phoned, so you at least can just eliminate one angle for a few seconds, and it may have just bought enough time to get that plant down, but real fine margins there, and Black Dragons giving a fantastic fight. I think they played the 2 versus 2 probably as well as they could. Rare digging back deep, still pacing his utility out and zoning off different areas, like, okay, you want to plant behind the desk where we can't see you? Boom, Shamika launchers. You ain't planting behind the desk where we can't see you now. Get yourself into the open and take a 1-for-1 gunfight. And that's exactly the position that Furia were forced into there. An early lead here for Black Dragons, but it is only very narrow. 2 rounds to 1.
Only narrow, but Black Dragons have put on a good defense in the couple rounds that they've won. Mr. Outlaw also 2 for 1 technically on the opening picks. He's been involved in every single opening engagement so far. Definitely one of the highlight players for Black Dragons as well going into this stage. Rebuild that centered quite a lot on him and what he can offer. As you look into basement, didn't really see a whole lot of, I suppose, Mr. Outlaw in that round. It's really just the broader setup that did the talking for Black Dragons there, especially this Tachanka, buying a lot of time for the defense, shutting off important positions. Really, the only win condition we've seen consistent for Furia so far has been, of course, a player going big, but Herds hitting that gap in round 2. Snake will be good to create that, but, I mean, Ollie, we saw that pretty well stopped by Black Dragons last time as well, and Mr. Outlaw, that's his 4th opening engagement, his 3rd victory this game so far, and if you were hoping to hit a gap with Herds on the Soliton scanner, see you in round 5.
Aside from round 2, Herds has been extremely quiet. I think all of his kills coming in that one single round. Yes. Every other time he's been opening, well, I think he's been opening killed twice, hasn't he? So really not having a desired impact right now. You think back to round number 1 where he was sort of showing the trigger discipline and not shooting the player that was just exposing themselves so narrowly. That's where we are again here now, but it is a much different approach this time. We're seeing a little bit of focus over toward those server side. We have the breach open now, or at least the hatch. Still further fortification available for inside of the site, more specifically. Bok, seeing if you can grab an angle, but nothing showing just yet. One more Zoto canister left for Mr. Outlaw. It's likely going to get used on the hatch, as that's where he's used his others. Just trying to slow down these attackers from getting the hatch open, and it just allows him to play a little bit more aggressively inside of server room itself. As soon as that hatch is open, it very much becomes no man's land over there. Even now with the control that's available inside of server, it's going to be very difficult for him to aggress up. Does still have a C4 to play behind, and there is, of course, the Tachanka and the smoke for good measure, so there might be a minute and change on the clock, but it ain't a lot of time when you account for all that utility.
No, and really, you know, we were going into this game thinking it was going to be one-sided for Furia, but when it's come to these actual setups, Furia just have not had any compelling answers, and Black Dragons have been going pound for pound, blow for blow against them in the gunfights. So as we reach a basement attack that is looking like it's going to trend quite similar to how it did the first go-around, might be wondering what the answer is for Furia going forward. C4 lands. That's been there the entire time. It's a standard protocol. 2 players, it seems, getting damaged by the fire, the smoke, going down to guns and utility, respectively. Absolutely nothing going well for Furia. And about every single part of this strat hitting for Black Dragons. 2 for 2 on basement defenses, and Black Dragons with all the cards.
The thing is, I think Black Dragons are expected to do well down here in the basement. Maybe it shouldn't be flawless rounds. That's probably where the alarm bell starts to ring a little bit. Bit of backside pressure potentially, dropping in through Gold Hatch, whatever it might be. This tactical timeout isn't going to be discussing the fundamentals of basement and how Furia want to approach it, because that site's locked out now. It's been won twice by the defense. They won't be able to go there for the rest of regulation. Instead, it speaks to a more serious problem where they're potentially not communicating well enough between themselves to actually clear out these positions, because that's something that you can translate across any site in the map, any site in the game, is those fundamentals and that togetherness that we like to see teams play with. Furia, obviously not the start that they were hoping for here, but kind of forced into a fairly early tactical timeout, and with only 2 rounds left on the attack, they're really banking everything on this timeout and that it's going to be effective for these next 2 rounds, because they'll be going into their defenses with nothing. Granted, I think they'll be a lot more comfortable on that defensive side, not only because of their own sort of proficient ability to play on the defense, but maybe through a lack of ability to play on the attack from Black Dragons. But still, it's a big play to use your timeout at round 5 when you're 3-1 down.
And going in, CEO is the one site Fury have won so far, so not only can they discuss the next couple rounds, but at least they have, even if the timeout doesn't exactly get implemented perfectly, they do have the one site they've won. But then again, it's off the back of Herd spotting a gap over towards Janitor, and I have to imagine when we saw Black Dragons were clearly aware of it with the Maestro holding that angle for so long, and then Herd's just getting a timing towards the end. Will have to be something different and much more improved from Furia in this round, who have really been getting the business done to them by Black Dragons at the moment. So we see some changes manifesting. Wolves bringing in the shield for the second time this half for Furia. We saw it on open area previously. First time we'll see it on CEO. The shield and a lot of information is a very nasty combination the Black Dragons might have to worry about. Dokkaebi can pressure inside his sight. Loira can pressure from below. Pretty good combination if they're looking to, well, again, apply a lot of pressure to Janitor, albeit from a different way.
It's a different idea as well from Black Dragons coming out now as well. They've sort of sacked off the Maestro in favor of bulletproof cameras. We've got a bulletproof camera watching in towards Stock. So it's going to give them a little bit of information, nowhere near as much as you get with the Maestro, but the biggest change is going to be the sort of trap edition of the Thorn. And I imagine that they're going to be played a lot more in and around that Janitor area, stopping somebody from walking in. There's a deployable shield in the middle of the corridor as well, outside of Stock this time. Again, everything's just pointing towards making sure that Fury aren't just allowed to walk in like we saw them do previously. A full complement of defenders to track here, Loira. It really is just a matter of picking which one. Probably going to want to try and single out those Stock players. Kind of a bold play from Herds right now to move through and try and get that breach open. Nothing really stopping players from moving out of Janitor, although with the Vulps in there, it could be, but that, my friend, is a Warden. Might be a direct trade, but the plant starts to go down. Things may be looking up for Furia.
Maybe looking up for Furia, and as we move into the post, indeed it will. Herd's not playing flank watch on this position, instead going straight in with the diffuser. Diaz on the fall off, gets a big kill to put Fury in the advantage and putting the pressure on Romeo and Gudo. Herd's taking another fight, winning it as the bandit peeks out of Janitor. Castle might land the trade, but on one of the most difficult post plans for the defense to retake, it's looking unlikely that Gudo's going to come away with this one. Deimos on the roof is just going to add insult to injury. He might know that one player's on the rappel, but that knowledge has rarely ever been good enough to make the defense win it. Final kill will land, and Furia, after the attack, win their second round on CEO.
Nice post plant set up there from Furia. They knew exactly where the plant was going down and where the post was going to be. Easily held from not only the window, but also from the skylight. Both directly opposite one another, so no chance of a easy lineup or flicking from one to the next. It was always going to be a real tough engagement, that. Vulps did have to chuckle, mate. Stunning out on the Warden and then just de-shielding and immediately getting domed. That's exactly how you play the Warden, but fortunately for him, he had a little bit of support from the windows. Fury are good for a round after the tactical timeout, but honestly, I'd wager it isn't what they would hope for here. They want 2 rounds off the back of that timeout going into their own defenses.
And in theory, an open area attack should be pretty good to tie this half, finish things off 3-3. Though Black Dragons being so good at the opening pick so far, starting off with an advantage, at least makes things more doable, and only CEO it's worked for Furia so far. Not a must win to be sure, but definitely a round to watch. See if Furia can tie the game 3-3 or if Black Dragons come away with a lead. Similar position for Black Dragons as some of the other teams currently sitting at 4 points. Main contention against Los and Lau to try to move their way up into the standing. So, tie game is good. Getting to the point where you need as many points as you can get their hands on, and coming away with a lead at the half would be quite excellent. Start things off, Intel heavy lineup from Furia. The nasty triple Intel op setup. Unfortunately, Deimos, Dokkaebi, and Snake in play.
The fact that that's available is just horrendous, isn't it?
Hey, got the ace off the board.
Because if there's one thing that you think of when you think of this Furia lineup, I think of lineups like that. I think of triple information, maybe even throw a shield into it. I mean, Loira's on the Ash. Let him go. Like, just honestly, at this point, just do whatever you like, because it's going to be so crippling. Yes, you've got mute jammers, but you've still got to be in the right place at the right time at them. Early little bit of information there that we've got somebody playing just behind desk. Loira thinking about a bit of a walk in here through electric. Just holding a horrible angle for the time being. Didn't land any points of damage, but he at least has deterred any defender from crossing one side to the other. The hatch play here as well, but instead it will be Loira making a big old entry on that electric side of things. 2 kills to kick things off. I thought he was going to move through and get a third. Then I was convinced his name was going to pop up in the top right again, but instead it was Bog. Where has this Furia been all attack long?
Oh, that's the thing when you have this many superstars on the roster. Any one of them can take over the game, but with 2 of them taken down, Bulbasaur, Box, Zera, unfortunately no longer a factor. Herd's creeping into the site. Has to be careful. He just become number 3 for the Black Dragon's kill count. He's got information on Mr. Outlaw. Knows he's behind the desk, and with the Thorn on such low HP, this has to be a 1v3 for Gudo in the making right here. Herd's hopping up, waiting for the conversion. Now swinging around, pushing the issue. Spots his feet again. So easy for Herds to deal with. What can Gudo find now? Loira's been doing so good so far. Oh, just spots him at the double door. Easy pre-fire for the Ash to finish things off, and coming out of the attack. 2 easy rounds for Furia to tie things up, though. Gotta give credit. Black Dragon's giving them a fight as well.
Credit where credit is due, my friends. Yes, who would have expected Black Dragons to pull off 3 rounds in the first half against Furia? We talked up Furia. Really hammed them up there for a very good reason. But BD, just live up to what SAL is. You can never underestimate your opponents, no matter where they stand, no matter where they are in the standings, or at least in their experience compared to yours. And 3 rounds in defense are going to be pretty happy with it. Furia faltering a bit, but the recovery did bring it back to an equal half, Fox.
There was some key words that you just said right there. 3 rounds on bank defense. Now, Black Dragons absolutely came out the gate swinging. I really like the utility usage, specifically on their basement rounds, you know, running the Tachanka, always having C4s. Just a classic bank on trying to deny plants, trying to deny time, because it's a very big map. There's a lot of area that you need to go through. And Furia understood that. They adapt. That's why they win those last 2 rounds, because they switch up their playstyle. Instead of objective play, let's try to just make sure that once we're getting those picks, we're making sure that we have a little bit of time left, and then we go for the fights in sight, as opposed to worrying about getting the case down. And that's where the experience difference for Black Dragons is like glaring, because they use the utility. Once it stops working, let's change it up. Okay, if Furia is trying to fight us out the gate now, let's try to adapt to it. They don't adapt in those last 2 rounds, tying it up. Now it's a situation where I think the experience difference is still going to hold true. Furia's on defense bank. Now they can use the utility all they want. They can constantly keep adapting, having, you know, always being 1 step ahead of Black Dragons. That'll be the difficulty. And when you look at the head-to-head of just individual styles and individual play styles, I mean, Furia naturally is going to have the more gifted fraggers on the team. And if Black Dragons just tries to win based off of getting those opening kills, Furia is just going to be able to shut that down. So there's a lot more in the bag for Furia going into this defensive half. I don't imagine Black Dragons getting around past this point.
See, this is where I agree with you, because if you look at just the kill counter on the first half, there's a lot that is owned to time, right? It's always the 6th player on whatever team is on the defensive side. It worked out well for BD in this first half, but if you're not able to get those opening kills, converting them into actual power positions and control on your attacking side, you're not gonna have a good time. But it just means another challenge for us to witness and see if it does get pulled off. I'm going to tell you here, it's not Clyde and Bandit that are banned, of course. It's going to be the castle on the other side. Bless, and bless up, then back to Lynx and X-Ray Troika.
No, just the one hard reach now this time, and if any of them are getting banned on bank, it's probably going to be the Cade. Can be a menace for those hatches, and so Cade 2-Brow combo will not be available for Furia. But as it is a tie half, 3-3 between Furia and Black Dragons, Still think we're looking a lot towards Furia to come away with this, but Black Dragons performed well so far. Ollie, should we afford them a bit of faith for this attacking side? Okay, sounds good.
I ain't affording anyone anything.
Okay. I'm my bad.
This is a capitalist society. No one is afforded a thing.
Okay.
You want it, you have to go out there and earn it.
I will not speak. If I speak, I'll be in big trouble.
Let's see what Black Dragons have for us. They've certainly got a fairly interesting lineup. Why are they bringing the Ram for the basement? That one I don't understand. We will see, though. Unless they're thinking that they have to go for this real big extension, which, I mean, yeah, sure. Seems like a hell of a lot to dedicate to that one thing. Yeah, usually you dedicate bodies, drones, some secondary utility, but... And even primary utility, but then that can be sort of pivoted and used on the site. But here it's just, nope, out and out. We are going to rip open the floor of that top floor. Mr. Outlaw knows that somebody's playing inside of the elevator. But quite similar to the position that Furia found themselves in on the attack. They've sort of dug themselves into this hole, but they're going to be much more comfortable playing inside of elevators than anywhere else. Mr. Outlaw just instead going to choose to fully ignore that and try and take up a position, try and cut off any players flanking between the sites downstairs. I just feel like we're chasing shadows here. Yeah, there's a few mute jammers around. There's been a bit of phantom pressure. There has been players up here, but we're at the halfway point in the round, boys. We need to be starting to make a little bit of progress.
Well, that's what happens with this this mute and shell setup sometimes. You can't really completely just move past the mute jammers unless you've got like some really good prep work, and oftentimes if you decide to clear it, you just end up investing a lot of time in the process. Black Dragons decide to commit to it, and only a minute to go. They could still win this, but it's something we mentioned in the first game. Whenever you have low time, you're going to be losing opportunities to gather information. You're going to be betting it all on more limited opportunities to get kills or use utility. If those don't pay off, you just don't have the time to come up with another solution. Loira off the back of that Kiba, looking to take a quick fight, but Mr. Outlaw, love this additional angle. Loira getting comfortable over by the dirt tunnel, and Black Dragons take perfect advantage of that. Really great idea, but again, all it gets them is server. It's an important position to be sure, but they still have to commit to the actual push in through server, and with very little opportunity to hit a rotation. Smokes landing right at the exact time. Diaz with plenty of a surplus. Herds with the standard C4, likely over by gold as well. Black Dragons with extremely limited time. We're even doubling up for the hard breach. A bit of miscommunication towards the end as Mr. Outlaw downed inside a server. It's a full commit to this hatch drop, and all the utility can still land in the proper spots. Taking even a few key seconds to bait out utility, and are Furia ready for it? Can they find this diffuser in time? Furia getting a lot of important picks, but none of them on the diffuser. Herd so focused deep, gets killed by Rare on the way out of the smoke, but Volps, 2 shots from the shotgun to put Romeo in a 1v3, and a 1v's nothing. Volps with all 3 to make it a 3v0. A big post-plant play by the IGL on Furia.
Furia keeping their cool despite the chaotic nature of that end of round. I think the Black Dragons, they certainly got a bit further than Furia did on their own attacks, didn't they? We never really saw the plank go down, or we never really saw a meaningful push, or even a lot of kills happening inside of the bomb site. But you can't take it away from them. They really committed to that plant and committed to flooding with not only utility, but bodies as well. Rare forced into a real off spot to get the plant down. I don't think that Herds was expecting that at all as he was tucked into the corner of servers. Furia will make good on that downstairs site, pretty much the same way that we saw Black Dragons make good on it as well. It's downstairs on Bank. We are expecting defensive teams to do well on there. The difference often coming on the further up floors, often on that first and second floor. That's really where you see these games sort of won and lost. All the way up to the top floor now for round number 8. Furia, again, a brief lead. And a lead that they have only just managed to snag. Will they be able to extend it any?
If it follows the pattern of the first half, the answer will be no for right now. But as Fury, the main site they were able to win was CEO on that attacking side. Black Dragons do the same. It will be a tie game early on. And there was a lot of progress, as you said, made on that basement attack, so I think there's fair reason to think it's a possibility out of Black Dragons at the moment. We'll see what Fury have to offer on their defenses, but still quite a close game, both in terms of the round count and also just how these rounds have gone. Black Dragons looking like they have shown up when they really need to inside of the SAL. Operator selection is now finalized. Got some fun stuff coming out on the attacking side. Damos has been pretty consistent, but the Sen's coming in, telegraphing to us at least. And Black Dragons probably want to get this diffuser down.
And the Deimos is a brilliant addition for this site. If Romeo can get in below and be sufficient, we just basically needs to play a similar spot to that we saw him play when he was defending the top floor when Black Dragons were defended inside of open area, when he was looking for that C4 through tellers. That's the kind of spot he needs to find himself in, really, on that Deimos if he wants to try and work vertically. Like the fact that we're seeing the sense be brought as well, like you say, that speaks to the potential for a plant to go down, or at least to try and cut a load of visual access across that site for those defenders. Loira just being forced to play a little bit further back at the moment. He has got the bulletproof inside of stock that can do a lot of the work for him. He doesn't need to actively peek that angle. He isn't going to be that good if he has to hold that himself and then swing off the back of it. So the fact that he's holding it, you better believe that he's going to be having a fairly passive role in terms of holding on to stock. But there's no one really there at the moment for the side of the attack. It really is all focused around square. We've got a player top square stairs. We've got some players out there on the rappel. Ooh, nice use of the EMP dart on the bulletproof camera there from Loira, just allowing him to get rid of those air jabs. Kind of freeze the way a little bit for him for a bit of a flanking through stock at a later point in the round. That's really what he's going to be eyeing up now, I bet.
Could go for it. Put some importance on Romeo's position to keep a lid on that. Shut down any flanks around stock up the long hall. Instead, Romeo catching Volbs, rotating one too many times across that rotate hall. It was a tight angle, to be sure. Romeo finds it. Oh, almost lands the second. Herd's head spotted for a brief instant, but only gets put to 1 HP rather than losing his life against Romeo. Forced to fall back as well. No longer playing close on the CEO windows. It's a normal fallback position, but taking so much damage getting out of it. Maybe luckier more than anything. He didn't fall away dead. Herds gets the kill in the process. Loira, too. Really glad the Azami didn't fall in that position. As Furia beginning to fend off this push, this slow, patient take from Black Dragons. Diaz, big flank coming through square. Rare on low HP, but more defenders falling inside the site. Loira, the only one remaining. And it seems that Black Dragons might know about this lurk up the square stairs. Rare finds it, and Black Dragons take the round with 3 quick kills.
Great information there from Black Dragons. They knew exactly where the player was coming from up those square stairs. Rare just having to hold the angle. Obviously, the little pre-fire from Diaz earlier on kind of gave the game away a little bit. But good information exchange there. And interestingly, no plant really coming down. The sense not really being used to get that plant down. Black Dragons clearly forced into a different plan to that they fully intended in the first place. Alarm bells start to ring now a little bit if you're on the side of Furia, because a very close defense in the basement. Yes, they were able to win that one, but as we all know, one side doesn't make a defensive half of Siege, nor does it make an attacking half. But a great top floor clear there from Black Dragons puts them bang back at level 4-4. There's a lot of hinges on this tertiary site now for Furia, because if they struggle to get a win here, it's not even as if they've got their tactical timeout to fall back into. Black Dragons take a lead, and they will have a lot of confidence sacking that basement again for a second time.
You could see their fortune shift there. I mean, so far it's been an exact beat-for-beat replay of the first half. Attack loses on Church and then wins on CEO. That continues. We'll see Black Dragons, or excuse me, we'll see Furia retake their lead here, winning the defense. Still be quite a close game, but Furia getting the advantage of that first win. Able to, at least, if the pattern continues, constantly retake their lead against Black Dragons. Box Zero holding upstairs. Long angle that TCSG. I was going to say, you're a good player, but I don't know if anybody should be taking a fight at this long distance with a TCSG, but He's holding on. A bit passive on this top floor, likely trying to bait in the push and then fall back down that elevator hatch. Couldn't work out. Nobody from Black Dragons biting just yet. Seems that, I mean, given the nature of these kinds of clears, if you got the ram on board, we will see a full clear from Black Dragons. That means this one's probably going to be a bit slower. They actually want to securely take this control to get those boogie drones in play, which will mean a lot more time invested.
It's a slow burn, isn't it? Fortunately for them, they are only attacking the mid floor, so it's not like they've got everything to get through. They can take a little bit more time on this top floor clear, and they've got some speedy utility to use as well. Ace Selma charges, they don't really mess around. Boogie drones, they rip the floor open in seconds, so Black Dragon's not in too bad of a position at the moment. Better this than them blindly running on in. Romeo, seeing if you can find a bit of an angle here. Mr. Outlaw, he will have some information in his Soliton scanner. I'm sure that's what he's working off right now, but we can see this top floor is clear. There it is. Just going to dip into it for a second and confirm his suspicions. Romeo will be able to start getting this floor open now as well. Ooh, slight missed opportunity there. Mr. Outlaw, will he land the blow? No, Vulps just put super low. Cautious about the swing, cautious about the follow-up coming in from elevator, but nothing happening at the moment. Boxera really holding firm in that spot.
Yeah, holding on, wrapping around. Oh, Mr. Outlaw, new angle, same player he was targeting earlier. Finds the angle onto Valkyrie, opening pick for Black Dragons. On a bit of a wayward defender, but still an advantage to think about going into the site. Boxera might be next up. Spotted on that Soliton scanner. Don't exactly have a lot of great utility to deal with this. Just one nade remaining for Mr. Outlaw, so could bank it around the corner. That'd be a 5v3, but still a lot of work to be done on this quad wall. Kiba's being blocked to deny anybody from destroying those bandit batteries, so even more time spent by Black Dragons to move forward. Boxera rotating out, going to Marble as well. Might be spotted by the drone, but this is a bit of a default position. The greater issue is actually handling it. Gudo misses an opportunity, but that's a tight shot. Will take the more aggressive angle, but peeking with a flash in hand. Nose box there and kind of gives up his life in the process. Still the lead, but low time as Black Dragons pushing in. A lot of opportunity for Fury to make this comeback. Can't pre-fire because of the reinforcement, but Rare's still good for it. With only 1 second remaining, Rare's got to get this diffuser down. And Boxera, such a key fight he's won earlier. Rotates all the way down Marble, up through blue, and right into a victory for Furia.
Furia, by the skin of their teeth, get it over the line. But it really isn't being made easy for them at the moment by Black Dragons. The opening death is just devastating right now. It's 3 rounds in a row since the side swap. We've seen Black Dragons come away with that opening pick. On the attacks, they are using that information perfectly. And it's consistently putting Furia on the back foot. They were able to hold on downstairs in open area, but you really get the impression that Black Dragons are biting at the heels right now. I think this round, Links, I just feel like it's so important, because if Black Dragons are able to get one over here, we know that they can play the top floor. We know that to an extent they can play the mid floor. We've seen them get a plant down in the basement. It's only a couple of kills that we're asking for. It's just going to make it an entirely different landscape down here. And look at the lineup from Furia. Totally different. Gone is the denial. Where's the smoke? Where's the Tachanka? Where are the Goyos? It's all gone. They're betting everything right now on what? A clash and a couple of traps.
I mean, it is all gone, but I mean, something similar was kind of functional in the first round, and a lot of it, you know, came down to, let's say, like Akiba in server that was doing a lot of work because of how much time Black Dragons were spending on the roam. You still were able to get a lot of impact out of somebody playing server late because they weren't facing any pressure until late. A Clash is kind of a similar strategy with the Azami no longer an option. Black Dragons will take that away from Furia, and the Clash can pretty much substitute and fill that exact same niche. It still was quite a close one, and Black Dragons with a lot of opportunities on that church round, and I think Vulcan Pack, Shumika's, it'd be a much safer option as no toxic canisters present either. But Furia just betting on the lineup they're comfortable with, the one that's worked before. We'll see how it pans out. I mean, clearly not facing a lot of pressure early. Volbs reinforcing hatches as Clash 30 seconds into the round. Romeo just now entering the building. Gets a drone for this half clear, as we can see. Furia looking to spread out a little bit on this mid-floor, burn even more time early to punish Black Dragons late.
banking a lot on the Clash buying a lot of time for him here. They really are. The opening death, I mentioned it, it has been a nightmare. Vulps in particular, speaking of the Clash, he's been the victim of 4 of these opening deaths so far. 10-round game. It's far too many for one singular person. His impact really hasn't been felt. 2 and 7 right now. Ooh, big damage coming in. Mr. Outlaw and Bok trading blow for blow. Hatch still closed though. The lackluster pace from Black Dragons here, it's costing them a little bit. If that hatch was open and someone watching it, that's a freebie onto Bok, and it does open things up somewhat. Now we'll start to see the hatch be opened, and Mr. Outlaw thinking that admin office hatch is good to go. Doesn't know about Loira at all. The drones not doing the work here for Black Dragons, and they give away the opening pick for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, that is only Furia's 3rd victory in the opening duel this game so far. They're first on the defensive side. Volt spotting the Glaz inside of Garage, and what an awful position to be in for the Glaz, unfortunately. Clash somehow wrapping around, can completely keep him boxed behind the ambulance. Pushing back. Volp's not wanting to give up his life just yet, as Loira seems to be winning the round on his own accord. 3 kills, DMR and Utility getting the job done. Not only covering the marble push, but Elevator as well. And Hurd just comes to provide some support to the Clash. Great comms flowing for Furia right now, and great play from Loira as well. Big 3-piece to put Furia on map point.
Well, we kind of criticized it a little bit, didn't we, after Black Dragons' sort of plant-focused attempt and very, you know, playing the objective way that they wanted to play round number 7. But we go back to the same site again, and it's a very different story, really. Tactical timeout now being used by Black Dragons. Furia successful downstairs in the basement again. Only need one more site. They only need to pick up one more round here on Bank to walk away with a full 3 points and remain unbeaten. I feel like Black Dragons have given a really good account of themselves tonight, Lynx. I wasn't expecting this game to be this hotly contested.
Well, and to be honest with you, I think overtime is, I mean, it's not like a completely sure bet, but I think overtime is a very, very real possibility. We've got CEO coming up next. We saw Furia take a tactical timeout at the exact equivalent of this point in the first half, and they were able to win 2 rounds in a row pretty easily. I mean, not easy completely, but still, in rounds that were convincing for them. Black Dragons could easily do the same thing. They've already got a victory on CEO. They can turn their attention towards open area and think of a counter for that. This could very well be an overtime game, because you're right, Black Dragons have given a great account of themselves. This has been a close attacking half, with mainly Furia just outplaying them in some important aspects, but Black Dragons still remaining fundamentally very good. So winning on CEO, winning an open area in the last 2 rounds of a half, we've already seen it this game. Black Dragons could easily do it with the way they're playing right now.
Bomb located by attackers.
Volp's feeling like the Clash was a little bit of the secret sauce to the previous rounds. He's going to be rocking it again here in round number 11. We didn't see it have mass impact. It was obviously involved in engagements and did a lot of the work, but could just be more of a thing that Black Dragons really don't want to try and directly deal with head-to-head. So even in that regard, it might just hold a little bit more space in and around that janitor area and stop players from being able to walk on in. Black Dragon's not specifically known to be a shield-heavy team either, so a lot of the play that they like to bring doesn't usually hinge around the shields. It's going to be the same approach here. Just getting that stock wall, or stock window, excuse me, open. Mr. Outlaw giving himself a few options for later on. Planting the same spot would go down a treat right now. Just on that soft wall, onto that square wall, held from the skylight, held from the rappel. It could be what they're sort of angling towards. We've got a lot of bodies in this area for that such an eventuality. The ace as well, always great for getting that square wall open. Could be some bandit batteries kicking around, but again, not the end of the world to deal with. The big problem is going to be that Clash just played at the edge of Janitor.
With not any major opportunity to cut her off, especially if stock's still in the hands of Furia. Rhodes can also pre-fire behind this. It's going to be a difficult position, but Flash goes out, so Herd's backing up. Volp's a lot safer in this position. Giving some good information to the rest of the team. Able to see how many people are over here, at least if they show a face on the rappel. Could also maybe hear Mr. Outlaw around the corner. Best be careful, doesn't overstep his bounds, though. There is a nomad right around the corner. You can't go too far away, otherwise could easily cut you off and dispatch you entirely. Still waiting for something, though, as Black Dragon's taking their time on this one.
They really are, aren't they? It's not quite got to the painful point yet, but this clash is just slowing them down at no end. Romeo maybe with the answer. Could a Deimos track and a walk up main stairs be the key? Herd's falling. That might be the go button.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's the go button, all right. Immediately 3 kills, 4 kills fly Black Dragon's way. Volp's now making his last stand over by elevator, giving up the site. Shield at the opposite end. Flawless for Black Dragons coming out of the tack when they needed it most. CEO's been consistent, though. Not only will the game ride on round 12, but Black Dragons need to change their fortunes on open area.
6-5, last chance for a full 3 points here by Furia. Really letting that side slip away from them. I felt like all the action just happened in the corridor opposite Marble Stairs. It just felt like that was the main sort of proving ground there. Obviously, there was a couple of kills that happened off screen. But a real big play there from Black Dragons to get the job done. Like you say, slow and steady, really winning the race for them there. Not in a rush to overcommit. Mindful of the clash, knowing that they can't just go headlong into engagements. Needed to spend the time and gather that information. Fury are in a bit of a tough spot now, given that, yes, this is a site that we've seen them defend before. But having to go downstairs to staff to potentially win the game feels like a tough site to do it on.
I mean, even if you recall that first half, I talked about how Black Dragons need to repeat the pattern Furia did to win this. That was a lawyer, I think, 3 or 4K in round 6 to win it off, all from generally the same position. So even then, it's not like Furia had some big brain strat. They played well. But it's been quite a, a bit of a multi-kill heavy game from some players on Furia, and obviously that's good to win rounds, but on the attacking side, it's ended up proving quite important, quite load-bearing in the grand scheme of things. I just don't know if we've seen that same part of Black Dragons. It's been an overall, decent ideas and structure, but with nobody putting up numbers, outside of Rare and Mr. Outlaw, quite like we're seeing from Boxera, Loira, even Herd's not that far behind. It's making a bit of a difference in a game that is, currently only 1 round, but potentially, even if Furia win, only 2 rounds separating these 2 teams. Black Dragons, will they give us another slow look? Will they try to move things quicker to push this to OT?
Swag's definitely taking his time, isn't he, on IQ? Got the scanner on the roof. And search out for those electronics, of which there aren't loads, let's be honest. You've got the Solus that you'll be able to see if Solus is in their scanner, but, excuse me, aside from that, there's not tons to be going at. Hesitant to get into this top floor at the moment. I think Mr. Outlaw had plenty of tracks. There it is. We see the first one. Volps on the right side of an opening pick. Oh, Furia surely win the round. That's his 5th opening engagement and his 1st kill.
It is the perfect time for it to happen, and maybe the worst time for this trend to break for Black Dragons. Only Furia's 4th opening kill this whole series, and it comes in round 12. You can see players falling back, making the call. Volps! 2 kills before this, 100% increase in round 12. Now Gudo and Rare, only 2 left as Furia decide to rub their faces in it. 3 players falling back to Cyber. Right as I say that, we've still got 2 defenders up top. Thinking they can waste more time. Oh, they don't even know Boxera's an elevator. Rare the last alive, all 5 Grims. We'll need a whole lot more than utility to get the job done. Luck and prayer is what the doctor ordered, and that advice goes unheard. All 12, but Furia would get all 3 points in regulation.
Where has that Furia been for the entire game? We said this about their attacks. Their last 2 attacks, rounds 5 and 6, looked incredible. And kind of the same with those defenses, right? That last defense round looked fantastic. It looked like Black Dragons didn't have a clue how to even play the game, let alone how they wanted to attack Bank. And prior to that, they've given us some really impressive rounds. Regardless, Furia maintained their flawless streak here inside of SAL, and they will regain the top spot. Of course, a lot depends on our final game. We'll be right back with the desk.
Honestly, that was completely unexpected. The way that the half went already was just kind of drawing questions, and then Furia just started to let it slip slowly but surely until they brought it back. The last round, if you would have just seen that final round without any context about anything in the game, you'd be wondering, why is this scoreline like that, Fox?
I think Black Dragons honestly surprised a lot. I think they were really catching Furia off guard. I think Furia, we heard it from them that they said in that match versus Imperial that they were maybe a little overconfident. I think their game plan going into this matchup against Black Dragons was, we'll be able to shoot our way through the problem need be. And that's why some rounds just don't go in your favor. I mean, Black Dragons had a good strategical aspect when it came to their defenses, when it came to the attacks. Again, they just run out of ideas very quickly, and Furia has ideas. They have the guns to be able to back it up. So that's the biggest win. That was the win condition for Furia. At the end of the day, they were going to close it out no matter what, but Black Dragons definitely put up a fight.
It absolutely did, and waiting for us on call, as you would imagine, Fox, it's none other than DS. Let's bring him up. DS, welcome back to the show. The elephant in the room, the big question after the congratulations is, how did this game almost slip away from you? What was going on there?
I think we just started off sloppy, especially with the entry picks. It happened like 2 or 3 or 4 rounds. And yeah, that's basically it. We started off sloppy, and then we reduct paused, and we got our shit back together.
What was that conversation like?
He just told us to stop playing sloppy, basically, especially in the beginning of the round, because they weren't like doing anything like crazy. We were doing the crazy stuff, and they were punishing us. So we just switched the game up, and we won.
Yeah, it sure seemed like Black Dragons definitely surprised you guys on some rounds. I believe that comes with a little bit of area of unpredictability from them. Do you find it harder to play against the newer teams, or I guess the teams that aren't as predictable as some of the top 4 teams, because your 2 hardest games so far on the stage are versus Black Dragons and Imperial?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the main problem with us is we usually underestimate these teams, and we don't put in the same energy we do against big teams. And there's also the surprising factor where we don't really know what they're doing, and we don't expect them to do like the certain plays, and then they end up doing it, and they catch us off guard.
You still ended up with the win. You still ended up with the 3 points on here. So looking forward into next week, we're talking, and Fox mentions it in a perfect timing, as always. You're playing against these top teams. Next time, you're up against FaZe Clan. What should we expect from that game if traditional play, big dogs, is what you're used to and practicing for?
I think a barn burner. The same game, same type of game against Liquid. Hard rounds, good game, and be there to watch it.
Do you have something to say to Cyber and Vita King on the other side?
No.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, DS. Congratulations to yourself and Fiora. All 3 points going your way. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
I love that. Just keep it simple.
It was worth asking the question, but yeah, we'll just see you in game. I guess at that point, I'm pretty sure this is one thing that I really hate. I'm so sad that I won't be around next week, really for the rest, but specifically next week to witness that Furia FaZe game, because I think that's going to be incredible.
Yeah, it only gets harder for Furia, but as we've seen, going up against harder teams is usually easier for them. They have FaZe, Fluxa W7M, and NIP, so 3 heavy-hitting teams to be able to dictate how they're going to place going into playoffs. I mean, of course, we're going to assume that they're going to be making it in with the top 6. especially after this win. You know, they'll be sitting at 17 points. They leapfrog over everybody. They're currently in first up until FaZe matchup at the end of today. But that being said, I mean, the fact that they were just able to recognize the issues and adapt accordingly, I mean, it just goes to show the experience gap between these two teams. Black Dragons has some good defenses. They start getting adapted on. They don't change. Furia, you know, whether they're losing rounds, they're understanding the loss factor. Okay, we're doing crazy plays. We're over peaking here. We're taking gunfights that we shouldn't be taking. It takes a timeout from their coach to be able to mentally make them reset. And at the end of the day, because they're just on a different level compared to Black Dragons, they're able to always fall back to different defaults. Not as clean of a game as we would have wanted to see from Furia, but a win is a win. A full 3 points is a win. So you can't be upset there.
Yeah, Loira is going to be the one leading the charge for the team, as we've known Loira and how successful he was with G2. He was always a consistent player on that squad, and now here in SAL, he's just been continuing that run. You can always rely on him to do the work, and it's working out very, very well for him and Furia, despite the rough day that they had. Like you said, Fox, the important thing is that they did not go to overtime, which means they're going to collect all 3 points. A win is a win. I will quote you on that one. But my friends, that is only halfway through our day. 2 more games to go. And of course, there's the FaZe Liquid classical game that we're looking forward to at the end of the day. But before that, a little bit of a palate cleanser with Fluxo W7M versus INTZ. See you in a moment.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mano, eu vou engolir. Vou mastigar, fica mais difícil. O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de Snake. Fora de Snake. Copos. Isso que eu faço. Copos. Não tem como não. 100. Oh. Hey. Flores. Thunderbird. Thunderbird. Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Ó, pessoal, tô aqui na pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que vai sair aqui dessa pescaria maldita. Ó, número 6 aqui, hein? Se houvesse eleição de pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia, por quê? Não posso responder isso aqui, né? Ah, tem que responder mesmo. Lenda 1. Por quê? Pô, uma mira. Pesquei o 7 aqui, hein? Ah, que pergunta nojenta. Qual foi o pior companheiro de time que você já teve dentro do jogo? Por quê? Cara, eu acho que o pior... Ah, o Dark, mano. Pior, assim, pra mim. Porque o cara não me ensinava nada, mano. Não tinha nenhuma vontade, assim, só. Mas não é trolando, não, só... Mas hoje ele tá bem, hoje ele tá mandando muito com os caras lá. Escolha um nick sincero para um jogador da SAL e justifique sua resposta. Ah, mano... Acho que o Paluzão. O Paluzão, quando ele jogava na Liquid, Palusão, quando ele jogava na Liquid, ele só tava debaixo da água. É isso, pessoal. Essa foi Pescaria Maldita. Top pra caramba. Tamo junto.
Obrigado. Eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos.
2 loadouts pra você escolher qual que você vai.
Qual que eu quero?
É.
Vou jogar pistolinha então. Então vem tomando então.
Maquiná, como é que tá a sua mira?
Tá boa, eu acho.
Afiada?
Tá.
Vamos ver se fora do server também. Qual arma você vai pegar aí?
Pega essa aqui mesmo.
Temos aqui, ó, 2 armas. Qual que você vai pegar? Qual vai ser
A maior. A maior.
6 chances pra tentar acertar lá. Você tem 6 balas, 3 alvos. Pode dar ali.
Errou! Errou!
Boa.
Opa, uma foi.
Errou!
Mano, desempenho péssimo, mas estamos na melhor ainda.
Foi por pouco.
Errou!
Calma, calma. Tem mais 4 chances eu vou acertar ainda. As 3. E no meio. Tem que ser pelo menos 2 pra não ficar feio, né? Pelo amor de Deus. Ah, foi abaixo, né? Foi abaixo, né? Eu podia ter sido bem melhor. Mas é a vida, né? Primeira vez aí. Às vezes eu não tive sorte de principiante. É isso.
Obrigado. Eu tenho 3 de miopia e tô sem óculos. Você é louco, ué? Tá compensando.
Você é o primeiro que acertou.
Sério? Ah, mano, muito fácil, velho. Eu sem enxergar, tô atirando, como é que os caras não conseguem?
Well, my friends, it's true that the Brazilian teams didn't exactly land the best results at the last major. But hey, there's an explanation for that.
Então você pega uma Luz que tinha bastante estreante, da Case, da AFO, eles não tinham jogado, era um time totalmente novo. A Fúria também, apesar de terem jogadores ali mais experientes, é um grupo totalmente novo, o Boxeira estava estreando e tudo mais, então tipo... E aí você pega a própria NiP, que é uma base já mais formada e tal, mas foi o primeiro Major do Baceto como IGL, então acho que isso acabou trazendo um peso um pouco maior, isso óbvio somado com a melhora das outras regiões. E sobre não haver muitas mudanças pós-janela, é porque foi um campeonato muito curto, é o que a gente passou para a própria torcida da Liquid de 2 semanas, sabe? 2 semanas não pode definir um futuro de um time, então já tem que remover um jogador e tudo mais.
And when results like these happen, changes usually follow. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Because out of all 10 SAL teams, only Black Dragons decided to shake things up. So, whether we plan it or not, this video has basically turned into a full-blown Black Dragons roster move special. To put things into perspective, since 2024 and counting the current lineup, no fewer than 17 players have worn the BD jersey. Doing some quick math, that's roughly 1 roster change every 2 months. Yeah, that's a lot.
Acredito que as mudanças foram necessárias. Acho que a gente viu que a gente atingiu um teto ali como equipe, mesmo que muito cedo, né? E acho que mudança, quando é necessária, você tem que fazer. Você não pode ficar demorando tanto assim, porque a própria Team Secret fez mais de 20 mudanças na equipe até ganhar o EWC. Não é que a gente gosta, mas às vezes é necessário.
As for this latest round of moves, Miracle and Lenda are out, while Guto and Romeu are in. And Gustavo Vieira is no stranger to the Dragons. He previously played for the team between 24 and 25, and even represented the organization at the Montreal Major. After that, he took a little trip through Tier 2, absolutely farming the competition with Stellai Gaming, and now he's back. Hopefully to help push Black Dragons toward their first ever eSports World Cup appearance.
A volta do Guto pra BD é muito da hora, sim, porque eu acho que desde o MBR eu queria jogar com ele, queria trabalhar com ele. Ele optou por vir pra BD. Pô, tô bem animado, assim, cara. Eu queria trabalhar com ele desde aquela época lá e ele é um moleque muito bom. Acho que vai ser, mano, uma grande adição aí.
The other new addition is practically a Tier 1 rookie. After spending time with Elevate Academy, Romeu got his biggest shot on the main Elevate roster during Reload, where he played alongside the veterans Ian and Psycho. Oh, and fun fact, you could say Romeo already knows one of his new teammates pretty well. That's because the two of them shared the stage in last year's Tier 2 Grand Final, just on opposite sides of the server.
Cara, o Romeuzão também é um moleque muito bom, é um cara muito esquilado assim. Teve experiência também, né, de jogar com jogadores muito grandes, como o Psycho, que também ensinou muitas coisas pra ele. O próprio Nuzga também, que ajudou ele na Elevate Academy. Então, mas é um moleque novo, tem que pegar cada vez mais experiência, mais ensinamentos, mas isso é só com o tempo.
Alright. That's interesting. It just hit me that we're talking to the most experienced player on Black Dragons right now, and also the guy who's been with the organization the longest. So, before we wrap things up, I want to know exactly what role our man Hari has been playing in this new look Black Dragons roster.
Cara, minha função dentro de jogo é in-game leader e sup 1. Abusa mesmo dos bonecões ali, né? Como a gente chama, bonecos que são mais roubados assim nas comps. Então, jogar bastante de shield, jogar com uma Ing de 12, jogar com Glass. E como IGL, você sendo sup 1 fica muito mais fácil de você guiar o time. Como você tem uma visão mais de trás, você consegue coordenar muito bem, conseguir as triangulações ali durante o round e tal.
Well then, all eyes on the Black Dragons team. Who knows? Maybe this fresh blood is exactly what the team needs to make some noise during the first stage of SAL. Best of luck to the boys, and thanks for watching, everybody. We'll catch you in the next one. Bye!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to SAL. We took a bit of a longer bit here, and shout out to the chat. Of course, we can interact with the chat because there is no direct delay that we have with you guys. This is unlike all the other leagues because there is a built-in delay in all of it, but here we like to have fun with it. And Fox, we've been having fun so far, 3 games. We're going to go into our 4th one. Let's pull up our map, Vito, and see because our match is going to be ready in just a couple of minutes. And for Fox W7M, INTZ, what will we get out of it? INTZ yesterday crashing out versus FaZe on Border and Fluxo on Cafe, defeating Loss. We're going to go to Chalet where Fluxo started an attack. Good gracious.
It's definitely it's a great situation for Fluxo W7M to have picked, just getting those last 3 maps because they can ban out Fortress, which was not necessarily a great map, I believe, when they played at the start of the stage. Cafe is going to be a ban from INTZ, and Chalet will be the decider because INTZ is comfortable on it, but there's already footage on last week's playday. They lost 6-8 to Black Dragons, which is just not a great showing on the map, so to say. And we can all argue that Fluxo W7M is probably a better team at the moment than Black Dragons. So it's a great playing field for Fluxo W7M to have taken them there. We'll have to see if there's been any turnaround on that map. It was a unfortunate loss for INTZ because Arthur, that was a big game from him to be able to be putting the team on his back. But that's where we were seeing the entry struggle. Legacy was having a rough game on this map, finding openings. Raps was having a difficult time staying alive as well. He had 4 opening deaths on the map, so it's a great situation for Fluxo W7M to find themselves in.
They're going to be pretty happy with this Fluxo W7M. INTZ, again, they are at the bottom of the league, so theoretically, any team they go up against, they're going to have a tough time against them. I'm trying to find kind of the silver lining through all of this because SDK, Legacy, Arthur, like these are 3 players that have quite a bit of experience here in SAL over the past few years. Just seems like INTZ, of course, having come up from Challenger Series in the stage, they just have not been able to gel to the point where they can fight against tougher opponents. Them and Imperial sit in pretty much the same spot, right? They both came out of Challenger Series. It is not an easy thing in any region to come out of there, start batting against the tier 1 teams in the region, even more so here in SAL, which is why you find them at the very bottom of the board, Fox. Have you ever had the experience where you were at the bottom of the standings in your region?
No, I've never been at the bottom of our leaderboard, unfortunately. I think the lowest we've ever been. Yeah, I think the lowest we've ever been was on Cloud 9 when we were like 6th place. But then we won the next DreamHack major event like right after. So
you qualified to SI from that.
Yes, fortunately we have never been below 6th place finishing standing So I'll wear that on my shirt, like a badge of pride. Whatever the term is said.
Yeah, it is a badge of honor. Yes, Lynx is probably going to be researching through that, and we'll try to find if you are speaking the truth. There's no reason not to believe it. Though, I'll believe it when I see it. If INTZ are able to take down Fluxo W7M, it's all on Chalet with Fluxo on the attack. Please, Ollie, Lynx, all yours.
I had no particular reason to doubt Fox there, but he is correct. Never finished below 6th. He is correct.
I just wanted to scream cap. I don't know why.
Well, that's just rude because he's right.
Well, a stopped clock is right twice a day as well.
All right. You're just being rude for no reason.
No, I'm joking. I was actually tempted to pull up the Wikipedia and to actually have a look, but...
You knew I was going to look it up. Like, you knew I was going to look it up.
That's why I didn't. I was safe in the knowledge that it would be correctly researched by the time that we went live.
You're welcome. And as we get into this one, team that has been below 6th place, INTZ, currently in 10th place in the league so far, still looking not for their first points. They do have one after that OT loss, but they are looking for their first victory inside of the league. Fluxo W7M, to be fair, have struggled a bit inside of the SA League. They're currently negative overall with 2 wins and 3 losses, albeit one of them in OT. Tied with Loud going into the day in that 5th, 6th place position. But are still a team we expect quite a lot of. A team we have seen quite a lot of inside of the SAL. While today, teams that have given a bit of a poor performance, Ollie, have really shown up. Imperial, for example, Black Dragons, like we just saw. Could see INTZ really put in the work today. But again, like all those games as well, we kind of have to wait for a couple rounds to really start feeling that.
Yeah, I'm trying to work it out. Do you think it's been a day for the underdog? Or have we just seen a little bit more of a competitive day overall? Because it feels like the games today have been largely good.
I think it's, well, and I think, I don't think those two, not to be overly literal, but I don't think those two are exactly mutually exclusive. Like, I think it has been a day for the underdog when you look at the results. Imperial, 8-7 victory. Black Dragons, really close game against Furia, one of the best teams in the league right now, especially in terms of the standings. And it's also been a very competitive and quite a good day of Siege. Black Dragons, the rounds they were winning, especially their attacks were quite close. The game that Imperial was playing, really good use of that. Again, on the attack, the double shield setup we saw early. I think it's both.
Quite possibly. There won't be any double shields run here, though, by Fluxo. Well, they could do, I guess. But they would be getting into sort of sexy cake territory there, running the fuse shield if they wanted to, because both primary shields are banned. Azami and Awamai on the flip side of things. So it leads us into quite an information-heavy lineup. Good information at the moment. Arthur, caught out in games. Combs doesn't want to go for this peek. He's looking over at his teammate's screen. Needs to try and feed that information across the Lion Scan, routing players to the spot. Can he hit it on the swing? His nade will do the rest. Phone call kill as well onto STK. Oh boy, INT's here having a rough time of things.
It's our second phone call kill of the day, I believe. Legacy giving us a beautiful one tap to start off. Fluxo, W7M, and INTZ. Couple shots fired overall, but only one needed to do the job onto Dokkaebi. Vengeance for his fallen teammate. INTZ still in the deficit, but look at this setup. Near a window, watching onto the blue hallway. Not an immediate way for Fluxo W7M to deal with this either, though. They have a minute remaining to wrap their heads around this master bedroom and office defense. Could get Cons active on the Demo, supply pressure to this mirror window from below, especially since Legacy has left that position. But as they take time to reset, even if it's used effectively, once Fluxo W7M actually initiate the attack, it is likely going to be quite low on the time, but it seems they don't even know that dining is clear just yet. So an important extra 5 to 10 seconds that they're going to take to get this information. Obviously, we know dining is completely clear. They don't have to worry. As Raps falls even further back, not cut off on the angle. You can see Damos holding from below. Can't quite find it. Fluxo W7M using every single second they can get their hands on at the moment. And now a late rotation back upstairs. It might be a 4v3, but now Lobin also losing that opportunity on the piano. Legacy swings around, and suddenly it's a competitive game for INTZ. All the attackers low HP. Angel still close on this window with the shotgun. Can he wrap around the corner? Find an angle on to Cons. Huge victory by Angels to get him on the cross and wraps on the long angle too. INTZ start off Chalet fantastically with a win.
I just don't know what Fluxo were doing there. They just were far too passive. They weren't in the driver's seat at all there. They had defenders. They knew exactly where the defenders were. The information game was top notch. Being forced into getting the plant down. Little bit too over-aggressive on the piano angle. Big clutch up there from INTZ. Especially considering that was a 3 versus 5. Obviously, it was only a 3 versus 5 for a very short period. The Dokkaebi got shot at the main door quite quickly after that second kill came. So, still a 4 versus 3, but INTZ really salvaging around there on the top floor. We're definitely expecting cleaner siege out of Fluxo today. Maybe it is going to be a case that all our games are close and competitive, even if, aside from the first one, the scoreline is, or at least the result, is somewhat predictable. Maybe it is that we're going to see big pop-off rounds from some of these underdog teams that are slightly lower, or a lot lower in some cases, especially the case of INTZ in the standings. We've certainly started off on the right foot here on Chalet.
Starting off very well. First defensive victory on Master Bedroom Office. Sometimes the site, I think, or this map can be a bit more inconsistent when it comes to the attack and defensive win rates and which one is exactly advantage. But in theory, defense might have a harder time. Proximity to the windows, difficulty to play these positions. So getting a win early, and even just a win for the momentum, really great for INTZ. Fluxo W7M, gonna have a bit more focus going in round 2 than maybe we might have otherwise thought. As it's a kitchen dining defense, it will actually be, well, not necessarily quite similar in terms of the lineup, but quite similar in terms of the positions. Not in terms of the pace, though. The slow going for Fluxo W7M to start last time, and Dots almost picks up 3. Just finding the golden path through this top floor setup, and Fluxo W7M might just have found their way out of round 2. Every single kill going their way within 15 seconds of each other. Arthur, nice shot onto the office balcony window. How about 3 more? Spotted by the Soliton scanner, too. This clutch might be a bit more difficult as Cons is rotate around, putting the diffuser down inside of sight. Nobody actually covering on the middle floor, though. So better hope somebody gets in that vertical angle. No, joins him down below. Arthur, though, finding another 1v1. He might be able to isolate this player on the site. Creating a rotate hole in the wall. Low HP is going to be the issue. Vertical angle to cut him off. This is a nasty crossfire. No, Arthur. Oh, just giving it a bit up a little bit in the late round. Sprints in front of Cons, and Fluxo W7M tie it up.
Still felt very close, didn't it? He wasn't anticipating Cons to have not really moved from where the bomb was planted. He did a really good job of isolating at least 2 of those players, and as soon as you're in the 1 versus 2, it doesn't feel too impossible to pull it off and to get the rest of it done. Bit of a lash-out round, it feels, though, from Fluxo. They weren't pulling any punches in round 2. They really hit INTZ with everything they had. A very explosive entry into the map. Kind of more what we were expecting. I'd like to see more lash-out rounds from teams where they're just going in thinking, we're better, we're just going to win every gunfight. But unfortunately, that's not really where we are at this stage in the game, because everyone can shoot. Everyone's an absolute gunner, as Arthur has just proved there at the end of round 2. Not good enough to accredit the round to INTZ, though, and Fluxo will level things back 1 round apiece. Barring games, we will go to for round 3. INTZ sticking to a rotation, not wanting to feel the full wrath of that attack on the kitchen site again.
5 seconds to go.
They won't be going for a reattempt. Now, they do have a mirror window available here, but they're choosing not to bring it. Now, okay, you've not got the Wamai, but the mirror is really nice played inside of the site. Yes, there are ways it can be dealt with, but it's usually just a deterrent as much as anything else. So for that not to be a factor, and of course not to be a factor for that library hold upstairs, it might make things a little bit easier, but if you look at where some of these defenders are, they're spread far and wide. We've got people down as far as Trench right now.
They're just spreading out, going to try to shoot some drones early, fall back later, maybe catch somebody lurking, but likely just trying to do a bit of damage to the drone count early on. Could be helpful, as we can see the lineup from Fluxo W7M, Ying and Grim, quite heavy on the execute. Yoda is clearing the top floor so quickly. Look at this. Already made his way into bathroom. Concerned about bedroom. Mute Jammers maybe stunting the drone play a little bit, but clearly still a lot of confidence in this Fluxo W7M entry. And again, nice thing about that Soliton scanner, you get a bit better of an idea, even if those Mute Jammers are in play, than you would on literally any other operator. Shock Drone will get some more information, destroy some utility, and see that with the clash on top of Blue Stairs. Likely a bit more reserved a setup from INTZ. Dots, even him too, pushing all the way through short, and now making his way into Fireplace. Look at how much Fluxo W7M have cleared. Oh, swinging out. How is nobody dead in that engagement? Barely even any shots fired between STK and Dots, who's spotted inside a Fireplace but allowed to survive. Shotgun holding this position. Raps with a nice first pick. Ooh, snapshot by Dodez as two F2s decide to make quick work of the hold on top of Mezzanine, putting some pressure onto Library, and the clash down two. Palu somehow finding a headshot around that shield, though, at the cost of a lot of HP. It's another quick one for Fluxo W7M, who, when they get a whiff of this INTZ defense, are like a dog with a bone. Raps, 1v4, lengthy pre-fire into Library Stairs, spots two separate players, but it's three guns all trained his way, and not a single kill goes toward him. 2 rounds in a row for Fluxo W7M, first time in the lead.
Fluxo, they're absolutely all over INTZ right now. Dots' position in that last round, he should never be allowed to be there. Even the early progress that was made toward the master side, again, criminal that amount of space is just being given up for free. I understand that you play in the clash. I understand you want to play a little bit more consolidated, but you've at least got to have a bit more of a utility exchange when you're going to try and do that, because Fluxo, they're just going to walk up to you and start taking gunfights. Even the Clash got domed. I've no idea how Palu hit that shot, by the way. That must have been a doozy, because Clash was just tucked behind the shield at the top of those library stairs. Big positional advantage from Fluxo, and I think it comes in part due to this Soliton scanner. The amount of information that they're getting at the early portion of the round, and then just being able to walk in off the back of it. There are huge swathes of the map that are just not occupied by defenders, which isn't unusual, by the way. That's kind of how things go, and that's why we keep banging on about how powerful intel operators are, because if you know where they're not, you can take that space and already start to operate in it. Office, bedroom, a great forward operating base to start taking control of library and beyond. Fluxo giving us a real masterclass there in round 3 of just how quickly some of these defenses can falter. Back to the top floor we go. Did see a plank go down here successfully, but it wasn't successfully held. That was the bigger problem of the two. Looks like a plank could be on the cards again, given that we've got a little bit of sense action. We've got the Capitao, so plenty of kit that's going to obscure vision. Kind of surprised to see Arthur giving it another go here down in bar, because he was dealt with pretty quickly. He was the first one on the list, really, when you think about round 1.
Well, looking to try and bounce back from that opening death in round 1. And he's ultimately got the Scorpion. It's a really great tool for these early round engagements. That's a hell of a double Claymore setup I've seen from Palu just then. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Not saying I haven't been dumb. I don't think I have seen that. Like it, though. The one round that went INTZ's way. I mentioned that could see more plant focus, and it seems maybe if we have that, might be more on the solar side, as Khan's currently over by the solar windows. Yoda's making, again, good use of this Soliton scanner outside. We'll spot 2. One right on the edge of that scanner. Some information on the player Mezzanine. Loban tries to land the pre-fire. Won't quite work. Good information gathering, even if the execution isn't there. Similar to last time, what we've seen on Kitchen Dining and Bar games is Fluxo W7M moving in quickly, taking space confidently, and both times on Master Bedroom and Office. It's been the one thing lacking. They're stuck more outside of windows as INTZ can confidently hold these positions with not really a whole lot of ground gained by Fluxo W7M. Khans again with the opening pick on Master Bedroom and Office, but it's quickly traded. Dodez, I think, tries to go for the hop-in, dies to a Razor Bloom. And while Khans might be in bathroom, his defender's right around the corner, crouching through, creeping in. Nice flick onto STK. Nobody Blackwall, but can he transfer onto the piano player? Arthur, good for the trade, making his way back to the site. Now INTZ with an advantage. Another player stuck inside a bathroom. Palu might be able to regain control of the diffuser, but with only Loban outside on the rappel, it's looking like a difficult situation for these players to work their way out of.
It's going to be really hard work, I think, from Palu from here on out. You can see the position of the diffuser. 3 defender guns all trained in that direction. I think at least some with angles directly on as well. There it is, Loban. He's going to find himself one. Pre-fires onto the second. With his teammate down, it was all down to him. And still a weighty hold in Piano. An unfortunate place for the bomb to go down there. A little bit of an overheat potentially from Fluxo. INTZ just able to hold firm, turn all their attention to that solar side.
And INTZ, I think on Master Admin Office, the big story that we just haven't really seen for the other two is when they're actually able to play those positions, they have a really good understanding of their impact, and they have a really good setup. That time, Fluxo W7M thinking they have found a gap in the setup, they can just make their way through, and not only is there enough traps and utility to basically suffocate any entries or make it quite difficult, you have players that are really able to trade off each other in a much more meaningful way than we saw on, say, Kitchen and Dining, or especially Bar and Games. Fluxo W7M spot that there's control that they can take for free in those 2 rounds respectively, and they immediately take it. But on Master Bedroom Office, when you have players tucked right next to Piano, right inside the site, playing around Bathroom as well, when that site and the actual setup have been able to kind of overlap completely for INTZ, they haven't had any issues. It's been really difficult to break this. But on the other 2 sites, you have to play a couple players in Bedroom, you have to play a couple players in Mezzanine, and that's really where INTZ have struggled. The moment that extra floor, extra layer's been introduced.
Angels, castle extension over on that top floor. Playing as usual with the hatch open. Come on, Arthur. We've seen you hit some great shots. You can hit some bookcases. A little bit of line of sight required in toward Trophy as well. Some pretty nasty guns to hold some long angles here. Legacy knows that this balcony is likely going to be a hot spot. It's going to be Dots just primed on the rappel. He hasn't committed to going up just yet. We have seen some lash out rounds when things haven't gone Fluxo's way. Now would be the time for one. Just stamp down a bit of authority on the matchup yet again. Loban and Cons have been a main part in that. Only into round 5 now, and they've already got 10 kills between them, 5 apiece, so putting in a heck of a lot of work. Cons is just figuring out how they want to deal with this castle upstairs in Library. There's maybe a thought that he's going to use some of Capital's utility up there and try and flush some players out potentially, but with STK on Library stairs, he isn't going to be given too much of a reason to move at the moment. He can kind of fend these attackers off with those Toxic Babe canisters.
I've seen a smoke play like this a few times before. Always a risk, but given half the round's been wasted, pretty good payoff so far. Dots looking into sight, catches one. Smoke finally goes down. It's not a situation that STK was accounting for. If he goes down, maybe you are happy with it, maybe you're content, but now as every single player on the roam has fallen, and or not every single player is Loban actually finding one inside a sight. Angel's next up on the window. It's not the roam that was the problem for INTZ. It seems to be every position now. Once they have to extend, they face so many problems. It's a flawless for Fluxo W7M. As the moment things get complicated for INTZ, Fluxo W7M seem to find every crack in the armor.
It's not even that things have gotten complicated, is it? They just don't have an ability to play across multiple floors. Stick them on the same floor bomb site, stick them on that top floor, and they hold really well. But as soon as the pressure is split, as soon as there's a requirement to hold upstairs, it's like they just fall like a wet deck of cards. I don't understand how they can be, you know, in contention for rounds on those same floor levels and hitting shots, hitting gunfights, doing a brilliant job of crossfires and trading off the back of one another. And then you get them onto a split floor site where you've got to hold downstairs and you've got to hold upstairs. And it really is like they just crumble. I fear the same now. Maybe they'd be better off going for a basement if Turtle is going to be the order of the day, because there's no Turtle in here on Bar and Games. You have to hold upstairs. They will be bringing the mirror this time, though. That was a criticism that I threw their way last time. There was no mirror on this Bar Games site. Arthur will be rocking it. Bit of an unorthodox one, granted, in the small room just to join in onto Library. But I imagine the second one will go into stock anyway. So gives them something at least to play off. Probably a good thing that they're not bringing the Clash as well, because the Clash, it's not really been too much for Fluxo to deal with, has it? They've gotten around that every single time without too much of a hitch.
Yeah, they've done a good job with it, albeit, though, do some odder ways. I'm not entirely sure how Palu got that kill on top of Library Stairs last time, but I think Clash just had her shield planted and Palu wins the 1v1, so switching to a bit more of a static but tried and true method of wasting time by fortifying positions might be good. Mirror, like you said, classic on this site. As the sites have required plays across multiple floors, INTZ have struggled, with kitchen and dining being an example, bar gaming in the past. Holds here. Fluxo W7M will take the lead, move up 4-2, which is about where you want to be on the attacking side. Before, they moved in and went for the full clear extremely quick. Without the snake this time. Voluntary decision on their part, might I add. Won't see that same rapid movement across the top floor. Instead, a bit more focused on the execute. Fluxo W7M are giving a completely new look to this defense at the moment. It might not really stun INTZ all that much. Raps ready for a lurk from below. Finds the first pick onto Palu. Fluxo W7M now have to go into the rest of this round down a man with still a decent bit of setup to accomplish.
Not often that you see Palu taken out first either. He's very often one of the last players alive. VODs can't really effectively push in, especially with that mirror window below. Free kill to be found here, though, as Cons takes STK down. Flanker being flanked there through Garage. Levels up the scoreboard, but it doesn't make things easier for VODs to get into this top floor. Still concerned about the potential of someone being in that corner, and I think he's can only be a lack of information right now. Obviously still can't hop in because of the player inside of stock downstairs. But he knows as soon as he makes that jump, he's going to be vulnerable. Did hear the ROU projector get sent out there as well, so that's going to be primed and ready to start obscuring vision. Lobin, the castle barricades make it so free for him. If he can get himself down here. Oh, it was prepped! I heard Legacy prepping a castle barricade during the prep phase. I didn't know what exactly it was, which one it was going to be, but he bursts out of nowhere.
Oh, that is genius from Legacy and INTZ. Completely baiting Lobin into the push. I love that, and it might just be the difference maker to tie the half. Getting a handle on the second floor with a cheeky play behind a castle barricade. INTZ tie the half with one of the smarter pocket plays I've seen from a team in quite a minute.
Who doesn't love pocket plays? That's exactly what we're getting in this final round of the first half. INTZ really showing us a side of theirs that we did not even know existed, Fox. And yet they're putting it all on show on the weekend of just pure upsets. I don't even know how to qualify this. It's just showing that INTZ can play this game. Even though they're at the bottom, you could never underestimate an opponent here in SAL.
Not at all. It's been great so far because this is all strategies that we haven't really seen from their matchup against Black Dragons last week. They're bringing a lot more pocket strategies, trying to throw Fluxo W7M off, and it's catching them. It's catching them and it's keeping them flustered and on their toes. And Fluxo W7M has had their issues throughout this stage of being able to find those openings, being able to find kills. I think a big proponent to that has been Paula. I mean, yesterday, up until the half of their game, Paula had 0 kills. Lobin had 1. But today, coming into it, Lobin is at the top of the leaderboard. I believe with the side swap, that's the difficulty that INTZ is going to be faced with, is keeping that same level of unpredictability, being able to find their own kills. These younger, rookier teams struggle when they're faced on how to adapt to what Fluxo W7M is going to be doing on defense, especially with the roam game. That's something that we look towards Lobin a lot of the time. He looks like to be having a good game. Him on that roam is very difficult to deal with. So INTZ focusing on what the game plan, what the priority is going to be, could be the difference maker on winning or losing this game. In my opinion, again, Fluxo W7M, you can't count them out ever. They're going to be on defense, even though this map is more attacker sided. They're in the driver's seat because they have more of a bag of strategies to be able to play with, and pocket strats don't go so well on attack for INTZ.
Well, it's always the biggest challenge. How well do you play on that attacking side? Our bans are going to come in. Any surprises? Maybe one singular heart breach or the like? No, Grim and Azami. Cool. We'll leave it on that. Let's send it back to our casters then to take over and see if INTZ can claw this one in.
Well, with a tie game at the half, INTZ not necessarily making us believe it's the case fully, but 3-3 half on Chalet, especially starting on the defense, quite good for INTZ. Like the initiative at the end there. Could be a big round. See if INTZ actually have what it takes to win on Chalet, starting out on the attacking side. A lot of these Architect ops taken down early on as well, Ollie. I don't think the game could get a whole lot more complicated, because if there's two operators I could think of to really trip them up, it probably would be Azami or Castle.
Great bans for this, really. It's nice when you get a map that doesn't center so heavily around Hard Breach Denial, because you don't get the kind of boring and safe bet of a Bandit Cage ban. You can see a bit more flexibility in that. Castle and Azami both coming out. I mean, both you're expecting both to be played, aren't they? INTZ themselves play both of them. Castle can be so powerful here on Chalet, and of course, Azami needs little introduction. It will leave a lot open, but it's not really a lot that is going to be brought, particularly for this top floor. Deployable shields and secondary utility often as important a choice for defending this top floor. As we can see, there's a little deployable being sent in toward Library. Got a couple of mute jammers kicking around there as well, and no doubt some of Dodez's Wamai magnets. Bans on the other side. You have got a bit of hard breach focus and the Grim, so Grim ban always tells you that defenders want to occupy certain positions, whether they be power positions or, you know, inherit power positions or kind of man-made power positions that you've made more powerful. Can be great choices when the Grim, excuse me, is banned. Palu, not necessarily in a power position downstairs in kitchen, more just a lurking role at the moment. We'll be having a C4 below as well, but I don't know how long he'll spend down there. I imagine it's more of a drone hunt and then potentially a little rotate up those library stairs.
I'd imagine that's the case as well. One player spotted and dining early. Arthur considering jumping in to go for the pick. It's Legacy taking the first. Not entirely sure where Cons is found, but INTZ can now go forward with this clear to 5v4. Arthur, as always, on the shield. Trade happening, so advantage for INTZ neutralized. But Fluxo W7 and defenders in dining still facing a bit of pressure. Though I believe, actually, might just be able to fall back. Arthur attempting to apply some pressure. Doesn't work out. So all they've cleared in the first minute 20 seconds is dining, but given that it's Master Veteran off his defense, not wholly unimportant. They can begin to push up Solar, take some initial control. And of course, what they do after that is the most important part of the round, but INTZ, not too worse for wear as we reach the halfway point.
They've got a little bit of control inside of Solar right now. The Denari trips are going to slow this Monty down, though. Can walk in and find the information on Tapalu, but there's not really anything that INTZ have got to deal with him. Given that he stood basically on top of a mute jammer, you're really looking for a bit of support from this big window. But you'd like to think that that's being watched from Piano side. Oh, just so close there. Puts their face up against the window. SDK caught in the reload. Nearly devastating for him. Eventually will be dealt with as Dot says, you know what? I'll just run out and deal with this guy anyway. Bit of a temptation for a jump out of bathroom there, but in this landscape, it is not required. Dots should be finished off here, but oh no. Raps gives the game away. Few pre-fire shots, and that's all it takes. Allows Dots to rotate back in, shoots the smoke ingredient on the wall. Boom, he's back in the fight. Double man advantage now as Angels hops in. Dodez sees to it that he's taken care of. Arthur, they line up for him, but with the pistol, it's always going to be a big ask. Nice little crossfire. As Fluxo don't want to waste any time, don't want to give Arthur an inch of hope. They just flood him inside a bathroom.
And unfortunately, INTZ running into some similar issues that they were giving Fluxo W7M on their attacking side. And it's kind of the nature of Master Veteran Office, right? You play around the piano, you play around bathroom, you play a much more, you know, together defense than you might on some of the other sites. But Fluxo W7M taking a slightly opposite perspective of it in that we do see a bit more playmaking. Dot's able to hop out the window, Dot's able to hop out, go for the run out. The fact that he gets that kill and isn't traded going back in is frankly insane. And not wholly unimportant for the outcome of that round. Because let's say the Deimos gets the kill there. That's about 37 seconds remaining. A couple deathmark trackers could maybe apply pressure to somebody on the verge or quickly rotate over to Solar to help the Monty on the push. It already came down pretty close as Arthur kind of made that Hail Mary push in. It's a funny kill and it was a 4v2, but not only would it have been a 3v3, but with that important utility and that close of a rotation going forward, really was a winnable round there that INTZ might have been able to work through, but end up losing it. Flux with W7M take the first and hold a narrow lead over the attack.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Seems to have been the order of the day, doesn't it? The more dominant team overall, having a narrow lead at just after the halfway point. A lot of these games being very competitive, which I'm kind of glad about. You know, I was watching the broadcast yesterday and I was thinking, some of these games are a little bit one-sided. I always like an underdog. I always like a good game of Siege and a bit of back and forth. Even if this ends 7-3, 7-4, I'll feel like we've had that, given INTZ's performance in the first half. You still can't really count them out for the remainder. Angels, seeing what he can find now at the bottom of West Main. Arthur ready to hop in if the call does come. But this is Chalet. Plenty of time can be spent outside of the building. You're not expecting to get into massive utility exchanges at any point in the round. It usually is just space taking and watching those cutoffs. So far, seems to be what INTZ are doing, but also kind of what Lobin's doing. Just tucked in there at the top of Solar, can send out the Razor Bloom. Brilliant pocket play. It's just going to stop Arthur from pushing him. Doesn't want to push him while he's so heavily slowed.
Ooh, one player around the corner, too. Spots the feet right as the F not triggered. So, not quite able to escape like he otherwise would have. Oh, you just have to believe Palu's not long for this world after this. Flashbang in, Monty pressuring him as well. I'm amazed he lands that cross. Another one trying to power this position. Raps has to worry about two. How does Lobin lose that one? We're killing the Monty, though. So it's not clean for INTZ, and now Raps quite a bit exposed with the defender just around the corner. By the same token, Palu with very little way out. Nade through on the final shot. He gets it. STK good for the cover as well. INTZ putting a lot of resources into that clear of Solar, and it's close, but it pays off. Only dots and cons remaining.
Very difficult position they now find themselves in 2 versus 4. INTZ have done a fantastic job of taking control of Solar. But that isn't the job. That is nowhere near the site. Barring games, they still have to get across this top floor. They still have to potentially clear Library. Granted, there are only 2 defenders left, but they've still got to try and make their way through. And if they go 1 by 1, it's only going to end one way. Dots finds the kill onto SDK. That's the time. He can just drop now and play 2s up with his teammate.
Just join up inside of the site. Angel's getting information on 1, but again, defender in sight with this low time remaining. It's helpful, but it's not going to change INTZ's perspective completely. Just a little bit of extra security. 15 seconds to go. No Candelas. The Legacy gets an important pick. Only player remaining in stock. That's what INTZ needed, and Legacy gets them both. Close round 7 and round 8 going the way of INTZ. We might just have a ball game.
Looks like we do. We've definitely got a competitive game up until round 9. And I don't see any reason why that will change. Timeouts, of course, still available. So Fluxo could choose to use theirs and figure out what's going wrong. INTZ as well. Obviously not off the back of a great round win like that, but it's in their pocket for later on, isn't it? Kitchen dining for round 9. The intention from INTZ so far has been quite heavy around that shield and, of course, around that information. I feel like they're using the information ops incredibly well. Speaking of, I know it's not locked in yet, but they've got all 3 selected right now, which is just horrendous, especially considering W7M haven't even brought mute, so there is no respite from any of that utility. Regardless of that fact, I do feel like it's a tool that they've been utilizing very well. We will, of course, see the obligatory change now that we've spoken about it. Oh, even for a bit more of an aggressive shield option as well. Less about the info. We've still got the Dokkaebi. That, of course, still remains, but Arthur flexing off the Monty over onto the Blitz here. Wanting to maybe get a little bit more involved in the action. He does quite often find himself up against some of these defenders quite quickly. I think back to times where he's sort of just pinging out the floor where Palu's playing Warden inside of Master or a position like that. That's a great space for a Blitz to be.
We'll see if he decides to go for that normal Blitz play. trying to get an early go for that fight. You have to be careful. Fluxo W7M don't meet you exactly where you are. Lobin getting some good information right now on the players outside West Main. Some in-round creation of the vertical angles to give a fight towards either of these positions. INTZ taking their time on the initial part of this clear. For kitchen dining extension, only a couple roamers up top. Not a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. You can tell INTZ really trying to decide where they want to put in this blitz. They don't want to have him die to one of those vertical angles. Oh, they've decided bathroom, and in he goes against Lobin. Just finds it. Blinds the Solus, takes him down with the pistol. Khan's also worse for wear down below as INTZ so far uncontested in these opening engagements. Arthur now creeping down the main staircase. Dots on the opposite side of the map. Second floor control fully taken by INTZ. They could push if they wanted to, but frankly, a reset at this point would be perfectly fine. They're safe to do it.
They've got so much time, haven't they? They've used the blitz incredibly well there to get control of bathroom. Lobin had a really good read, was making vertical angles. If they jumped in West Main, they were dead for sure. Now they've still got that blitz. They can still just push these players around on the top floor. Palu forced into a full rotate. Now the blitz has been taken out. Huge C4 from Dots. It's going to alleviate the pressure a little bit, but it still remains that there's a man count advantage for INTZ here. Dots trying to support Palu right now. Palu is going to go for a walk just down long, see if he can get himself near towards the site. There isn't quite the vertical tools available for INTZ. That is where they are lacking in this round. They don't have a way to get a lot of the floor open, so defenders are going to feel pretty safe to rotate back in. Brilliant kill from SDK. I thought Dots was going to get him for certain there, but it just adds on to the pain right now.
Just adds on. A moment lost and a very quick reaction by the INTZ attackers. Palu down for the count. Causing a 1v4 inside of the site. Just barely escapes with his life. It's unlikely he's going to escape with the round. Rotating up. No C4. Ending it all and catching them off guard. But they saw him drop down. They know exactly where he is. And most importantly, that means he is not in the site. They don't need to chase this one. Raps knows he has all the time in the world to get this diffuser down. Doesn't even hesitate to do so. Khan's now rotating up, and they have the manpower to account for it. INTZ with 2 in a row, but most importantly, up 1 against Fluxo W7M.
Got to be time for the timeout now from Fluxo. They have to use that timeout and stop this before it goes too far. Fluxo, it's not that they desperately need a full 3 points out of this, but they're currently sat in 5th place. A win would put them on 9, which would leave them tied with Liquid for 4th right now. Liquid, of course, still to play today. So even if they win this, they're not guaranteed that top 4. Now, of course, it's not all that critical. We are in play day 6. However, if everybody else beats INTZ and you're the team that doesn't, you're going to be left wanting points at the end of it. And Fluxo can't afford to be the one that let INTZ get one over on them. Tactical timeout used now. They have to stop the bleeding here.
They got to start putting rounds on the board, especially as you said, with how close those points are. They want those 3 points, and as you said, if everybody beats INTZ, Los is at 5 points, 2 points behind them. Regulation win, that's 8. They're now in the lead, and Fluxo W7M are on the outs. It is just play day 6. But as is the case in a lot of the leagues right now, you have a clear top 3 to 4, but kind of a dead heat for that 5th, 6th place spot. A lot of teams in competition for it, with only usually 1 or 2 inside of the NA League and inside of the SAL, for example. 2 leagues you and I cast. Only really 2 teams kind of firmly being in last. Everywhere else, there's about 4 different teams vying for 5th and 6th.
Oh, Black Dragons have always been that organization. Not, I won't say team because the team has changed a lot, but they have always been that upset team when it comes to qualification. Yes. Like, they will come out of nowhere. They must get the luckiest seeding in the world. They play like all the nails teams in the first few play days. They play like FaZe, Fury, and then they end the stage and they've just got the bottom of the barrel teams and they just walk it through into the playoffs. It's absolutely crazy. It's so hotly contested.
Well, and to your point, Black Dragons have always, like you said, been an org that can just sneak in there at the end. Los in recent history have been a team that can sneak in there at the end. Loud have always been in the conversation. It's just they've unfortunately been consistently in 7th instead of 6th. But they're usually still right there, just right up on the point threshold to actually qualify. So if you have 3 teams that are already generally one of them pretty reliably makes that 6th place spot, and you add Fluxo W7M into the mix, not only is that some of the most dangerous territory we've seen for this team, who's generally been a pretty consistent top 4 contender, it also means that that spot is only getting more coveted and more difficult and scarce to come by. Loban, speaking of scarce, the opposite for an engagement early, somebody just outside on the rappel, but decides to hop back in with the barbed wire in his hands. It's Bar Gaming defense for Fluxo W7M coming out of this tactical timeout. You can see the defense making some changes, maybe not playing as far afield with the Solus no longer in play. Loban instead going with a trap operator. Still see some defenders across the map early on, but I just don't think we're seeing that same kind of face shown by this defense.
I wonder what the call from Norris was. Maybe it was just to be a little bit more passive. Been a lot of early fights here. Space is something that INTZ are going to find on Chalet just through the sheer size of it. Angels is displaying that quite nicely here. It's very unlikely that anyone's going to be downstairs. Not because it's particularly bad, but there are just other places that you need to try and hold. Speaking of hold, no one's holding Arthur. He's able just to walk in through main door, get himself up the stairs. You can start pinging out this information. This is massive at the moment for INTZ.
Ooh.
Where's the response?
Well, and if you look at this from Fluxo W7M, I was wrong. We've got 4 defenders all on the top floor and only 1 guy in sight who's just died. INTZ realizes that at the exact right moment, hop in the window, put the diffuser down, and it's a 5v4 post for INTZ. But more specifically, this has got to be map point. No way they lose this one. Dodez might take down the Monty in sight, but 4 players on all these post-plant angles. How are Fluxo W7M going to get the information required? They need to win every gunfight on a face check, and INTZ aren't losing these. STK with a good angle. Legacy with a pick despite being such low HP. Loban on the cross, but Angels is on Fireplace, ready to land this trade. It's not even required. Palu gets 1. That's the gimme. How about the trade? That's harder to come by. INTZ 3 in a row, and you can sense the energy because this is the best they've looked the whole stage.
Crazy game that we're seeing at the moment. INTZ consistently getting one over on Fluxo. Match point right now. There's a very real world where they do this. I think that Loud could be INTZ's biggest fans right now, because if they kick Fluxo W7M out of this top spot in this 5th place, you look at Loud's next games and you start thinking to yourself, it's quite doable. There's definitely potential for a big last game of the stage with Fluxo versus Loud. It might be that for that 6th place spot. You never know. This is not the result we were expecting at all. Fluxo, not out just yet, but it's getting blooming close. They've not guaranteed, well, they can't get a full 3 points. Only INTZ can do that from this point onwards. There is 1 round of defense here that they need to hold on, and then they need to do it again in order to take us and draw this game out to an overtime. But at this stage, Lynx, it doesn't feel like Fluxo W7M deserve the opportunity of an overtime.
And we can talk about dessert, of course, but sometimes you also just, you watch enough matches and you just get a sense that a certain result is kind of inevitable. And based on the way Fluxo W7M are playing, you just have this feeling that INTZ can close it out. They've won 3 rounds in a row. They've all looked quite good. They have been at, 4 to 3 players remaining every single time. Arthur, who can normally be a bit inconsistent on these shields, as he's been playing this role for a long time now, is having a lot of success, and especially with this Monty, rather than the Blitz, it's generally working out very well for them so far. The passive instead of the quick plays. You just gotta feel like INTZ can make it work, but Loban snipes Angels off of the library rappel, and if there was ever a moment to get Fluxo W7M locked in, it's Loban hitting shots like that.
Big opening kill, but it's going to take more than an opening kill here. These rounds have been very slow burns. Removing Angels removes a lot of pressure. It removes the Deimos. We've seen those tracks used to great effect. Might be fancying himself another here. He's got the C4 primed and ready, but there's going to be no one out there. Instead, Arthur getting himself up onto library, just manages to make that transition. from the rappel onto the balcony. Took a little bit of damage in the process. Legacy thinking about a little bit of a snow balcony walk, maybe. He's on the Capitao. He's prime operator to do so. Utilize that Capitao utility fantastically to just zone off anyone from pushing you on the door. You get a great angle onto the top of Fireplace as well. Cons is going to be in that position. Everyone at the moment on the side of Fluxo feels like they're treading on eggshells. They don't want to put a foot wrong.
You can sense the trepidation. Loban ready to contest the bathroom window, but loses an important fight. Arthur getting one as well. INTZ in the disadvantage, though. Not able to acquire anything from those sets of engagements. STK inside alone as well. What a difficult position. Raps ready for the cover. He downs him. These secondary shotguns are ridiculous. One shot around the corner and Palu off site. Now the last alive. A familiar position. He needs to go big, but Raps is ready for it. Off angle to get the job done. A big 3K from Bathroom and INTZ with their first victory of the stage.
It was a Raps round through and through there. He did a brilliant job for his team. And INTZ to pick up their first 3 points. I always love it when an underdog team gives us an upset. And I believe it or not, it happens more often than you think here in SAL. I'm a big proponent of cheering on that underdog because you never know what might happen. W7M unable to find the answer today. Let's see what our desk has to say.
Honestly, a bit lost for words here. On the one hand, what the hell just happened? On the other, holy, INTZ getting a win, and not just any win against Fluxo W7M. This is incredible. We're getting both Imperial and INTZ getting a win on the same day, Fox. What a day is this?
Yeah, I mean, we thought that the groups are already going to be a little bit set in stone when it came to the bottom of the bracket. I mean, we didn't think Imperial was going to win. I really didn't think INTZ was going to win, but they really came. The pocket strats, I mean, them just losing this game last week, this last chalet last week, and to them to be able to go back and bring a bunch of different little minute details, little pocket strats here and there. And I feel like they really just had the faith on their side. The confidence level from all of these players, it looked like it just rose above like all of the other play days that they've been putting in. And it just felt like everything was working for them. The shots, everyone was shooting very crispy. Everyone was in the right positions. They were playing off of each other. I'm excited to see what the interview will be because I'd love to ask them how much adaptation on the fly they were just calling, because it looked like a lot of stuff that we hadn't seen last week.
You're going to get to ask that exactly in just under a minute here. Let's bring up Arthur and have a chat with INTZ. Arthur,
Hi,
thank
guys.
you so very much for joining us. I can see the joy on your face. I mean, your first big win. Okay, what does this feel like for you? Of course, you're a team that came up from Challenger Series. There's a big deal in trying to get a win, and then you get it in full 3 points against Fluxo W7M. What is that like?
Yeah, it's awesome because we had such a losses in the last week for Loud and Black Dragons. So we had to win this game for continue to have a chance to go to playoffs. So we came with everything we had, everything we stood about Fluxo on the week. So we prepared a new chalet because we lost for Black Dragons in the last game. So we had a lot of things, adaptations in time on the match, on the round, but everything was new because of this game.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy that you brought that up because I was just saying that this chalet looked completely different than what we saw last week. And I wanted to know how much of it was just pocket strat stuff that you made this week and how much of it was adaptation in the server.
We had in the attacks were a lot of the adaptations. We just take our attacks and make it better and on the week. So we had this work for us. So in the defense, we had our strategies, the same strategies we did for Black Dragons, but they had the counter. So we just do another defense and different skill we had in the week too. We had trained.
Yeah, great. And then you also mentioned that you did all of this in a week.
Yeah.
How difficult is it to be able to come up with a whole bunch of strategies and new things with just a week. How did you manage to do it? And how did you know that Chalet was going to be the map that you guys played Fluxo on?
We know Fluxo like so much Chalet because they had a good run with this map. So we know if we let them to pick, they would pick. So we had trained a lot, and we have 6 players and coach, and 5 players in the coach. Everybody was in a different team 3 months ago, 4 months ago. So we had a lot of strategies for the other team. So just working with this, ask someone, do you have a strategy, new strategy to put here? Yes. So we trained that.
That's good. You take the experience from everybody that was everywhere and had those experiences and just put them together in one strategy. I'm really hoping that I get to see more of that, Arthur, from you and the team in other matches. And speaking of which, in our next weekend, you guys are going up against NIP. How do you feel that game is going to be like?
It's hard team. I have trouble to win them in the last games. But we know the guys, we know everybody there. They are our friends, so I think it's going to be a good game.
It's friends outside of the server, in the server, sworn enemies. Arthur, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on a huge win for you and the team. Good luck next week.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. What a story. Honestly, what a day, Fox. And we're not even done with it because the biggest game is coming up soon. But we got to take a moment here to give INTZ all of their laurels for this one. Impressive play day, all the preparation, and very good questions from your end, Davide, because then we get to learn, hey, you're bringing a team from Challenger Series with players from everywhere. Guess what? You got a whole pool of strategies to play up against Fluxo W7M.
Yeah, it was a very well-deserved win, and the interview, I agree. I really loved the insight that Arthur was able to give to us because, you know, you don't always see that where you lose Chalet last week and within that little bit of time, it looks like a completely different team. So for him to be able to shine some light and say everyone had their own experience against Fluxo W7M for scrims, we knew what they were going to bring to it. The confidence, too, behind their strategy of knowing that Chalet was going to be the map pick. It seems like situations like these, the preparation started last week as soon as they lost that first Chalet, and they've been ready ever since. And that type of confidence, knowing I can speak to it as a player, when you know what the map's going to be, you're practicing it, you understand it, it's a different environment when you get into the server. And that's exactly what we saw. Everything just felt comfortable. You know what the other team's going to be doing. All you really have to do is focus on where you're going to be putting your crosshair. And that's exactly what we saw. And that only comes from preparation. And this type of preparation that INTZ did, has it started a little bit late throughout the stage? Absolutely. But just like Arthur said, it definitely keeps their chances alive going into the last 3 play days. That, you know, who knows, we could see them in that top 6. Fluxo W7M is in that 6th spot. They just beat them. They get 4 points. They're really just, you know, 1 to 2 games away from being in that top 6 at the end of the stage.
It's crazy to think about it because you can flip the entire script on its head. Every day you're winning, especially one like today where you get all 3 points. Oof, that is huge, and you'll see it. It's Raps that put it in here alongside Legacy. You can just give MVP to whoever you want in a case like that. I just give the MVP to the entire team of INTZ because they looked incredible today. But Fox, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, our final matchup for today, the one that everybody's been waiting for. And I have a feeling that it's going to go really, really well, but it might not be the biggest upset that we have today. So let's take a quick break. When we get back, my friends, Team Liquid Alienware versus FaZe. It is the 50th edition of the SAL El Clásico. We'll talk about all that and more after the break.
Do Igor não. Pera aí. Nunca tomou certeza. Nunca tomou. Outra coisa, perder da FaZe. Já começa o português errado. Que é perder para a FaZe.
É, tem isso também. Pra perder da FaZe. É, perder da FaZe a gente nunca perdeu. Pra perder o quê da FaZe? Já perdeu. Pra perder o quê?
Cair na primeira fase. Nunca caiu na primeira fase. Não. Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Só a Fúria. 0-3 agora no meio.
Banir Fronteira? Já baniu Fronteira?
Banir Fronteira.
Ah, baniu contra a Liquid, o jogo não valia nada, Liquid queria jogar.
Queria
naquela
jogar,
época, né?
verdade. Falar gás antes da cal. Eu não falo gás.
Eu te falo?
Tu fala gás?
Não sei.
Não sei também, não falo não.
Ah, vamos colocar que a gente não fez isso.
É,
aqui.
não fala não.
Gravar doc de bastidores? Sim.
Gravar doc de bastidores. O que é isso?
Como assim que é bastidor? Você sabe o que é bastidor?
Documentário, tipo, o cara vai lá com a câmera do time e grava.
É, o bastidor, tipo, nada relacionado ao campeonato. Você
Tá, a gente nunca
tá
usou-
no dia a dia do campeonato ali.
a gente nunca
fora
usou a
do
palavra
jogo.
bastidor.
Como não usou, você não sabe o que é bastidor. Você nunca viu um vídeo de bastidor. Tipo, ali o vestiário, tá no vestiário, tá ali antes do
Levar
jogo.
hate no Twitter. Ah, isso aqui é
Já,
claro,
né?
isso aí
você
é louco.
Você presenciou bastante esse último mês, né?
Pô, experiência própria.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão?
Do Igor, não.
Pera aí. É o quê?
Não, esse aqui não.
Tu já?
Não.
Pausão?
Não.
Do Igão?
Não.
Rapaz.
Não. Já teve pause do Igor CTG. Agora esse aqui, não.
Pausão?
Isso aí, não. Tu já?
Tu nunca?
Não. Tu já?
Eu nunca.
Então não. Então a gente só teve um.
Mas talvez o quê?
2.
Pausão do Igão?
3, 4, 4. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos lá aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé.
Vamos jogar chalé.
O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo.
Exato.
O KDS vai sorrir.
Exato.
E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7x0... não vai
Aí
ter.
é sacanagem com a nossa cara.
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção.
Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Farmers League. Farmers League. Farmers League. Vai lá jogar Farmers League. Farmers League. Farmers League.
Bom dia, o sol já nasceu lá na nossa liga. Acorda o pipoqueiro e o Betinha, e aquele bagre que não dá balinha.
Levanta, que o ninja tirou todo o seu pijama, que o Panterinha agora come grama, e o nosso nome já caiu na lama.
Lá na Farmers League é manhã, deixa o metro e vem pra cá, que o sol raiou e agora é hora de pinar. Que drama, só mete hate, mas sei que me ama. Parece que apagou a nossa chama. O Invi desse ano não valeu a fama.
Perdoa, tem gente que se queima à toa. Na internet qualquer gata é leoa. Se a nossa liga é ruim,
Imagine a boa. Lá na Farmers League amanhã,
deixa o meta e vem pra cá, que o sol raiou e agora só vai começar.
Alô, rapaziada, cheguei, mas quer dizer que essa roça vai aqui é a melhor liga do mundo?
My friends, I see your questions in the chat. You're asking, what is this? What is this? This is peak. This is all you need to know. That is the SAL effect, and we're in, as today has been full of upsets that you would have never imagined. And guess what? We're capping it all off with the 50th edition of El Clásico of Brazil. Let's pull up that promo. Let's savor that graphic. 50 times these two teams have played against one another since 2018, which is when we're starting this this cap here. It's incredible. And so far, FaZe have the advantage. They've had the advantage mostly over the past 2 or 3 years here, Fox. And there's a reason why they're the Brazilian champions, why they're the world champions, the best team, the biggest legacy to ever exist in our favorite video game ever made. And today, Team Liquid Alienware are looking to challenge that throne in Brazil.
Yeah, what a beautiful thing to see, too, because when we started out with Siege back in the day, I used to think of moments like this, having two Titan orgs, FaZe, Liquid, just having a rivalry such as this. I mean, as time has gone on, to have it be this great, this huge 50 times that these teams have played against each other. You know, sometimes when I've played against a team 2 or 3 times, it felt like I'd played them 50 times. So the way that they're able to continuously go up against each other with different rosters, different renditions, still be fresh, still be new based on the meta, it's something that is amazing to see. But right now, I mean, even though it is the 50th time that they're playing, when you look at how both of these teams have played throughout the stage, FaZe looks like on another level, untouchable.
Oh yeah.
Liquid on the other hand,
they're the big glorp in this one.
Yeah. Liquid on the other hand, they've lost to Furia, they've lost to Loud. They don't look as strong as a team as FaZe have in the past few weeks.
Absolutely so. FaZe, there's a reason why they're technically at the top. Of course, everybody else played their game except for them at this point. But let's talk about Team Liquid and their lineup, because in some ways they've been great, right? Yeah, they've had some success here and there, but not to the point where you want them to be at. Not after what happened during kickoff, where you're thinking, oh, they're going to be back with a vengeance, especially against FaZe, because they beat FaZe in a best of 1. They lost to them in a best of 3, only just in the playoffs to then allow FaZe to qualify to Salt Lake City. So this is time for revenge. It's time for them to get some extra points on that board. It's a tough game, but this is a sort of opponents you're going to have to beat if you want to be one of the best in the world playing at actual events.
Of course, and we've mentioned it before that Liquid interregionally, I mean, it's the same core as Furia. There's a little bit of a stigma around them where they don't necessarily take the interregional as serious. They assume that they're going to make it to the event, but we didn't see them at Salt Lake City. They're playing with a chip on their shoulder, and so far it still seems like the same bad habits are there. Big players having to save rounds, and that's what we saw from Maya specifically yesterday against Black Dragons. And it's just something that they need to shake off. And in a game against FaZe, I can't imagine them not putting their best foot forward and taking it as serious as possible.
You kind of have to. It's FaZe up in this case. Big FaZe up, just because FaZe either win an event or they play gatekeepers. That's what happened in Salt Lake City, where the moment Dark Zero beat them, you knew DZ were on the way to destroy everybody on there. And that's what had happened. But these two players, Maya and Vita King, are always at the top. Their stats are so close to one another, and you can always rely on them. Maya has been on so many iterations of Team Liquid Alienware, and he's always been at the top. Vita King, well, he's got a king in his name for a very good reason, and it's not because he's a fan of rockabilly. I'll tell you that.
I don't know what that means, but looking at these two players, they are within the top 2 players of the SAL. So it's a beautiful graphic to see, because they both do different things on different sides of the coin. Vita King we usually see on the shield. He's the IGL for the team. He's focusing on being able to make opportunities for his team, and he's also micromanaging everybody on the roster. Maya is the spearhead for Liquid. He's always going to be getting those kills. So two sides of the coin for each of these players, but statistically they're able to do it so successfully and flawlessly, and it's a great graphic. But again, it reinforces the bad habits that Liquid have come into it with, which is relying on big players, KZ, Maya, JV92, to have huge rounds, whereas FaZe, their leader, is the #1 player, because he is just, if he's doing the best he can as an IGL, then that means that everybody else is going to have an easier time, because he's calling, he's also getting kills. That's the successor of your IGL being the best rated player in SAL.
Obviously, and just to clarify here, Fox, rockabilly refers to a style of music, specifically The King, Elvis Presley, Vita King. There you go. 1-on-1. I know you're someone that is not maybe into this sort of music. Neither am I, but still, that's the bit of it. I know Lynx is probably raising their finger here and there, or their hand to celebrate it, but still, our veto is ready after head-to-head, and let's take a look at what map we're going to be on in this game, because these two, especially FaZe, they can just play whatever map. They're always going to have the advantage in it.
Yeah, if you're FaZe, I'm assuming you want to go to a map that's going to be a comfort pick for you. Fortress is a great pick for FaZe. I believe they played it last week against Los. They won at 7-5. Nothing too crazy out of them. They just, it's a very default map. They want to be able to flex their team play and the shield usage absolutely against a team like Liquid that likes going for gunfight oriented fights. You know, if Maya or KZ are going for these aggressive fights, what's the best way to stop it? You get a Monty on Vita King being able to push them back, and that's exactly what I'm expecting to see on a map like Fortress.
We got the Big F playing on the Big F here. Fortress is our map, as you see, and it's honestly starting off on the defense. Team Liquid Alien might be able to find an advantage early on, but I don't want to speak for them. I want to actually bring our casters into this to have a quick chat before we dive into this game. And I'm just going to lay out the question bare on the line. My friends, who's taking this? Come on, it's El Clásico. Ollie, you've been a part of like half of those games at least.
Every time. Like, I think of recent history, you can't ignore FaZe's dominance in this matchup. Now, real recent history, speaking of kickoff, Liquid did get the win. It was 7-4. It was played out on Clubhouse. However, I just don't know that that's a good enough reason. FaZe went on to beat Liquid inside a kickoff when they got to the playoffs. It was a best of 3. It did go to all 3 maps, but it wasn't a particularly close best of 3. I don't know. I feel like the legacy is set at this point. It's a great matchup because of how often these two teams have played against one another and how they are like the fundamental, like foundational teams inside of Brazil. And that's why I think we celebrate it the way that we do, because you think back to previous iterations of this rosters and previous, times inside of Brazil where we've been watching Siege. So I think that's why it's celebrated. But I think that Liquid have got a lot of work to do today if they want to try and beat FaZe.
Thanks.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, I've been a pretty unabashed FaZe fan for like 3 years now, and so
just since they started getting good.
That is not true. That is not true. I will.
They've always been good, to be fair.
I've literally been saying FaZe are the best team in the world since like pre-Atlanta Major, so I really would like that to be stated on the record. But I do think FaZe are going to win. I think Team Liquid Alienware, as good as they are, and this is like everyone's most excited matchup in Brazil for a reason because of how good these teams are. FaZe are just too consistent. Like if you just bet on them often enough, you probably will end up with a positive record in the long run, because I just think in the long run, best of ones obviously can be a coin flip, but I just think FaZe are too consistent and usually win more often than not. And also, I think the best team in Brazil. It's that way in the standings right now. That's where I'm going, at least.
Fox, we saw a content piece that I would call peak just before we started this game about the Farmers League here in SAL. Did KDS say anything during bits of that?
Yeah, there was the content piece where each team would write a hate message to another team, and KDS called all of Liquid hillbillies, and they knew immediately that it was him because it was such a unique insult for them to call them that. So if anything, that was at the start of the stage. It was pre-recorded. I'd imagine Liquid's going to come into it and maybe mention it if they're able to, get some wins under their belt. I'm hoping that they'll be typing to each other in chat.
I absolutely expect to see a lot of that here, and I'm hoping that we're not going to get just a Kaidana Bandit ban every single time, just to kind of spruce it up for you.
Oh, we're getting it.
We probably will.
I can see the excitement in your face.
I was about to say, it's Fortress. You think we're not getting a Cade Bandit ban? Are you crazy? No.
Okay, well, talk to me about shields, because yesterday we got to see Fortress as well, and there's something about shields in here in every map, but really, especially with the way that you got small doorways, you got staircases, and you have very easy to funnel power positions on hallways that you could play in here. What's the sort of options? Because I've seen like a lot of teams, including yesterday in the first round of one of the games specifically that was played on Fortress, where people just forget to use the shield properly, and I'm wondering why that usually happens.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean when you say forget to use the shield properly?
Which is, hey, I'm not going to actually get in the face of the defender. I'm going to sit back and wait for them to nitro me or try to ADS from range where they can, shoot.
I feel like we need to be posing this question to the players that aren't using the shield properly.
Well, I'm sorry, Gassam. That's like, why does the bigger one not simply eat the smaller one? Like, I don't know. Like,
you can try to logic through it. I'm not saying it's a typical question.
Fox has an answer, so
go ahead.
Yeah, there's a difference between players that can play shield and good shield players. Vita King is a peak shield player, so there's a lot of teams that don't necessarily have a shield player. One of those teams being
Can I just
Team
put my
Liquid
hand up?
Alienware.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I finish my point? This is rude. You're gonna be able to talk throughout the whole game. I just have this.
No, I need to ask you a question about your point. It does peak mean good or bad?
Wait, let me finish my point. One of those teams.
No. I control this. Go.
One of those teams that doesn't have a great shield player is Team Liquid Alienware. When Monty became very strong, Felipox would say several times himself, he cannot play shields as good as some of the other shields. That's why they just don't want to use it.
Your question, Ollie.
Is peak good or bad in the context of Davide's speech?
I thought it was
Game
good.
started.
I didn't know if peak was in a good way or a bad way. I don't know what the street speak means.
Well,
peak means good. The game has started.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm not taking the reins. I'm in control of the ship now. So
well, no, not yet. I gotta send it to you. All right, my friends, we're in for Fortress. It's the 50th edition of El Clasico. 1 for the money, 2 for the shields, 3 to get ready now. Go, go, go! All yours.
I just want to start off actually with Davide's speech because I do think it is actually quite a salient point for this matchup, and I think there's going to be it's going to be a running theme throughout this entire map. Because as he mentioned, Team Liquid Alienware, Felipox is just like not the shield player Vidaking is. Part of that's because nobody on the planet is the shield player that Vidaking is. There's a reason that Team Liquid Alienware banned Monty right out the gate, right? But at the same time, there are plenty of substitutes on FaZe Clan for this kind of role, Ollie. Handy can go to the Blackbeard, you have players who can bring in the Blitz. We don't really have that on Team Liquid Alienware, and for a map that can be so difficult to take map control like Fortress is, having a great shield player versus not having one can make a huge difference.
Yeah, we've never actually seen FaZe be allowed to play a Monty on this map in the 6 plays that we've got of it because it has been banned 6 times out of 6, and I think that's a bit of a nod, like you say, to how prolific Vidaking can be on those shields. But then again, the same can be said for multiple people on this FaZe roster. Handy, bit of a menace with the Blackbeard when he needs to be. Someone that I don't always associate with a shield, Cyber. I'm going to keep it real. I don't always think, you know what, Cyber, get on the Blitz. That's never a thought that has gone through my mind. It might do after round number 1, but we will see. I'm not entirely holding my breath for it just as of yet. Team Liquid Alienware starting things off then for us on this defensive side. FaZe, a prolific team inside of the SAL at the moment and a fantastic team on the attack, do have a lackluster attack win rate on Fortress as a map, which is surprising and goes to show their dominance on other maps, given that it's still around the 60% mark overall, yet on Fortress it falls into around the 30% mark, 39%, just less than 40, so below par really for where we are expecting this team to perform. Still decent in the context of it's Fortress, it's a difficult map, it's still new and being figured out. But they are going to be starting off on that side here today and rocking the old double shield.
Making their way up main stairs and down old tower. Also, small note, but Handy taking that control early kind of denies the C4 that otherwise might have appeared, but right as I say that, Felipox playing a bit back inside of command, ends up throwing it over top, takes down neither of the shields, but Vidaking. Some important utility in hand. Firebolts and smoke bolts no longer a factor. A lot of weight being put on these shields now as Blitz creeping around the corner. Warden and Smoke both right up against it, but JV92 lines up a couple of them, with maybe one more about to come through. Cyber thinking about rushing around the corner, but no, not just yet. Headshot does not land for JV92, player who is really coming back in a big way throughout kickoff and stage 1 as well. But Cyber and Souls both made easy work of by the T-Law defense. Flawless round to start for Team Liquid Alienware, and for the El Clasico, T-Law takes first blood.
I don't think I'm going to be thinking, "Ooh, Cyber, get on the Blitz anytime soon." That was quite a good demonstration as to how not to play Blitz. All of his teammates died before he did. He's meant to be the first one through. He's meant to be causing all of that pain and chaos. Liquid able to hold on there for round number 1 and hold on very easily, I might add, given that it was a flawless round. It wasn't a particularly complicated take that FaZe were trying to go with there. It was very straightforward. Main stairs, new tower, get into those 2 positions and just start to try and pinch and push on the corridors. But they didn't really have sufficient hard breach to get everything open, and they weren't really able to do anything meaningful to the side players for the side of Liquid that could quite happily just sit. I think JV is currently mocking Cyber's use of the blitz, given the hand signals there. That's all I can imagine anyway. It looked like he was sort of holding the shield with his left hand and doing the old finger gun over the top. He, of course, was going toe-to-toe at that time with Cyber. But we've only seen one round. And it feels like... Oh, no, there it is. We are going to be getting into game. I did just hear the sound of someone... It felt like the sound of someone leaving. I was like, this lobby's just disapparated in front of our eyes. But no, we are going to be back in. Touch wood! Good day for the text today, Lynx. I've said it.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Generally good. Generally, also, this game is close. Good day for Rainbow Six. Team Liquid Alienware getting the first round flawless. I mean, not a good day if you want a competitive game, but only round we've seen so far.
10 seconds to go.
Got a whole lot more Siege to play, and Team Liquid Alienware could either keep running with this or phase, maybe make it close. It's been, I would say, theme of the day has generally been, of course, close games, but also teams, you know, winning the first and then tying it up early, no matter what they end up, the result ends up being. So if that trend continues, might see FaZe fight back here, but it's also Fortress defense. Team Liquid Alienware seem pretty prepared for this, given how well they reacted to the double shield protocol brought by FaZe Clan on this map. For the other side, for games, got the Tachanka making his way into the lineup. A lot of site construction being done with Nade right there. Maya extending on the opposite side. A lot of the standard positions that we've seen for this defense so far. Ollie, probably a couple roamers over by command, and they'll likely fall back.
Yeah, fairly standard stuff right now. Team Liquid Alienware not needing to really over-engineer any of these defenses on Fortress. The tools that they have more than they need to hold on. Kind of surprised to not see the mirror be brought, but Fleepox is a bit of a fan of Clash. We're going to be bringing the Clash and a mirror, both, you know, you see it, but it isn't the most popular thing. Usually it's a bit of a one or the other sort of ordeal, especially given that you're going to want a good chunk of denial. Shanka seen so much play on Fortress, just given that the corridors can be extremely manipulating. Maya, opening pick there over onto Handy. Handy just trying to float in on an Iana of all things. FaZe really giving us like operator soup right now with what they're bringing, and it ain't working.
Well, I mean, FaZe currently getting liquefied on this attack. Team Liquid Alienware just putting them in a blender out the gate. Yana, Flores, and Zofia all down, taking their respective 1v1s. KDS Cyber put to half or below half HP. You got a couple defenders that are softened up, but Nade's going to sit back and use his Shumikas anyway. He doesn't want to get in a fight. Him being on 1 HP is not that much different than him being on full. Maya, same story with these two brows in the C4. But KZ and Nade going down and Maya down 2. We've suddenly got a winnable one. Even Cyber in the 1vx. If there's anybody you'd bet on, it's gotta be him. Some information in the late round. Spots the Clash. There's only one gun left up. JV92 around the corner, looking through the drone hole. Spots him for a second. This TCSG can put down some hurt as Cyber sprints right into him. 2 rounds in a row, comes down much closer than they intended, but Team Liquid Alienware with both primaries in hand.
Again, well, not again, but a close end to the round there in stark contrast to round number 1 where it was a flawless. You started to feel like that was quite winnable. KDS and Cyber, just too much being asked of them there in the 2 versus 5. Yes, they manage a few picks, but Fleepox on that Clash is always going to be able to rotate round to where he is needed the most. He was able to support JV92 there in that final hold. You got a good read as to where Cyber was coming from. Able to pivot after dealing with KDS. Plonk that Clash shield down and just be a big old nuisance. Better showing, I think, from FaZe Clan. At what point do we start to get worried that we heavily backed FaZe in this matchup? Like, is it the next round or is it the round after? I'm just curious.
I don't know, to be honest. I think...
I'm not worried for context.
You're not worried?
No, not yet.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say, if we see them lose this round, I think it'd be still too early to get worried. I think if they were to go down 4-0, that's when I would start getting worried.
Are we just incredibly biased and we quite literally don't get worried till it's like 6-0?
Well, I think,
at that point we start to show some signs of worry.
Well, actually, no. I actually want to earnestly answer that question because I find it interesting. I actually think just one, FaZe Clan have to a degree earned that level of deference, that they have been so consistent, the squad has been together for so long, and they've clearly shown a tenacity for problem solving that affording them the benefit of the doubt. I don't think we give a lot of teams 4-round gaps like that. Most teams also aren't 2-time world champions who have made it to the main stage of every event except like Reload. Most teams just don't have that kind of pedigree, don't have that kind of record. But at the same time, I think Team Liquid Alienware have looked very good on these defenses so far, and I don't think this is going to be a dominant one-sided game. So while I might not be worried for FaZe Clan, I might not be worried for a bit, I'm also not exactly, dismissive of Team Liquid Alienware's performance so far. That first defense was good, and let's not forget, last round was a 5v2. They almost smoked FaZe 2 rounds in a row.
I just think with the way that the day has gone, maybe the writing was on the wall a little bit sooner for us, and maybe we just didn't quite read into it. KZ getting an opening pick there onto King. Half of the hard breach gone. Cyber much better with a gun in his hand. Never put him on the blitz again, please. Will be there for the direct trade. KZ taken down on that top floor. The diffuser can be recovered now as well. Boogie Drone starting to open up this floor. Spoke on NAL this week about how it doesn't always feel as though Vert is as impactful at the moment on Fortress, and I'm not sure if that's attackers not quite using it correctly or what the true reason is behind that, but it really is just done to sort of zone and pressure off these defenders. A little bit of an engagement happening inside of Infirmary. Philippox, he gets chunked down just below half, forced to expend some Toxic Babe canister to keep himself safe and stop a further push coming in. Team Liquid Alienware not in a terrible spot right now. They've got the mirror windows up. Philippox still with a canister and a C4 in the hands of Nade. A nice angle being held there by Nade. It's not the worst position that they find themselves in. Yes, they're in a bit of a box, but it's a box that they kind of control right now.
And if you're going to bet on Team Liquid Alienware to do anything, win fights is something you can reliably do. Same can be said for FaZe. KDS, one of the standout players for FaZe Clan on a team of standout players. Finds one. Philippox and Maya, both low HP. Seems like FaZe might be able to run away with this on kills, but the Team Liquid Alienware can squeeze out 10 more seconds off the clock. A 3v4 might be a lot better, especially as 3 players all stack up. I think that might have been a collat down onto Philippox, which puts Maya all by himself in a 3-way crossfire. You're not getting out of that one. First sight victory comes on the off one, but FaZe Clan pick up their first.
Team Liquid Alienware not really able to utilize those Goyos sufficiently there because of how condensed they were in the site. They would have been popping the Goyos at their own feet if they'd have been able to utilize that utility. Maya, super low HP, has to answer the phone call. Starting to see a little bit of joined up thinking now from FaZe. It's taken them until round 3 to get on the scoreboard, but finally they are here. Round 4 bans. We get the Goyo and the Deimos removed. And FaZe are going to choose to use their timeout for these attacks. I think recognizing how difficult this map can be to attack on, knowing that it isn't their best attacking map, they do want to try and sort things out a little bit for this next round of rotations.
Well, and also I think recognizing how difficult that round was, I don't want it to go unmentioned that, again, that was a 3-man stack up walking into sight, and I'm 90% sure Philippox got downed by his teammate, like through the body of another attacker.
Yeah, I think he did. He did. I still don't think they would have won, but it didn't help him, did it?
I don't know though, because let's say both were shooting at that one. And by the way, just to be clear,
what copium are you on?
Man, shut up! Will you shut up, man? I'm trying to make an earnest point here. I'm trying to actually engage with what happened in front of me. And you're like, what copium are you on, man? Like, get a grip.
Pick a side.
I am picking a side. The truth. I'm on the side of analysis. But
this is like the inner glory hunter inside of you is like,
I don't even know what that means.
Like a glory supporter.
What are you talking about?
Glory supporting is when you support teams that just do well. So, like, back in the day when Man United were winning everything in football, if you supported Man United and you weren't from Manchester, you would get called a glory supporter.
Man, I just don't care. I just don't care.
It's quite a common term for people that just tend to gravitate toward teams that do well.
Well, I don't want to
We've got the desk slam. That's all we were after. Let's see if the timeout was good for FaZe here then.
Gen Z caster made me drop my fidget.
You fidget spin your way out of this, I believe.
I will actually. And spin our way into round 4 as we're looking to see if FaZe Clan can win a site out of the attack that is not just one of the off ones. Command was a flawless last time we saw it from Team Liquid Alienware. Have to believe FaZe Clan will be able to get at least one more kill. Team Liquid Alienware have looked quite good on these defenses and even still giving FaZe quite a good fight on the off-site despite losing it. T-Law have been firmly in the driver's seat of Fortress at the moment. JV92 taking a lot of damage early on. He's a very important player. The Team Liquid Alienware back in the first round, getting a nice little double kill to really cement things for the defense. Playing on that stack up you can see on the screen. He goes down early. Team Liquid Alienware will not have that MPX in that powerful utility to rely on. KZ also taking some damage, but Team Liquid Alienware overall not really looking to press things too firm.
It's a slower paced round, isn't it, from FaZe? After the timeout, they've got some good opening damage on JV92. I think he was probably just in harm's way here. It's a very difficult spot to play around Museum. You are quite susceptible to someone just pre-firing the barricade or getting yourself into an early skirmish. Nice bit of utility used there by Vitaking just to enable him to get through. I think he was just baiting out the Razor Bloom. Second one baited, but he will get caught by the slowing effect there for that one. He knows exactly where JV92 is. Look at this crosshair placement right now. Just waiting. The B's to confirm no one's there. You're going to have to run in, tank the F now. But now that you've got the Blackbeard in position, Sol's a very capable Blackbeard. Should be able to start pushing forward and making a little bit of progress. Really well timed here with Cyber's push up main.
And good timing. Vidaking might get the first. Team Liquid Alienware holding on as FaZe carving their way through at an advantage. Haven't decided which site to finish in just yet, but as they look over towards B, they easily weave through that rotate, but Maya finding a shot onto Souls. That's diffuser drop. The advantage suddenly changes hands. Need Vidaking to go big. And I said that in a 2v3. Now it's all left up to him. One bullet away, but with control of the site. Can maybe bait the diffuser in, but Nade with one toxic canister surely just throws it around the corner. You don't even win this one off gunfights. Oh, keeps it in pocket. That is so clutch from Nade. Baits out the fall off by Vidaking, and then they go in for the swing. It's closer margins, but only comparatively. Team Liquid Alienware with another win on command.
Such a good job in the post plant there. Baiting out to perfection. Vidaking, what's he meant to do there apart from try and bait the plant, try and get someone to swing? But the discipline from Team Liquid Alienware, fantastic in round 4. A 2-round lead now going into round 5, looking to stretch that even further here. Reminder, this is a map that FaZe have played a reasonable amount of at this point, considering it's a fairly new map to the pool. We've got 6 plays. It was very popular. Salt Lake City. It's a map that we saw them play a good portion. Popular a little bit at Salt Lake City, but primarily at the 6th Invitational. Sorry, I'm getting my months confused there. They played Secret, Fluxo, G2, D+. They put in quite a few performances on it. Not all roses. 4 wins, 2 losses, so very much a mixed bag. It's much more uncertain territory for Team Liquid Alienware. They're sitting on only 2 plays. A win and a loss. Last time they played this map, Foreshadowing, they lost it 7-4 to FaZe. They did get a win against Fluxo, though, but as we saw from the previous game, Fluxo not exactly in the greatest of form at the minute, so take from that what you will. I'm sure Liquid were happy for the 3 points at the time, but here and now they have a very different prospect on their hands. If they are able to streak a bit of a lead here and go, I don't know, maybe 4-2, 5-1, give them a massive advantage going into their own attacks.
Be something that you could afford to make a few mistakes on. We've seen a few times on Fortress, at least in the NA League. 2-5 halves resulting in the victory because they get 5-1 on those defenses. Take C9 for an example off the top of my head. And if FaZe can get a tie game, team that has historically been quite good at the defense. Should be able to make it work. Maya with the opening pick, though. That's going to make things a bit trickier. JV92 quickly creating an impromptu fortress. Gets Vidiking on the way out. No idea how he comes away with that one. On 1 HP, KZ finding another. Things are getting real rough for FaZe Clan. 2v4 required as Handy backstabbing from the opposite side. Diffuser! Didn't even know about that one. He was looking away. A shot on the fall off, and KZ takes it in the teeth. Full equal, 2v2 now. It's Handy with a couple Dokkaebi calls he can send out. How many times have we seen this man work his way out of crazy situations? How many times have we not seen him blink? FaZe Clan make a 2v4 look easy as it could be. Winning on a primary site.
It's a big win there for FaZe. That's exactly what they needed here. It narrows the gap a little bit and denies Team Liquid Alienware of a really dominant first half. Yeah, you could argue that a 4-2 is a dominant scoreline, but with the way some of these rounds have been quite close at the end, albeit some of them have been fairly one-sided, a crucial round on the attack for FaZe, and a chance now in round 6 to make it another. Attacking downstairs. This was where things got incredibly scrappy and kind of almost the start of the fall in a lot of ways for Liquid on these defenses. The waiting room was a site that FaZe were able to win. It was the only site that they won in the first round of rotations, but now they've picked one up on dorms as well. It's going to give them a lot of confidence attacking for this second time downstairs.
And the confidence is what they needed. What we saw in that last attack was generally things that looked quite good, but even, generally a lot of control, the vertical, a lot of presence on the horizontal, but only going in with about 20 seconds remaining. It was a bit, not necessarily a lack of confidence, but it's just a situation in which it was a bit too flimsy overall, especially what you'd want to see from a FaZe Clan attack. And so if getting that kind of confidence, getting that kind of momentum can carry through on this rating room attack, they already won it before, and that could be the difference maker for a much more dominant and a much more convincing victory for FaZe Clan to tie things up 3-2. 4-2 also perfectly good for T-Law to end the half. Fortress, it's exactly where you'd want to be, ideally. And FaZe Clan have certainly staved off a 5-1, but again, if we look at this half, Rating Room certainly had its weaknesses. A 2v4 in round 5. It's really not out of the realm of possibility that T-Law could just close this one out pretty quickly. We'll see. Cyber hops in for the opening engagement. Doesn't find KZ. Tags him up, but only puts him to 1 HP. KZ able to fall off, join the rest of the defense. Maybe he finds him later, but Cyber still on a walkabout by himself, and T-Law have looked pretty sharp on the gunfights.
And here the drone's working at Cyber's feet there. KZ, it was really only a matter of time, wasn't it? He'd already softened him up a little bit earlier. And a very thorough drone effort to assist Cyber with that opening. It's like quite a flat approach for now. Shoots one Razor Bloom, detonates and dodges onto the other. Oh, narrow angle being held there. Isn't able to land any significant damage, but it's going to be Maya. C4 ripped and ready, sent over the top, straight at Cyber's feet. 2 for Maya on the round.
With weapon and the utility as well. Soul's hit by a Razor Bloom, so can't move in quickly to try and go for any kind of trade. FaZe Clan in the disadvantage, and a round that was already quite close last time. Fellapox, great timing, choosing that engagement. Handy now down for the count. Souls again. Him and KDS for this two-man push. Been no trades for FaZe Clan on round 6. And it's been Team Liquid Alienware winning pretty much every engagement presented to them. Diffuser quite a ways away. Intel spotted on KDS as well. Got some good utility. Flashes an EE1D, but given 4 kills, you can't reliably bet on going for the frags, so you've got to recover the diffuser. And as Souls and KDS push in, Team Liquid Alienware are ready for it. FaZe Clan being given a lot of issues. Only half of their victories coming in some kind of man advantage. It is looking about as rough for FaZe Clan as we've seen this stage.
4 rounds on the defense. That is a clean bit of half play from Team Liquid Alienware. Of course, that is only the first bit of the story. From your point of view here, Fox, how have things been going? How did TL Alienware be able to, or how were they able to gather up a substantial amount of rounds to put them in a big advantage going into half 2?
I mean, that Monty ban was a great first start. It definitely has put Vita King on the back foot. He's struggling to find utility in these rounds, especially being on the Habana, trying to find support for his team. I feel like that's been a big factor. Team Liquid Alienware have been really good at shutting down Cyber from finding openings and finding like ways to get inside the map. And they don't have something that was able to hard push. FaZe doesn't have anything to hard push Team Liquid Alienware back into the site or into positions that they want them to be. So I think that was the ban's already great from the start. And that being said, on a map like Fortress, if you're not unable to be able to use the Monty or use the shields, your next step is going to be finding opening kills. That's not what we're seeing from FaZe Clan. Liquid have a majority. They only dropped one opening kill in that first half. So they're doing a great job at minimizing their loss potential and just making sure that even if an opening kill is going to be lost, they're getting a trade immediately. It's a very big map. They're taking position, but then they fall back and they play off of each other. Now with the side swap, here's the difficult part. Team Liquid Alienware don't really have a shield player that is able to do it. I don't imagine a shield being banned. But what they do have is Maya and JV92 that are having a great game on being able to get kills and find those openings. So if they can continue that with Maya being able to entry in, Team Liquid Alienware could continue to increase their lead.
Well, the two teams with players on each side that have a lot of history, and that's not even talking about Handy and Nade. By the way, for those who don't know, if you've been out of the loop or some of your first time here being part of Siege Esports, Handy and Nade are twin brothers. If you think this game between them is epic, I very much encourage you to go back and watch the Six Invitational 2024 Grand Final, where I won't spoil anything, but I'll tell you it is absolutely worth the watch for a great story between them. But here it continues, and on the second half of Fortress, we'll have to see if FaZe can bring it back, or otherwise, I'm going to have to say this, our casters will be very sad because they made their pick. It's already thrown in there. Back to them.
I just want to be clear. I'm like my day isn't ruined if FaZe Clan don't win a game. I want that to be on the record. My emotions do not live or die by this team. Okay,
that's good to know.
I'm not like Spike Lee with the Knicks. I'm not yelling at T-Law as they get opening duels. Yeah, that's because you watch fake sports.
Fake sports. I watch esports.
Okay.
It's real.
That was a good rejoinder. I approve of
that. I'll go on the record as well and say that if you want to go and rewatch any Siege games of the past, feel free, but just do it after the broadcast. We've got the 50th right now. This is FaZe Clan versus Team Liquid Alienware, or at least Team Liquid for the 50th time right now. So we still have a bit of a bout here, and it looks as though T-Law are going to buck the recent trend. That is, if what's happened continues to happen here. Bit of an ambitious C4 from Cyber to kick things off. T-Law good for 4 defenses, excuse me. Not quite 4 attacks. 4 defenses in that opening half. And FaZe looking to do just the same here. Same split, another 4-2 split, this time in FaZe's favor, would of course lead us into an overtime. But FaZe are going to have to somewhat outperform Liquid and their ability to defend if they want to try and take this in regulation. Liquid very firmly in the driver's seat right now. It's only going to take a couple of rounds, especially given that FaZe have already used that tactical timeout. This game could slip out of FaZe's grasp, so they do need to be very mindful of that, and we're expecting a big round 7 here as a result of it. The secret sauce for Liquid on their own defenses was basically just bunkering up and not giving too much away. It looks like that's how FaZe are wanting to try and approach this. Cyber will just nip out and find himself one as a response. JV92, the second player to fall. The first falls at the hands of KZ and his nades.
And the third falls at the hands of Fellapox, though neither team getting any quiet advantage. But right as I say that, FaZe on this very contentious mid-game. Get a momentary 3v2. Could be momentary, as Cyber committing to the swing is only on 1 HP. If Nade's good for this cover, if FaZe Clan can't win that engagement, especially as KDS down low, both these players could fall, but Handy with a big swing, taking down Fellapox on a straight-up engagement. Takes a bit of weight and pressure off of KDS's and Cyber's shoulders, controls that line with the diffuser. Can also bait some attention with these Grims. We know where one player is. It's actually Cyber who's spotted. Handy close out on this long angle. Can Cyber get it close? Yes, they can. A nice little stack up, short and long for FaZe to take their first defense.
Getting the work done here, and it is going to be the first step in a longer journey right now for FaZe. Opening pick going the way of T-Law as well, and not being able to convert on it, but they still look quite deadly on this attack. A primary site, sure, for FaZe, but they're going to have to do that again if they want to try and level it up here. Still dormitories. That second floor site is going to be seen as a top 1/2 bomb site, so it's not like they're in the tertiary realm just yet. They are going to need to be very mindful of that. Great opener, by the way, from T-Law. I think KZ and the information ops, putting him on that information, obviously it's something that he plays a hell of a lot, but he's another player that I like to keep an eye on as to just how and where he chooses to utilize Deimos as best as possible. Obviously, Snake being banned out here by FaZe in that first round. I imagine we'll see Deimos taken away as well, as the shield threat from Team Liquid Alienware isn't as great. We'll see what happens come the second round of bannings. For now, it's a full 6 pick here. I always get very excited when we see a 6 pick during the drone phase, because you just know that Philippox is yapping. Oh, big opener, Cyber. Punished there, nade. No spawn peaks today, my friend. Another round on attack and another opening pick for Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, but able to start in the advantage the vast majority of these rounds. Only twice FaZe have been able to get that opening pick. And ironic, neither of them coming in rounds they won. Love how that works out. But we'll see if the recovery game continues for FaZe Clan, as losing Cyber early is not great. One, because it's Cyber, and two, it is Warden. You can look through flashes and smokes, but main counter for that can be the Glass. So, we'll say. Fortunately, I was like looking at the operator lineup, and I was like, oh, it's not bad. There's no Ying. Reading right to left. Oh, there's a Sense. Oh, and there's a Glass. And so it got worse. Unfortunate that tool ends up becoming not super impactful in theory to quite impactful now, as there's a lot of primary utility, including the smoke bolts. That doesn't even start with that. And now Cyber cannot get an angle through, and the Team Liquid Alienware will have much more freedom to use.
That's it, and you know that because this is something that they've pivoted to in the drone phase, there's a very specific plant that is going to be attempted here. Plenty of cover to do it. Losing Cyber first for FaZe is going to hurt them. Oh, just dropping onto the drone. But KZ has the heads up. Knows exactly where the player is. Handy, he's already taken Maya down. Takes a good couple of shots, but the bleeding has started here. Souls putting that DMR to work. Takes JV92 down on the top floor, and we're still chasing shadows on the first.
Yeah, Handy just baiting so much of their attention. Vidaking finishes off one. KDS the next up. KZ still dropping firebolts on the guy at Infirmary. He's just looking for the consolation prize. It seems that round 8 going the way of FaZe Clan for 2 in a row. 58 seconds remaining. He's got a smoke bolt to cut off an angle. And to be fair, Vidaking's out of utility. KDS has some impact grenades to do some damage, but while they might have information, if anybody from FaZe Clan gets a bit over aggressive, decides to go for, all right, well, never mind, the round's over. Vidaking close on the corner with a shotgun, finishes that off in both primaries the way of FaZe as they tie things up.
Looks like defense is going to reign supreme here on Fortress today. Team Liquid Alienware still struggling to find their first round on the attack here. And FaZe, they have narrowed the gap. They are now all square. They'll be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief now. The pressure, it feels now, is on the side of Team Liquid Alienware to win a round on the attack. And can they win too? Because that's going to be the requirement to take this game at least to an overtime. I don't feel like, based off the siege, it will be fair to ask of 3 rounds here from Team Liquid Alienware to take the game in regulation. It feels like that's the way this game is trending. It is going to come down to 1 or 2 rounds on that attacking side. T-Law still pretty steadfast in what they want to try and bring here. But with the way that FaZe are trying to defend, and with the sort of spread nature of these holds, it's not like they're able to just focus all of their attention onto this plant and hold. There is always going to be roamers and always going to be lurkers that they need to go and deal with. And so far, it's just cost them far too much in doing so. Losing Cyber as the opening pick in the previous round was obviously a real big problem, because immediately they're going in 4 versus 5, so immediately they're at the disadvantage. Maybe feeling like they need to overstay their welcome downstairs and other lurk spots to try and get a man advantage or 2 back. Cyber, at least this time, no danger of a spawn peek. He's going to be keeping himself much safer over toward tower.
Still might be able to find something as the Dokkaebi call goes out. Maybe there's somebody over there who could get an idea. Oh, Nade does not get the kill as Vidaking gets the next, but Team Liquid Alienware ready for the trade. Making this execute happen. It's an advantage, to be fair, from FaZe Clan as Team Liquid Alienware commit to putting this diffuser down, getting a lot of important picks. As Nade and Fellapox fighting back in the mid-game. It's competitive. C4 lands right at the feet. There's been no opportunity, not a single second that Fellapox has felt safe to put this diffuser down. This will force Nade, pull him in. Likely deny Team Liquid Alienware the opportunity to put this diffuser down with the Solus on board, with potential guns around the corner. I was going to say they'll need to win this on kills, and it seems like that might be a sure thing. Nade lands the 1 bullet required against Cyber and only 1 necessary as well against Handy. Just around the corner, spots him, can't take down his brother, as Nade knows his tendencies all too well. Handy with a good prediction, but Fellapox ADSing and getting the plan. The IGL putting in the work for T-Law as they pick up their first attack on Cafe.
Fellapox putting himself in between the battle of the brothers there, not somewhere that you really want to be. They're always fierce fought rivalries. Team Liquid Alienware snag that all-important round on attack. They are going to have to do it 2 more times here if they want to win in regulation. A reminder for the stakes of this game. Obviously, for FaZe Clan, yes, 3 points would be fantastic. It would put them on 18 points. It would further cement them in that top 1/2 spot of the table. For Team Liquid, 3 points here would be massive. It would just give them a little bit of breathing room. Currently sat in 4th place, but it'd give them the breathing room versus 5th place. 9 points to 7 at the moment as it currently sits. Of course, with both Loud and Fluxo losing their games today. Really would just give them a little bit of a buffer. They are going to desperately want come the end of the standings. I've actually got the Glaz and the Warden ban. Fairly surprised at maybe both of those, to be honest, Lynx. I think the Warden ban's great. It's something that Cyber's been playing pretty consistently, and it's obvious that T-Law want to try and utilize a lot of smokes and a lot of Candelas, a lot of flashes. They are bringing, you know, more of these sort of plant-orientated lineups where, yes, they can go through and get a load of kills, but they've also got correct utility to zone off a lot of area and get plants down. The Glaz is going to go against that somewhat. And it will force new toys to be brought here. Andy just giving a couple of mute jammers about. Museum, always a hotly contested area for the attack, regardless of the bomb site. You're going to want to have a little bit of a defense presence up around there. Cyber's really keeping himself away from windows and doors, and it's like he's been told off. Like a dog just sat in the corner after he's had a bit of a telling off for sneaking up onto the table and nicking some of the dinner. He's like, nope, not going near any of the windows. Don't want to be first blooded again.
You can understand it. Especially if it's going to be the attacking style they probably think that Team Liquid Alienware are going for. You want all hands on deck. Warden Band's likely going to telegraph the presence of a Ying a little bit, so I don't think FaZe Clan will be all too shocked once these Candelas hit. Of course, it's going to be difficult to counter it, as the Warden is off the board, so just because, you know, knowledge does not immediately entail an effective counter strat. I don't think FaZe Clan will be too surprised once these Candelas hit, probably even less so once they hear the LMG ringing out over by Museum. Blackbeard, other component of this attack. Dokkaebi, the Ying, and the Blackbeard, the big 3 ops to take a focus at. Oh! Souls! Whipping around to decapitate KZ on a single window. But now taking a 2-man fight over to Old Tower. Got stuck on my words there. But surely, I was going to say, Blackbeard coming in for the trade. It's a nice little 1-for-1. FaZe Clan not really getting the better of it. IQ not great in the grand scheme of things. It's an even trade for both attack and defense as FaZe Clan look to pull back.
Fellapox trying to move through a little bit now on the Blackbeard. Firmly into stage 2 of round 10, where FaZe have shown a good bit of presence, but have now just retreated back a little bit. Still got some reinforced walls to hide behind as well, and with all the Selmas spent on the side of JV92, it could be a fairly one-dimensional approach. Speaking of JV, just going to make a little bit of a rotate there as Nade looks to deal with some of these keeper barricades. None remain for Vittaking, so no more plugging up of the windows can be done here. Handy in position. Crucial job right now to try and support Vittaking in Museum. Conscious of someone hopping in behind him, but he needs to be there for his teammate.
Looking to provide that support by maybe cutting off one avenue of flank as JV92 around the corner. How are Team Liquid Alienware getting into this? Stuck outside these positions. FaZe Clan winning every single fight. JV92 just trying to face check angles, take raw 50-50s with the ace as the rest of his team collapses around him. It's completely going asunder for Team Liquid Alienware as command now twice in a row goes the way of FaZe.
Are we going to look back at that one Team Liquid Alienware attacking round and see it more as just an opportunity than really something of their own making? The primary sites have entirely eluded them so far. It really is all coming down to this third choice bomb site. Opportunity to guarantee points for whichever team wins here in round number 11. Follow the trend of the game since the side swap. It'll be a Team Liquid round. It's the only site they've been successful at attacking so far. It did require a 1 versus 1 and a plant from Felipox. The only plant that we've seen so far of this matchup. But in the last couple of rounds, the pace has really upped. I think the work rate for FaZe started to increase a little bit. The opening pick is something that they've had for 3 rounds in a row now. That's something that Team Liquid Alienware themselves dominated when they were on the defensive half. It does feel as though FaZe are getting a little bit more comfortable now, but there isn't time for comfort. This is a square game. They need to step up.
Especially as, just in the long run, if you let any team get comfortable, FaZe Clan are going to be the ones that probably win. Just based off the system, based off the structure, and to be fair, when Handy's also going 14-6, you kind of have to acknowledge that some of that unpredictable stuff that happens in Siege is going their way today as well. It's not that Team Liquid Alienware are, long on performances, but this has just been a defense-sided game so far. FaZe didn't look too impressive on the attack. Rather just making really good use of the defensive side of Fortress, playing a solid game. Team Liquid Alienware running into some of the expected problems, difficulty getting entries, even using the shields, it's difficult to get them activated. It's more Fortress kind of beating the attack, but yet FaZe Clan maybe just making just some excellent strides and gains with these defenses. As Team Liquid Alienware looking to recover. It'll be games. Decide who gets map point and who's got to push it to OT. Soul's taking the first. It's now 3 opening picks in a row for FaZe, and it might be 2 rounds in a row as well. Cyber getting 1. A little bit of a fight back from Team Liquid Alienware. Still have something left to say, but FaZe Clan, we barely even seen any of these defenders. Kills have just appeared out of nowhere. But if Maya's hitting shots like that, just a little micro adjustment to make things a bit more palatable, maybe make things go down a bit easier. And take a little bit of a chunk out of that 2v4. Handy hearing that double swing, that 2-man walk up into showers, falling back. He knows he's good enough to get 16-6, but why chance it? With a minute 15 remaining, you absolutely do not need to push the issue just yet.
It's all about guaranteeing the round from this point on from FaZe. You can see them buddying up now, generating a bit of a crossfire. Maya, don't want to give him too much of an opportunity. He's going to start pushing through here. Oh, he's going to find himself 1-3 on the round. And I think they know where the last 2 are.
Oh, just an opportunity for a 1v1 there, but Maya, he's already hit so many crazy shots. The odds are just going against him. KZ looking to take the skeleton key shot close, but again, this long angle is too good. It'd be hard for anybody to make that shot, even a world-class player like KZ, as FaZe take both primaries again. They find themselves on series point.
A rare KDS smile there in the kill cam at the end. Not every day that you see that, but you can tell just how much this one means to them. Match point now for FaZe. Can they snag a full 3 points in regulation? Or will we be headed to an overtime for Team Liquid Alienware? Their attacks so far just haven't been up to muster. Downstairs we go then. It's a horrible lineup, I think, that FaZe have brought here. There's got so many different options. Architect's ability in the castle. Mirror windows are fantastic here on Fortress. A little bit of trap capability as well. And then Cyber on a Solus. Just to, let's be honest, go and do Cyber things. I'm not expecting him to sit in the site and or even sit above and wait to try and deny a plant. It's a possibility, but his skill set is usually required elsewhere. Team Liquid Alienware opting for Dokubi here to try and give them a little bit more information once again. The DMRs have reigned supreme today. We've just seen a bit of a drop-off in performance from a few of them. JV92 started off really hot, and I feel has just, over the course of these attacks, petered out and gone very quiet. KZ, very similar. 6 and 10 now again. On the defensive side, he was a menace. Turned into a puppy dog since getting onto the attack.
It still could be quite loud with this Dokubi call. So much strength comes from the presence of that operator. Could still have a lot of impact in these rounds. He pops open the castle barricade. I was going to say Svelopox looking to hop in, but with those feet holes, no. No chance of that. Wants to play it a bit careful and well within his right to do so in the early game of round 12. FaZe have been good on the primaries, but Team Liquid Alien were able to win here last time, but it's based off the back of a pretty quick play. Opening kill had already happened at this point, and Diffuser was down within 30 seconds of now. This is just not going to be that kind of round. Team Liquid Alien were likely going for a more normal clear. Cyber called early. Mentioned KZ looking to get a bit loud. A big fight right here. Powerful utility for the attack. Might fall if he's not careful. Counting the bullets. KZ starts pushing deeper. Such a smart play. Counting the shots. Takes the fight against Cyber. That's exactly what we need from that. Such a powerful entry.
Another phone call straight away out onto KDS as well. Forces him to find a corner of safety. Answer that phone and get rid of it. Lucy Banshee is going to slow Felipox's progress down here, but there's no one to capitalize on it for the time being. The drone makes certain of that. It will be shot. That's going to give a bit more information away. Someone needs to be on the shoulder of Felipox right now as he tries to push through. You can see that FaZe already starting to recognize, hey, the pressure's getting to us here. We need to start buddying up. We need to be in a position to impact on each other's engagements.
Some bit of information gathered by FaZe. Souls wins an important fight. The Grim utility taken down. You don't have to worry about that for the execute. Team Liquid Alien were rotating. Velopox might take down this Banshee. We're starting to see some similar issues. A little bit of uncertainty on Fortress. In the command round we saw a couple rounds ago, with JV92 stuck at a doorway. Team Liquid Alienware with no clear way in. There's so much powerful utility, and you wouldn't really know it based off the way they're moving. 3 Candelas tossed in. Will we see anything off the back of it? Oh, no late round information. Vidaking moving into the off angle completely catches T-Law off guard. Going for the rotate. KZ almost a victim of it too. Might have taken a while to get him locked in, but he's sharp in round 12. He needs to be. He's the only one showing up for Team Liquid Alienware, and he can't even get more. Cyber chuckling at the end of that as FaZe Clan barely even have to work for a victory in round 12. In the 50th incarnation of the El Clasico, it is FaZe to take the W.
FaZe doing what they do best here in recent history. They have dominated this fixture. It wasn't quite domination over on Fortress. It was a very good and close first half where T-Law actually came out better off. But ultimately, it all came down to those attacking rounds, and Team Liquid Alienware just not up to the job here today on Fortress. FaZe able to hold on, came up with a lot of ideas, and eventually we saw a great performance across everyone. Handy in particular, a real standout day for him. I mean, it's difficult to say standout day for Handy, isn't it? He seems to always be having an incredible day. I'm sure he'll be the MVP. Stick around for a FaZe interview. We're going to go over to the desk.
Thank you very much for my friends, and I gotta say, I think this Classico really did live up to it. I was this close, expecting to have our overtime in here, but we didn't get it. Unfortunately, we still got a pretty close one, and we've never seen them play on Fortress against one another, so I guess that's something that adds a lot to it. But Fox, before you and I get to debrief the game itself, let's talk to our third permanent analyst. It's, of course, JP. Bring him up. JP, welcome back to the show. It is good to have you. Congratulations on yet another massive victory. This one on Fortress, there's difficulties, right? You won it at the end, but it's a close one. It's El Clásico. Can you talk to me about why Fortress and how this game got so close between you two?
Yeah, for sure. Fortress, for sure, wasn't our radar to play today. Wasn't our top priority to play today, honestly, because the maps that we have on our radar to play today, Fortress was the one we thought like would be the hardest to play, but the Vito went to Fortress, unfortunately. But yeah, we know that Liquid, it's a team that know how to prep to play against us. I already told this here, and the first half, the first 2 or 3 rounds, they basically did the prep. And we changed a little bit the game plan, and things start to getting better. I mean, on the defense, besides one or another like overpick, we played well and we could bring it back.
Good.
Yeah. Well, great game. You guys are still undefeated. I'm glad that you mentioned Liquid being able to bring out counter strats on the first half of Fortress. A lot of those adaptations that you make, is it just stuff that happens in the server? Was there a lot of preparation? I mean, you guys have played this organization almost 50 times. How do you guys keep things fresh? Is it just what you see in the server being able to adapt?
I mean, it's like a combination of stuff. Like, we know how they like to play, and the last information we have about their Fortress was the kickoff the game against us. But the meta is changing, and like we try to figure out how they will think about the meta and how they will try to do the stuff, and it was basically it for this game, honestly. And we try to bring like new stuff. The stuff we repeat, we got fucked. Basically, they got a read, they prep, and it was like the first 3 rounds of our attack. But yeah, like we try to adapt it in the game for sure. Like Vita King is like a master on that, but yeah, we try to figure out basically how they are trying to play the map.
And with knowing that Team Liquid Alienware have very aggressive, very good players, you know, Maya, KZ, is there any extra preparation that goes into managing their aggression, or is there any preparation that to manage over aggression from good players that can just hit a great shot and win a round?
I mean, not specific for that, but we know that they play like that way. It's more like we are on the right mindset to not overpick them. Like, we know that Cyber knew when they threw like one of the rounds, like he overpick on the 2v2 on the kitchen bomb site, and could be a win for us. Like, we know that overpick against very aggressive players is a mistake, but it happens. It's a lesson.
And maybe something to learn, at least for us and for viewers. Next game you play against Furia, and I talked to DS. Both of us were talking to DS not long ago, and he's saying, you know what, it's gonna be a good game. What do you have to say to Furia coming up on next week?
I mean, it's another thing that I don't like to underestimate. They are playing very good, and will be honestly the decider for the first seed of the region. I don't see going other way, but yeah, I hope we win. Like, this is the same thing I said yesterday about the Liquid game, and let's see who perhaps better.
Thank you very much, JP. Congratulations again. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
And there it is, Fox. Our day is done and dusted. What a game we had. Liquid Alienware in the first half looking clean, but then could not hold the fort down. No pun intended. FaZe come back, hold it, and get the full victory on the second half on their defense.
Yeah, FaZe's defenses were just so difficult to bust apart. Like, the amount of angles that they have, the way that they were using Mira, even on that last round, so many crossfire situations that they had set up. I mean, they know Team Liquid Alienware likes to get aggressive, so they set up for it. They are able to bunker up into the site after a couple of kills. Maybe they have 1 or 2 roamers and some rat spots, but then they always have the crossfire. That last round was very beautiful because they had the Mira, they had a player tucked by the refrigerator. Each one gets their kill in a 3-on-3. And those are that's the difficulty of going up against a team like FaZe is you really can't break it apart. You can't break their strategies apart because they're so sound. But most importantly, they're so disciplined. And that's something that, I mean, I think we're going to be seeing JP for almost every game this stage, if not every, because of how disciplined they are. They don't make mistakes. And immediately, if they do, like you mentioned, 1 round Cyber over peaks, immediately it's responded. It's answered. My bad, guys. I over peaked. Won't happen again. And it doesn't. And that's something that not many teams can do.
Absolutely. Absolutely is the case. And you'll see at the top, Handy and Zol is really putting in the numbers today. I wanted to see the big Handy nade fight. Unfortunately, it was Maya, as always, that's putting in the numbers. On the T-Law side, Handy, our MVP, 16-7. Can't do the hand waving with this one. With Fox, great plays, great performance by FaZe Clan. They remain at the top. We just have to skip through all of this and go to the standings because today had upsets. I think that is a very fair way of putting it. Look at the top, though, unchanged. FaZe, Furia, and IP. Then there's a big gap, 6-point gap to TL Alienware. That is huge. Then Loud at 8, 7 for Fluxo W7M, Lost dropping down, Black Dragons at 4, INTZ at 4, Imperial at 3. Everybody got some sort of win under their belt, and it just means that everything between really 4th and 10th place is still within shot range. You could do this in the last 3 play days.
You absolutely can. And even though the top 3 teams, it would take about, 2 to 3 wins to win out to be able to pass them. The best part about it is those top 3 teams play each other. So they're not going to be playing the weaker teams. I mean, FaZe goes up against Furia next week. NIP has to play against Furia in the final play day. FaZe plays against Loud. NIP has to play Liquid. So all of these top teams, they're going to be bouncing around against each other. So it gives a great opportunity for INTZ, for Imperial, Black Dragons, Los, these teams to be able to beat one another and easily could knock out a Fluxo W7M or a Loud or even a Liquid out of the playoff contention just because of how the format is set up and what teams have to play against other teams that are left up.
It's crazy that we've gotten to this point here, Fox, with a lot that can happen over the last 3 play days of SAL. Next weekend, it is all back. Cloud versus Black Dragons. That's Imperial versus Los. NIP versus INTZ. Furia versus FaZe. And Fluxo versus Team Liquid. As you mentioned, it's the big teams facing off against one another. Big fight at the top. And if I'm T-Law, I am shaking in my boots.
Yeah, I would be. I mean, after today with Fluxo W7M losing to INTZ, I mean, maybe you're a little bit more confident if you're Liquid, but still, every single game, and after the wins that Imperial and INTZ were able to accomplish, every game looks like it's a contender to be a game for the day. Anything can happen. Upsets could happen. So I'm just excited to see all of these matches play out. Of course, Furia FaZe, another amazing game, a classic game that we're going to want to be able to watch to see who's going to be able to claim that first place spot, like JP said. But every single game, everything's up in the air after the 2 huge upsets today.
Absolutely. Well, Fox, it's back to us here to say goodbye. I want to thank you for a wonderful weekend that we spent together, Fox. I hope you enjoyed your debut, stage 1 of SAL. It's not the first time, obviously, that you've been here, but it's good to have spent this weekend with you. And for all those in chat, thank you very much for joining us. This is my final day on SAL for this stage, and I'm hoping that we'll have a lot of fun in the future. Tomorrow is EML, which is going to be a lot of fun. Of course, it's a tier 2 region compared to where you hail from. Fox, of course, allow me to say that. But on Tuesday, if anything, I highly recommend that you come in and watch EML because that'll also be, I guess, before the start of EML, the final episode of Prep Phase that I will be hosting and producing for this stage. So I'm going to be pulling off something crazy with our 3 guests. I'm sad that Fox will not be one of them. I had some games in store for you, Davide, but that'll be something for us to do in the future. For those watching at home, we love you very much. Thank you for joining us. See you next week. Bye.